Good news, after traveling through time, you will be an Uchiha, and you will be given a Sharingan at the beginning. After reaching the maximum level, you will attack in Gundam form? The bad news is that this blood is not pure, and it still contains half of the blood of the Yayu clan of the Hidden Cloud Village. Fortunately, the entry system was awakened. In order to survive, Kingsy could only carry out the evil will. The art of speaking, what you say is more likely to convince people. Strong body, your endurance is endless. The will of black fire is also the will of fire. This is Konoha, you are the ones who should get out. Chapter 1, The Uchiha Clan's Outliers, The Art of Speaking. Konoha Year 44, Autumn. Uchiha Settlement, above Nanga Shrine. It was raining continuously, and the drizzle was as fine as silk, dripping on the wall on one side of the street that was carved with a flaming fan, leaving a layer of barely visible water stains. Last month, a big event happened to Uchiha. That is, during the mission, an Uchiha who was not born in Konoha was found. As the saying goes, when you find one cockroach, there are probably a whole nest of them. No one knows whether there is still Uchiha bloodline circulating in the ninja world like Kingsy. In order to prevent the Uchiha bloodline from being lost and other ninja clans from coveting it, the Uchiha clan members who discovered Kingsy immediately brought him back. But why is only one of his Sharingan eyes open? Yeah, is there anyone else in the clan in this situation? The Uchiha clan was talking about it a lot. This had never happened before, and the sensation it caused could be imagined. From time to time, eyes would be cast towards Kingsy who was sitting at the back. Kingsy ignored these gazes. In the land of thunder, did you encounter anyone with the same red eyes as you? We are all from the same clan. Tell me and I will order my clan members to bring them back. Fugaku, who was at the top, tested CG. It is difficult to investigate how many years Uchiha CG lived in the land of lightning and what happened during those years. After this month's investigation, the only thing that is certain is that Kingsy's identity is innocent. He had learned some crude chakra refinement, but there were no signs of training on his body. However, the game between ninja villages has always been cruel. The newly appointed clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, had no choice but to be cautious. I have never met anyone with eyes like mine, Fugaku-sama. Kingsy spoke calmly and raised his head. He is a time traveler and has been for several years. From the moment they are born, they have uncovered the mysteries of the womb, awakened their innate wisdom, and gained memories of their past lives. His mother died giving birth to him. As for his father, he has been missing since he was born. It was not until Kingsy was 2 years old and able to be independent that he met his father. Unfortunately, he died on the battlefield not long after. It's nothing, losing both parents is just a normal start in the ninja world. Naruto, Sasuke, Conan, Itachi, Orochimaru, etc., which one of them did not lose both parents? His previous name was Yayu Kingsy. He was a distant relative of the Yayu clan who was scattered outside and lived in a remote town. Until he awakened the Sharingan, he happened to meet Uchiha Yaoi who was passing by to carry out a mission and was sent to Konoha. That's good. No matter what, as long as you have the blood of our Uchiha clan flowing in your body, you are my Uchiha clan. I will arrange for someone to send you to the ninja school later. Fugaku stared at CG for a long time with his scarlet eyes. The history books of the Uchiha clan record that the Uchiha had visited the land of lightning, and it is even very likely that the Uchiha had lived there. It is said that this happened even longer than the time when Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha fought fiercely. In the present-day land of lightning, the wife of a lord once hired the Uchiha clan to expel the Blood Pond clan. However, due to the war with the Senju clan, a lot of information was lost in history. Even Fugaku couldn't find out the details. He did not release his pupil power, but just stared. The air seemed to be covered with a sticky atmosphere, making it difficult to breathe. Kingsy remained calm throughout. He knew what Fugaku was thinking. It's nothing more than whether one's identity has a formal origin. Unfortunately, the Uchiha clan and the Land of Lightning did indeed have a history. This event is also recorded in the official novel, Sasuke's True Story, the Light Chapter. Finally, Fugaku looked away. After all, this is just a child of a few years old. How could he remain himself in the face of the pressure of his own Sharingan? If so, wouldn't it be too scary? Even Heitake Sakumo's recently famous genius son does not necessarily have such psychological qualities. Master Fugaku, I'm so happy to have discovered that I'm from the Uchiha clan. I will never tarnish the reputation of the Uchiha clan in the future. Kingsy's tone seemed very sincere. At this time, a mechanical female voice sounded, without a trace of emotion. You have mastered the term, the art of speaking, white. Entry, the art of speaking, white. Requirement, tell lies in front of a person of high status without changing your expression. The number of times required is 5. Progress, completed. Effect, your words will be more convincing to others, and those of lower status than you will be more easily influenced by this. Note, you can continue to advance later. It's finally done. A faint smile appeared on Kingsy's lips. If you want to be more than a beggar in the ninja world, you must have strength. As we all know, in the world of Naruto, strong strength can only be passed on from mother to child, from master to disciple, and through blood. Either you have good bloodline or you have a good teacher, and inherit the teacher's network of contacts. If that doesn't work, then it will have to be like the transmission of blood, which requires closer contact. Your will of fire must be deep enough to learn 1 or 2 ninjutsu. And Kingsy happens to have something beyond these three, that is, relying on his own efforts, and a rudimentary entry system. The above will record the name of the entry obtained by Kingsy, the conditions for achieving it, the effect, etc. But these are not given for free, Kingsy needs to fulfill the conditions. Just like this art of speaking, CG said things against his will in front of Uchiha Fugaku at least 5 times. Are you happy to be born?
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Born in Uchiha? Are you happy now? Kingsy felt only a lot of pressure in his heart. The night of genocide, and the 2 subsequent ninja world wars. Life has completely begun to count down. Not to mention the distant future, in a dozen years or so, your good son Uchiha Itachi will wipe out the entire clan? Good. Fugaku nodded. He felt much more comfortable after hearing CG's sincere words. This was a promising talent. This pure speech allows people to feel the emotions hidden in the words. Kingsy's awareness is even higher than that of some ordinary Uchiha clan members. Then he gestured for Kingsy to go out first. After Kingsy left, Uchiha Yashiro looked at Uchiha Fugaku, who was expressionless but imposing without anger, and said, Kingsy is the descendant that Yaoi and his team found from the Land of Thunder. It's said that he also has the characteristics of the Yayu clan. Could he be a planted spy? This still needs further investigation, but his bloodline must be from my Uchiha clan. If an outsider transplants the Sharingan, it will be impossible to close it, which will bring a huge burden to the person. Uchiha Fugaku shook his head and continued, Tsunade will come to check on the condition of CG's Sharingan later. Fugaku, I'll go make arrangements for this child. Mikato stood up on the tatami mat in Nanga Shrine. Chapter 2 Muscle Memory Terms. She wanted to share more of Fugaku's responsibilities. Mikato was wearing a ninja uniform with a green vest over it and black trousers that showed off her round thighs when she stood up. The shadows under the dim light made Mikato's facial features look more three-dimensional. When Fugaku saw that it was Mikato, he immediately said softly, Okay, then it's up to you. There is mutual affection between the two, and the only thing missing is the final touch. In Fugaku's view, it was just a matter of time. Kingsy hadn't taken a few steps when he heard someone calling him. When he turned around, he saw a gentle-looking woman. Mikato-sama. Kingsy said. Although Mikato always looks like a housewife, the official book, the Book of Formations, clearly states that she is a retired jonin. A jonin is already at the top of the ninja hierarchy. Tsunade, one of the Sunin, will be here soon. I'll take you back to your room, Mikato suggested. It is good. Kingsy nodded and followed Mikato silently, half a body length behind her. He had been in the Uchiha clan for a month and was already familiar with where his room was. Mikato said she would lead the way for him. The two walked one after another for a while and turned a corner. Mikato suddenly said, The Sharingan is a rare bloodline limit. I'm afraid that people in the Land of Lightning find it strange, and you've probably received a lot of strange looks from outside, CG. She turned her head slightly, lowered it, and her eyes fell on Kingsy, who was shorter than her. Without waiting for Kingsy to say anything, Mikato smiled gently and said, Also, you don't have to call me sir, it sounds strange. You can call me sister. If you've ever been wronged, you can come and talk to me. Mikato's words showed her concern for CG. Mikato-sama, you're so kind. No one has cared about me for a long time. Kingsy was moved. He paused, as if thinking about something, and added, But no one else has seen my scarlet eyes, and no one has done anything to me. The art of speaking, white, is still in operation. Kingsy's words were spoken with sincerity, but my heart was extremely calm. Even at this time, he still didn't forget to test him. Mikato was a housewife after retirement, but now she is an out-and-out jonin. But being a ninja has never been a just profession. In addition to the adventures on the surface, there is more darkness hidden underneath. Poisoning, espionage, assassination, these are the unchanging themes. I see. That's great. Mikato smiled and said, Children of a certain age are most likely to reveal information subconsciously. It seems that Kingsy is very likely to be an innocent person. Mikato felt a little relieved, but she remained vigilant. She needed to observe for a long time to see what would happen next. The two continued walking and soon arrived at Kingsy's room. Wait a little longer, they should be here soon. It is good. CG waited inside the house while Mikato went out. Next, we need to find a way to improve our strength. He won't have much longer of peaceful days left. The Third Ninja World War is about to break out. Konoha will even be invaded to the Kikyo Mountain at the doorstep, and not far away will be the village. The Union side might be a good breakthrough point. They knew that after missing out on the Uchiha bloodline, they sent a spy to run into CG. Kingsy did not choose to report it. In Konoha, where the class structure has become solidified, winning over the hidden cloud village can bring more benefits to himself. After pondering for a moment, Kingsy closed his eyes and began to practice refining chakra. A panel appeared in front of him. Entry, muscle memory, white, dot. Achievement requirement, repeat a tedious training and establish a subconscious habit. Progress, 99%. Dot. Effect, after repeating a large number of movements, your muscles gradually change and become accustomed to these movements. These movements can be used reflexively without thinking. Your muscle memory is 10% better than the average person. Currently, it is not possible to erase the wrong muscle memory. Note, you can continue to advance later. This is the entry that Kingsy is about to obtain. Kingsy looked at the words on the translucent panel and continued. If things went as expected, he would get the entry within 3 days. After entering Konoha, he continued to refine his chakra every day. This is an ability with enormous potential. As long as he has this entry, Kingsy will learn anything faster than ordinary people. Currently, muscle memory, white, cannot erase incorrect movements, so Kingsy needs to correct them. Since it is specifically pointed out that wrong muscle memory cannot be erased at present, it may be possible to passively correct it after future advancement. And now my muscle memory is 10% higher than that of ordinary people, and this number may be even higher in the future, to the point where just memorizing it once can make the body remember it forever. Half an hour later. Sorry for the wait, Kingsy. Mikato, who had just left, entered here again. There were 2 female kunoichi following behind her. The leader was a plump woman with long blonde hair tied back and a diamond-shaped mark on her forehead. With just one glance, Kingsy recognized who it was. 106 centimeters. This is the greatness that only Tsunade can possess. One of the legendary 3 ninjas. The second female ninja followed behind Tsunade. She had short black hair and looked like a very quiet girl. Mute. A little follower who often follows Tsunade. Kingsy analyzed the information calmly. It is now after the Second Shinobi World War. Tsunade lost her lover Kato-dan and suffered from hemophobia. Therefore, he takes good care of Kato-dan's niece Shizune. This is Tsunade, and Shizune. Mikato introduced them to CG one by one. Hello. Kingsy's tone was humble, and he maintained the same attitude even when facing Shizune, who was a little younger than him. Show me your Sharingan. Unlike Tsunade's pretty face, the words that came out of her mouth were full of impatience. Obviously, he was not very willing to come to Uchiha. Hearing this, Kingsy closed his eyes. When he opened them again, his left eye turned scarlet, and a megatama squeezed out of it, slowly rotating. The right eye was pitch black, like an ordinary person's eyeball. It's really strange. Tsunade's fingers, painted with red nail polish, pressed down on CG's eyelids, pulling them wider. As they got closer, Kingsy could still smell Tsunade's subtle fragrance. After about 5 minutes, Tsunade withdrew her hand. Has anything changed? I feel like my physical fitness is getting stronger. Anything else? Tsunade stared at CG. Her second grandfather was a master of Uchiha research and had produced a lot of information, so Tsunade knew a little about it. These Uchiha's temperaments changed drastically once they opened their eyes. Is Kingsy's behavior considered a half-transformation? Gone. Kingsy said sincerely. Then Tsunade continued to check something on Kingsy's body. Kingsy didn't know medical ninjutsu, so he could only let Tsunade touch here and there. Following behind Tsunade, Shizune, who had been silent the whole time, secretly glanced at Kingsy out of the corner of her eye. Chapter 3 Just a little bit of wind and frost. Black hair, thin, as if malnourished. It's nothing like the rumored Kumagakur, silently said. As far as she knew, those cloud-hidden clan members were all very strong, with arms thicker than human thighs. And it also comes with a standard sausage mouth. Will he look like that when he grows up? Shizune took a closer look and found that Kingsy's lips were normal, even thin. Flashlight. Tsunade spoke. Ah, yes. Shizune quickly came back to her senses, took out a tool from her ninja tool bag and handed it to Tsunade. She looked up and found that the Uchiha she had been looking at gave her a smile. Jingian's heart skipped a beat and she quickly lowered her head. He knew that his act of looking at Kingsy had been discovered by the real person, which was very impolite. You're a rare Uchiha who loves to laugh. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Should we say that he is worthy of being found outside the village? This group of aloof Uchiha in this village is completely different. To be honest, if the impact hadn't been so great this time, the old man would have forced her to come and take a look. Otherwise, she would never come because she suffers from hemophobia. Because your eyes are so beautiful, Tsunade-sama. They seem to have stars in them. Kingsy said. Oh. Tsunade clenched her hands slightly. If this Uchiha couldn't explain it clearly, she would definitely give him a good punch to let him know that not everyone can be joked with. When Tsunade-sama was examining me, I felt even more that I could see the dedication in Tsunade-sama's eyes. You are obviously of a noble status, while I am just an ordinary Uchiha. Ching-si paused and continued. I've read many storybooks, and Tsunade-sama must be the famous doctor who saves the world in the storybooks. Tsunade is one of the 3 ninjas, Konoha's most powerful medical ninja, and of course a renowned doctor. Mikato, who had been waiting not far away, burst out laughing. I feel that Kingsy is still a young man at heart and is really simple. Tsunade loosened her clenched hands upon hearing this answer. It turned out to be a compliment to her medical ninjutsu. This guy is quite good at talking. If I could learn this kind of medical ninjutsu, I could help others in this way. I really hope I can be like Tsunade-sama. Kiyoshi said. Medical ninjas need yang attribute chakra. If you don't have it, you can't be a medical ninja. Tsunade said, standing up. I told Mikato that I would look up some information when I got back to understand the situation. Then he will ask another outstanding medical ninja, Yakushi Nono, to come and check on the situation. Shizune immediately followed Tsunade out. Kingsy, you should have a good rest from now on. We will arrange your enrollment later. Mikato soon left as well. The house, which was once considered bustling with activity, was now home to only Kingsy. That's right. After all, I'm not the lucky Uzumaki Naruto. Kingsy shook his head. Naruto was able to even persuade Tsunade, who had been away for many years, to come back and take on the responsibility of Hokage. Tsunade's refusal was within Kingsy's expectations. If Tsunade is interested, she will take the opportunity to check the chakra properties, and with Tsunade's ability, she can easily know the result. Too bad Tsunade didn't have that. His identity is Uchiha after all. The unsatisfactory things in life are 9 out of 10. Kingsy was not discouraged by this. He thought of Yakushi Nono. Tsunade said that Yakushi Nono will come next time. If he grasps it well, Kingsy can catch up with this thread and learn medical ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan does not have any highly skilled medical ninjas. Because every Uchiha, once he graduates from the Ninja Academy, will be assigned to the Konoha Police Department. He only learned some superficial medical ninjutsu in the ninja school. Being a security guard in peacetime and a vanguard in wartime, not many Uchiha would go for further training. Madara Uchiha's medical ninjutsu might actually be the best among the Uchiha clan. You can have an eye transplant anytime, anywhere. The reason why Kingsy is so concerned about medical ninjutsu is because this is the world of glass cannons. Sasuke's 6 Magatama Rinnegan could be blinded by an ordinary kunao. If he had received emergency treatment through medical ninjutsu immediately, he might have been saved. In the brutal wars of the future, who can guarantee that they will not be injured or lose limbs? Not everyone can become a prosthetic body made from Hashirama's cells. Moreover, Kingsy had learned some basic chakra extraction methods, and he spent most of his meager savings to let those ninjas help him check the chakra properties. The result is that he has Yang attribute. Not everyone has the Yang attribute. For example, there is no Yang in Sasuke's official book, and there is no Yin in Naruto's official book. Although the changes in the properties of chakra can be mastered through acquired training, it will ultimately take a lot of extra time, usually calculated in years. Ninjas who are born with the Yang attribute will find it easier to master the corresponding ninjutsu than those who do not. Thinking of this, Kingsy also stood up from the tatami. Before he knew it, he had walked to the window and pushed it open. The continuous drizzle hit the tree in front of the courtyard, and the leaves made a rustling sound. A bleak autumn wind blew in my face. Rainy days always make people feel cold. Ching Si suddenly smiled. It's just a little bit of wind and frost. He already has a plan on how to attract Yakushi Nono. Yakushi Nono is the future director of the orphanage. For the sake of those children, he even joins the withdrawn route. In this big world, people have all kinds of preferences. Some people yearn for rights even when they are old, while others regard rights as dirt and only want to live forever. And Yakushi Nono's hobby is children. The next day, ninja school. This is our new classmate, Uchiha Seiji. The Chunin instructor asked Seiji to write his name on the blackboard. Kingsy picked up a piece of white chalk and wrote his name. Looking down, there are many familiar faces, including Obito, Kakashi, Rin, Shiranui Genma. The handwriting is very beautiful. Nohara Lin exclaimed in admiration. Hey, Lin, I heard that guy is from the land of lightning. Obito whispered to Lin. The people of the Thunder Kingdom are all reckless. Lin, you must not be fooled by appearances. Obito thought in his mind. Please give me your guidance. Kingsy gave a gentle smile and sat in the back row by the window as arranged by the Chunin instructor. Okay, let's start the class. The instructor coughed and began to explain the problem. The reputation of Uchiha in the village has not been very good recently, but these teachers still like Uchiha students. It's simple, it's just easier to teach. According to the normal process, an entrance test is required to test the most basic illusions and ninjutsu. Of course, it is actually just a simple test of the amount of chakra and whether the chakra in the body can be controlled. As long as you meet the standards, you will pass. Kingsy is an Uchiha who transferred here, and he can keep up with the progress even though he is a transfer student. The ninja clan will provide additional teaching to their members in private. It was soon break time. I heard that Kingsy-san came from the land of lightning. Kingsy's seat happened to be not far from Nohara Lin, and she walked over and asked. Yes. Can you keep up with the studies here? Kingsy-san is a transfer student, right? Nohara Lin asked curiously. Students are not eligible to leave the village until they graduate from the ninja school and obtain the ninja headband which proves they are ninjas and become genin. Ninjas need a pass to enter and leave the village, and only some special ninjas are exempt from this. Well, I'll try my best. Ching Si closed the book, picked up another one and flipped through it, then raised his eyes slightly and said, Nohara Rin-san, can you teach me Konoha's ninjutsu? Chapter 4 Can you teach me Konoha ninjutsu? Seijiro-kun is from the Uchiha clan, haven't you learned it yet? Nohara Lin asked curiously. Although Seiji is from the land of lightning, his last name is Uchiha. The Uchiha clan is the most powerful ninja clan in the village, and they also have the sole authority to manage the Konoha police department. It is no exaggeration to say that they are a powerful family in Konoha. In the Uchiha, you can't just learn ninjutsu whenever you want. When Obito saw Rin coming to talk to Seiji after class, he immediately ran over. In order to prevent the clan members from abusing ninjutsu and being too ambitious, these all require the approval of the clan's seniors in charge. Obito talked freely. If not, wouldn't everyone just choose the most powerful ninjutsu right from the start? So that's it. Nohara Lin nodded, her short hair swaying, with a few strands of black hair draped over the purple patterns on both sides of her face. She was just a child born into a common family and didn't know much about these things. So, Nohara Lin, can you teach me? Kingsy said, his dark eyes fixed on Shiera Lin. Nohara Lin's appearance was reflected in her pupils. Perhaps because it was approaching late autumn, her clothes had become much thicker. Nohara Lin is worth using. Asking her for advice will help you become stronger faster. Because Nohara Rin is a medical genius, which can be seen from the fact that she, a Chunin, can master the senjutsu. What level of ninjutsu is the palm immortal technique? The answer is grade A. This is the difficulty of learning second only to S-level ninjutsu, and medical ninjutsu is often more difficult to learn than ordinary ninjutsu. Because more attention needs to be paid to the subtle control ability of chakra, as a slight mistake can lead to a huge loss. This shows that Nohara Lin has talent in this area, and A-level palm magic is not something that can be learned easily. Tsunade suggested incorporating medical ninjas into the mission team and proposed establishing a training mechanism for medical ninjas during World War II. It has only been a few years since the Second Shinobi World War, and many things are still being perfected. It must be that Nohara Rin's talent caught the attention of the Konoha medical team, which is why she was taught A-level medical ninjutsu so quickly. If he had not died young, he might have become a famous medical ninja like Tsunade and Sakura in the future. Yay, okay. Nohara Lin thought about it and agreed. But in school, we only have some E-rank ninjutsu. That's all I can teach you. Then I'll leave it to Nohara Lin-san. Kingsy smiled slightly, that's really helpful. It's okay, we are all classmates. Nohara Lin shook her head. On the other hand, Obito felt like he was shooting himself in the foot. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have told Lin about these things. Lin, please teach me quickly. Obito made a request to Lin, not wanting Lin to teach CG alone. Unfortunately, the bell for class had already rung, so Obito had to return to his seat. Looking at the dense handwriting on the blackboard, Obito twirled the pen in his hand around his fingertips and began to daydream. Hehe, wait until Lin gives me special training. Then I will definitely teach that arrogant Kakashi a lesson. Obito was immersed in a wonderful fantasy, glancing at Kakashi or Nohara Rin from time to time. Kingsy continued to read. This knowledge is basic and valuable. In Uchiha, he is always an outsider. Will someone be sent to guide him, and if so, to what extent? These are all unknowns. Kingsy couldn't be optimistic and imagine that Uchiha would send a powerful person to give him private instruction. He has a clear understanding of his current identity. A picked-up half-blood Uchiha. The reason why it attracted attention was purely because I was afraid that there would be other examples like Kingsy. Moreover, since he only has one Sharingan, others might think that Kiyoshi is a foreign trash from the land of lightning. Kiyoshi didn't just randomly choose someone to tell Nohara Rin these things. There is another genius in the class, hey take Kakashi. Kingsy glanced ahead and saw a young man with white hair and a black mask sitting there. But Kakashi is not as easy to talk to as Lin. Soon, Konoha White Fang will die, which will directly lead to Kakashi's personality change. He will become cold-blooded and numb, and then apply for early graduation. The tool side of a ninja is fully displayed in Kakashi. After a moment of hesitation, Kingsy continued studying. In any case, improving personal strength is the right way. Soon, the day passed. Kingsy also began to adapt to life here. The content taught in ninja school can be roughly divided into 5 sections: theory, training, history, experience, and practice. In simple terms, theory teaches ninjutsu, hand seals and some basic knowledge of physics and mathematics, exercise trains students' bodies and teaches them some basic physical skills, and history helps them understand the outstanding figures of Konoha and the ninja world. The experience is that of a ninja, including spying on military intelligence, assassination, secret codes, hiding spies, etc., as well as some exclusive training for female ninjas that female ninjas will learn, and the last one is the practical combat of ninja sparring. However, the most crucial point is missing. That is thought and morality. After all, the purpose of a ninja school is to produce ninjas, and it does not enlighten the students' minds. The most obvious point is the name. In a world where a person's power is enough to destroy the world, it is actually ruled by ordinary people. Even in Boruto, when Naruto became the 7th Hokage, he was still controlled by the daimyo, and even if Konoha's funds were cut, he could only bear it silently. It's still too far to think about this. Looking at the empty classroom where he was the only one left, Kingsy opened the translucent entry panel. After his test, no one except him could see the entry panel. Today, it seems that because of his arrival, most of the content is about history and culture. Entry, reading absorption, white, dot. Requirement, read 10 articles and complete detailed notes. Progress, 50%. Dot. Effect, your speed of absorbing text information is slightly improved, and your understanding of the content is 10% faster than that of ordinary people. Note, you can advance later. Kingsy looked at the second entry. Entry, basic memory, white, dot. Requirement, memorize 5 selected historical biographies of ninja world figures. Progress, 40%. Dot. Effect, your short-term memory ability is slightly improved, allowing you to memorize words and phrases faster. Your memory efficiency is 5% higher than that of ordinary people. Note, you can advance later. Studying cultural subjects should be a lot easier. Kiyoshi secretly said. This is just the beginning. White should be the lowest quality and easiest to obtain entry. So far, the entries he has obtained are all marked with the words can be advanced later, and it is very likely that he will be able to advance once he meets certain conditions. Basic memory and reading absorption happen to be what Kingsy needs. If he wants to become a medical ninja, he must memorize a lot of medical knowledge. Kiyoshi-kun. When Kingsy turned off the panel, packed up his things and was about to leave his seat, there was a sound at the door. Why aren't you leaving yet? Nohara Lin popped her little head out from outside the door, looking at Kingsy with confusion in her eyes. Recommended book, my friend's Tokyo novel. If you like it, you can read it. Chapter 5 Nohara Rin's teaching. Shouldn't I be the one asking this to Nohara Lin-san? Ching Si asked back, put all the things into the cloth bag, hung it diagonally on his body, and walked to the door. Looking outside, you can see Kakashi who has already walked away. Obito was not far from the school gate, seemingly waiting for someone. Didn't we agree to teach Seiji-san ninjutsu? Nohara Lin spoke. That's it. Kingsy nodded slightly. There was no big deal as to whether Nohara Rin stayed here because of Changmyo, or Kakashi had to stay here because he had to leave earlier. The love triangle between Nohara Rin, Obito, and Kakashi can only be described as quite melodramatic. It can be seen that Nohara Rin likes Kakashi from the fact that she gave Kakashi a unique medical kit, which also included a talisman she sewed herself. But Obito likes Rin Nohara, and Kakashi and Obito are close friends. Let's go then. It is good. Nohara Lin nodded and followed Kingsy out. Kakashi was already so far away that he could no longer be seen, blending into the bustling crowd. Lin, are you really going to teach this guy ninjutsu? Obito said. He didn't want to leave Nohara Lin and Seiji alone. Such a good opportunity should be left to him. Seiji-kun came to Konoha alone. We should help each other. All right. Seeing that Lin insisted, Obito didn't know what to say. He shamelessly followed the two of them to a training ground. In Konoha, there are more than 50 training grounds for ninjas to train and accumulate experience, each of which has a different shape and size. Sometimes they are also used as examination venues. For example, for every Chunin exam, a suitable venue will be selected from these training grounds. They are not ninjas yet, they are trainees, but they are also qualified to use these facilities. As soon as you register your name at the ninja school, you are already a potential ninja. Even if there is a system of repeating a grade, if you take the test a few more times and can use the most basic three-body technique, you can pass and become a genin. The third training ground. It just so happens that there aren't many people here. Nohara Lin looked for a while and found that not many people came here. She coughed lightly and then said, Obito, you have to listen carefully. You won't pass the graduation exam if you keep going like this. Hey, I get it, linear. Obito scratched his head and smiled. As for his level of three-body skills, it can only be said that it is indeed poor. Hence the reputation of being the last one in line. But I'm definitely better than this guy. Obito pointed at Seiji. He was full of confidence in his heart. No matter how poorly he performed, he was still a person who had received systematic education. How could Kingsy, a semi-illiterate man who came from a self-taught background and could only perform crude chakra extraction, be better than himself? He is a member of the Uchiha clan and has heard a lot about Uchiha Seiji from his grandmother. Now, countless eyes in the entire clan are staring at Kingsy. Everyone's impression of the Land of Thunder is not very good. The second-generation Hokage died at the hands of the Cloud Ninja. The war with the Land of Lightning had only ended a few years ago, which was not enough to heal the hatred. Moreover, Obito's parents also died on the battlefield. In addition to his family, many members of the tribe also have similar situations. Being a ninja has never been a noble profession, but rather a dance on the edge of a knife. No one knows whether they will become a mercenary tomorrow. Obito. Nohara Lin frowned slightly. It was not nice to say that to a classmate. It's all right, please begin your explanation, Rin-san. Kiyoshi spoke, ignoring Obito. It is unknown whether Obito is now being secretly targeted by Uchiha Madara. Kingsy didn't want to gamble, he just wanted to stay away from it and buy himself time to become stronger. As long as you have the surname Uchiha in Konoha, you will carry original sin. The night when Itachi exterminated his clan and Danzo's desire for the Sharingan were the problems that Seiji had to face. But he doesn't have much time left. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, the Third Ninja World War will break out soon. This was the most brutal war in history, so much so that children of several years old had to carry kunao to participate in the battle. Well, if you want to learn ninjutsu, you must first practice tree climbing. Nohara Lin began to explain the tricks to Kingsy. In the original manga's Wave Country arc, Kakashi also explained Team 7, but it was far less detailed than Nohara Rin's. Kingsy listened and asked Nohara Lin about the doubts he didn't understand from time to time. Gathering an appropriate amount of extracted chakra on the soles of your feet will create a force of adhesion. In order to explain, Nohara Lin took off her shoes, revealing her fair feet. Her toes were neatly arranged like crescent moons, and the soles of her feet were rosy. I told Kingsy where the chakra gathered so that it could be absorbed with the least amount of chakra. Then she put on her shoes, stretched her thumbs upward and overlapped them, with her left thumb on top, making the way seal. Wearing ordinary little shoes, walking on a thick tree trunk is as easy as walking on flat ground. Kingsy looked up and saw Nohara Lin walking to a position close to the treetops. She waved her hand downwards, signaling the two people below to try as well. This is easy. Obito immediately imitated Nohara Rin's movements and formed hand seals, which he had already learned in school. After refining a stream of chakra, Obito felt it was about time, so he guided the chakra to the solace of his feet and then took a tentative step on it. When I found that I didn't fall, I felt confident and started to put my other foot on the tree trunk and walk up. Fortunately, I learned it. With soil dark passage. Then he turned his head, wanting to see Kingsy's embarrassed face, embarrassed in front of Nohara Rin. As a result, he fell down the next second. Don't be distracted when controlling your chakra. Nohara Rin shook her head. Obito rubbed his back in pain. He endured the pain and stood up, saying, "The next one is Seiji-kun, right?" "It is good." Kingsy nodded. "Start practicing." The first time, he fell just like Obito. I only walked 1 meter, which was far away from the tree canopy. Then Kingsy started the second practice. Seeing this, Obito immediately started practicing. He now understood the meaning of one only regrets not having learned enough when one needs it. He should have listened to more chakra control techniques earlier. Soon, 2 hours passed. The light of dusk fell on the forest, and through the leaves, there were many mottled golden beams of light. Nohara Rin's expression gradually turned into surprise, because she found that Kingsy learned very quickly. If it was just Seiji alone, he wouldn't be able to see anything, but with the comparison of Obito, he could immediately see the difference between the two. At the beginning, Obito could walk 2 meters, but now, he can only walk a maximum of 3.5 meters. But what about Kingsy? It's already 5 meters away, only a few steps away from the treetops. Kingsy listened quietly to the sound of the entry being completed coming from the panel. You have comprehended the term, muscle memory, white, dot. Chapter 6, the Yayu clan's talents and strong bodies. Entry, muscle memory, white, dot. Achievement requirement, repeat a tedious training and establish a subconscious habit. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, after repeating a large number of movements, your muscles gradually change and become accustomed to these movements. These movements can be used reflexively without thinking. Your muscle memory is 10% better than the average person. Currently, it is not possible to erase the wrong muscle memory. Note, you can continue to advance later. Kingsy felt the chakra in his body being consumed, and continued to walk 3 steps upwards, reaching the treetops. The mountains and forests are lush and green, and the chirping of birds can be heard from time to time. It seems that repeating a tedious training process, any process, will do, and my talent is not bad. Kiyoshi secretly said. Most Uchiha ninjas are elites, and he also has Uchiha blood flowing in his body, so his qualifications are not much worse. This tree is much shorter than the one class 7 trained to climb, so it doesn't take much effort to reach the top. Keiji, have you ever had this kind of training in the land of lightning before? Nohara Rin asked with her lips slightly parted. No. Kingsy walked down from the treetops and took a breath. After all, he is an adult soul and can concentrate more than a child like Obito. Then the consumption will be more. All the muscles in my body feel sore. You have comprehended the entry, tree climber, white, dot. Entry, tree climber, white, dot. Requirement, walk on the tree trunk to the top with both feet. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, in special terrain, your chakra control skills become more proficient, and the chakra consumption of climbing trees and walking is reduced by 10%. Dot. Note, you can advance later. Kingsy was slightly startled. I didn't expect that this could be considered as completing an entry. Now it seems that the entry will not only be triggered by me, but also respond to this kind of abstract things. Kingsy's understanding of the entry panel has deepened. The original muscle memory, reading absorption, and basic memory were all triggered by his body itself and had nothing to do with the outside world. If I graduate early, or become the top student in my grade, can I trigger the conditions and even advance? Kingsy made a guess. Of course, his current identity is too eye-catching, so even if he could do so, Kingsy would not do such a thing to attract attention. This requires a certain level of strength before one can display more talents and seek benefits. How is that possible? You must be hiding something. Obito's eyes widened, totally unable to believe that Seiji's talent was so good. Then, wouldn't he continue to be the last one in the class for the rest of his life? Whether you believe it or not is up to you, Obito. Ching-si said flatly. Young Obito seems enthusiastic and kind, but deep down he is the type who is crazy about love. That is, the kind of person who can go to extremes regardless of everything for his own goals. The turning point for Obito to change the world was the death of Nohara Rin. So he wanted to plunge the entire world into infinite Tsukuyomi, and indulge it in illusion, thinking that this was reality. For this purpose, he would even kill his master's wife's child. On the day Naruto was born, he became an orphan because of Obito's influence. You know, Minato and Kushina are very kind to Obito. Kiyoshi had no intention of trying to build a good relationship with Obito, a man who would take revenge on everyone when he was unhappy. Alright, Obito. Nohara Rin also noticed that Obito seemed to have some hostility towards Seiji. Thinking of Seiji's identity, she didn't know what to say and could only come out to smooth things over. It's getting late, we should go back. Okay, see you tomorrow, Nohara Rin-san. Kiyoshi said politely. Then they walked towards the exit. Nohara Rin looked at Kingsy's departing back and muttered. It's completely different from the crude rumors about the land of lightning. Nohara Rin has a good impression of Seiji. He is neither like Obito, who is always quarrelsome, nor like Kakashi, who is a bit sharp-tongued and cold. Hey, Lin, don't you think that guy's chakra is very cold? Chakra can't fully represent a person. On the way back, Kingsy looked at the bustling crowd on the street. The Fire Country has unique geographical conditions, and Konoha is near the center of the Fire Country. It can be said that except for the difficult mountain roads on the periphery, the climate here is very comfortable. Kingsy felt that living here was much better than living in the land of lightning. But this comfort will also corrode the ninja's heart. Shaking his head, Kingsy withdrew his gaze. The Third Ninja World War, which is about to break out in a few years, is now a huge mountain weighing down on him. As long as you become a ninja, you will definitely go to the battlefield. If Kingsy wants to increase his chances of survival, he must make sure that he is strong enough to protect himself during this period of time. Snapped. Suddenly, someone bumped into Kingsy. Feel sorry. Pedestrians left in a hurry. Fine. Kingsy continued walking home as if nothing had happened. His hand, which fell outside, slightly tightened the extra foreign object and quickened his pace. This is already the second time. It's a spy from Kumagakur. The most important thing for a ninja is intelligence, so the major ninja villages basically infiltrate each other. Every once in a while, a new spy would infiltrate, then be discovered, and then infiltrate again, and the cycle would repeat itself, leading to a confrontation between spies and counter-spies. In Nanga Shrine, Fugaku rubbed his brows, and the tribesmen filed out, leaving Mikato alone. The people from the root sect have arrived. If Kingsy is alright, I'll need you to be more careful from now on. Fugaku looked at Mikato. Mikato's face has a kind of gentleness like that of a Yamato Nades Hiko, but with the green ninja vest, she looks a little more capable. Don't worry, Fugaku. Mikato nodded. I understood the meaning behind Fugaku's words. If Kingsy is a spy, his fate is self-evident. But if not, we need to strengthen his sense of belonging to the family. Children from outside the country have always been influenced by the outside world. He needs to have a bond to the Uchiha clan. After returning home, Kingsy did not take out the foreign object in his hand immediately, but put it into the bag on the left side of his pants. He flipped through the books he brought back from the ninja school with a normal expression and continued to study. The two items, reading absorption and basic memory, are still a little short of completion. Not long after, Kingsy found that the fatigue in his body was fading and he no longer felt the soreness he had just returned from. The talent of the Yayu clan. Kingsy understood. The Uchiha clan is a chakra-rich clan, and with the physical talents inherited from the Yayu clan, they can recover so quickly. The Land of Thunder is filled with towering mountains and clouds. According to the records in the Book of Formations, it was originally the territory of the Yayu clan. Chapter 7, Union's Solicitation. Later, he agreed with the idea of the first Reikijai and gave him the land of Yunli Gorge, and the Hidden Cloud Village was established. To be able to adapt to such a harsh environment, live there for generations, and have a surname passed down, one must have unique physical talents. The physical body is the external form of Yangdun. Ching Si deduced that his Yang attribute might have come from the Yayu clan. The stronger the physical body is, the more vitality it contains, and the stronger its self-healing ability will naturally be. But their vitality should not be as strong as that of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. When it was almost time and he made sure no one was looking at him, Kingsy stretched and pretended to go to the bathroom. Closing the door, Kingsy pulled out the note. It was a very ordinary little piece of paper, about the size of 2 fingernails. Written in small black characters on the front was, Yayu Kingji, no matter what, you are a member of our Kumagakur village. Kumagakur village will always open its doors to you. Kingsy raised his eyebrows. The text on this note was written in ordinary characters, rather than the ninja's custom of using encrypted codes to form a code. He couldn't understand the complicated code words, and he hadn't even finished ninja school yet. I guess the Hidden Cloud Village took this into consideration and did this on purpose. Turn the paper over. It's an address, an ordinary store. The location of Kumagakur's spies. Kingsy tore up the note and scattered it in the toilet. When the note came into contact with water, the words on it gradually disappeared and finally disappeared completely. Kingsy pressed the flush button expressionlessly, and with the surge of water, the shredded paper rushed into the pipe under the toilet. I guess Kumagakur realized that they had missed out on him, an Uchiha, and felt extremely regretful. But the people are already in Konoha, and Kumagakur can only use such obscure means. The current Konoha is not the Konoha in the future where Kumagakur dares to kidnap Princess Hyuga. That is the Konoha in its weak period. At that time, Konoha's White Fang had committed suicide many years ago, the 4th Hokage had died, the 3 ninjas had fled, and Konoha, which had just ended the Ninetales rebellion several years ago, had not yet recovered. In comparison, the Hidden Cloud Village is thriving and naturally dares to use tough measures. This forced Konoha to remove the head of the Hyuga family. If it weren't for his twin brother Hisashi, it would be Hayashi who died. The address on the back of the note is actually Union's sincerity. Kingji can report this spy point to Konoha at any time and receive a reward. You can also do the opposite and use this path to ask for benefits from Kumagakur, or return to Kumagakur. However, returning to Kumagakur is the last resort, and Kingsy will not choose it unless it is absolutely necessary. If he goes to Union, he will be the only one there, which also means he will lose his freedom and be under constant surveillance and control. Kingsy didn't believe that they would not study him. The research does not necessarily involve biopsy. It is estimated that a portion of blood and cells within a safe range will be extracted, and then fattened up and extracted again, and the cycle will continue. And they will most likely treat him as a stud and continue to sow seeds. If that happens, Kingsy's body will be completely drained in a few years. Interested in women? Kingsy. But he didn't like such a tough attitude, which treated him like an animal. Moreover, Union will never give himself the opportunity to become stronger, or put him at risk of escaping Union's control. He will only be used as a sewing machine. Then he concentrated on raising the offspring born by Kingsy, brainwashing them and dedicating them to Kumagakur. In Konoha, even though there is the crisis of Genocide Night, Kingsy still has the opportunity to learn ninjutsu and continue to become stronger. Everything in the world has already been priced in secret. If you want to get something, you have to pay the price. Life is a process of constant choices. Staying in Konoha and Kumagakur has its pros and cons. At least at this stage, it is safer in Konoha and there is more time to become stronger. Kingsy, are you home? When Kingsy was thinking about how to get some benefits from Kumagakur, a familiar voice came from outside. It's Mikato. Kiyoshi knew it was an investigation from the root department. He put down the book of characters he was memorizing, went to the kitchen, washed his face with water, and tried to make himself look clean and tidy. After blowing on the mirror to make sure there was no smell, Kingsy went to open the door in his wooden clogs. The Uchiha settlement has an independent area within the Hidden Leaf village, where only Uchiha clan members live. Kingsy was also assigned a somewhat dilapidated house, the only advantage of which was that it was spacious. Mikato-sama. CG said respectfully, as if he was a little afraid of Mikato. Mikato is a jonin, and she is just a student at a ninja school. Even though Kingsy has lived 2 lives, he cannot show a calmness that is not suitable for his age. Sometimes, showing weakness is the best disguise. Kingsy, you don't have to be so respectful to me. Mikato shook her head and chuckled. Am I that scary? Look at Kingsy's timid look. Kingsy lowered his head, his short black hair obscuring his expression, making it difficult for Mikato to see its details. I told you last time, just call me sister. Okay, Mikato-san. Kingsy shouted. Mikato nodded and extended her hand to introduce another figure dressed as a medical ninja behind her. The medical ninja's sturdy figure was completely inconsistent with the sad expression on his face. The plump figure can already be called vulgar. This is Pharmacist Nono, the captain of the medical team. Hello, I'm Yakushi Nono. Yakushi Nono smiled. Let me check if there's anything wrong with your eyes. Excuse me, Nono-sama. Kingsy led the 2 of them inside. Soon, Mikato and Yakushi Nono were sitting at a low table on the tatami. Kingsy entered the kitchen, stood on a stool, took out a bag of tea, then boiled some water and brewed 2 cups of tea. Yakushi Nono looked at CG's thin figure busy all the time, and felt a sense of pity in his heart. Perhaps it was because they had undergone too much self-annihilation training at the root, and were stained with blood, and were accustomed to the darkness hidden under the glamour. She began to like these innocent children. Flawless like pieces of jade of different colors. Tea, please. There were 2 more cups of tea on the table, and Kingsy was sitting on the other side. Thank you. Kingsy's tea was all very cheap tea. Mikato took a few sips out of politeness. Yakushi Nono picked up the teacup and looked at CG. Mercy is mercy, but we still have to do our work. The green eyes under the round frame carefully observed every change in Kingsy's facial expression and began to ask Kingsy some questions that seemed to have nothing to do with the diagnosis. Kingsy answered them one by one. Nono asked in a very obscure way, trying to find out indirectly whether Kiyoshi was a spy, and even used some special ninjutsu to increase the pressure on Kiyoshi to face her. Mikato remained silent, looking at the ceiling reflected in the tea. The ceiling was covered with old wooden boards that looked a little rotten, and moths were resting near the incandescent lamps. Just as Mikato was distracted, suddenly, a black spider quietly crawled over and bit the moth with its ferocious sharp jaws. Mikato came to her senses and looked carefully at the place, only to find that the moth was surrounded by an imperceptible spider web. How insensitive. Mikato muttered softly. Looking back, Yakushi Nono had already finished his conversation with Kiyoshi and was examining Kiyoshi's eyes with some instruments. Chapter 8, Pharmacist Nono who loves children. Keiji, there's nothing wrong with you. Yakushi Nono made a conclusion, and the light green chakra that appeared in his hand faded away. Hearing this, Ching Si said. But, I heard that everyone has the Sharingan opened in both eyes. There are always special circumstances. That's it. Kingsy lowered his head. He knew the answer. This kind of situation happened to Suzuki in the original work. During the battle with Haku, Suzuki evolved one of his Sharingan into a 2 Magatama Sharingan, while the other eye remained a single Magatama Sharingan, forming a single and a double eye. It's just that the examples are extremely rare. Pharmacist Nono carefully sealed the examination instruments into the sealed scroll. He caught a glimpse of Kingsy's thin figure from the corner of his eye, and his dark eyes were looking at him. Kingsy was unfamiliar with her current image and was more familiar with her other appearance. Wearing a white hood and black nun's attire. Just a few random movements can create a round outline. It is a very mature image of the Virgin Mary. At the same time, Kingsy was also sorting out some other information about Yakushi Nono, captain of the medical squad and a highly skilled spy in the Roots espionage unit. Her spy abilities were so great that even after her retirement, Danzo Shimura personally came to her and forced her to continue working for the route. Therefore, Kingsy never thought of discussing his knowledge in front of Yakushi Nono. She answered whatever she asked. As for whether Kingsy is a spy, that was Kumagakur unilaterally trying to win over Yotsuki CG, and Uchiha CG hadn't responded yet. I never acted as a spy at all. Will it happen in the future? That's for later. By the way, Nono-sama, is the green chakra that just appeared in your hand the same one that Tsunade-sama used? Kingsy suddenly looked up, with a hint of curiosity in his voice. Yes, this is medical chakra. The outer color of Konoha's medical ninja's chakra will turn light green. Yakushi Nono nodded, and a lock of golden hair fell down as she spoke. When a medical ninja uses medical ninjutsu, the chakra will mostly turn light green, with the palm ninjutsu being the most typical example. Seeing CG staring at the sealed scroll where he kept his instrument, Yakushi Nono asked, "Are you interested in these?" She knew that Tsunade had come to check CG's Sharingan. It is speculated that Tsunade used medical ninjutsu to conduct the test, which left an impression on Kingsy. Kingsy's eyes fell on the sealed scroll she had just put away, and he asked thoughtfully, "These medical ninjutsu, can I learn them?" Yakushi Nono was slightly surprised and paused for a moment at this sudden request. She looked Kingsy up and down. Although the young man in front of her was very thin, she could see that Kingsy had a big frame. If he trained, he would be a good physical ninja. "Keiji, you'd be better off learning taijutsu. A taijutsu ninja." Mikato glanced at CG, having heard that CG had some of the characteristics of the Yoruzuki clan. Mikato didn't know where this characteristic was. I guess it's because of his talent or something beyond ordinary people. He has unexpected abilities. But, maybe there will be a clan member with the same condition as me. Then, I can help diagnose the clan member like Nono-sama and Tsunade-sama did. Ching-si didn't hide the disappointment in his eyes. He scratched his head and whispered, as if trying to hide his inner disappointment. It turns out that it still doesn't work. At that moment, the corners of his mouth drooped slightly. It would be a lie to say he wasn't disappointed. If Nono didn't accept him, Kingsy would have to make other plans. The art of speaking, white, makes Kingsy's tone more sincere. Yakushi Nono was slightly taken aback. She has always loved children, especially those who have lost their support. "Don't worry." She spoke softly, trying to comfort the pitiful-looking child in front of her. "When you graduate from the Ninja Academy, if you are qualified enough to be a medical ninja reserve, come find me." Yakushi Nono said a few more words than usual. If an adult comes to her, she will just let the other person take the test on their own and follow the normal rules without getting involved with her. However, from the information obtained from the roots, Yakushi Nono learned that CG was an orphan at the age of 2. Over the years, she actually had an idea in her mind, which was to open an orphanage after retiring from the grassroots. Kingsy's appearance made this thought even more intense. "Really?" Kingsy's eyes suddenly lit up and a surprised smile appeared on his face. The original slight melancholy seemed to have dissipated a little. Pharmacist Nono nodded, a gentle smile on his face. "What did I lie to you about?" Mikato, who was standing by, couldn't help but look at Kingsy again. This child is a little different from other Uchiha clan members. The last time Tsunade came to check on him, she was cold towards him and had no intention of accepting him as a disciple, but Yakushi Nono seemed to be thinking of accepting him as a disciple. And according to Yakushi Nono, he also has talent in physical skills. The current Uchiha clan has neither medical ninjas nor specialized ninjas in physical techniques. After graduating from the Ninja Academy, the Uchiha ninjas all joined the Konoha police department to manage village security and go out on missions. The same is true for herself. "Okay, Xiao Kingsy, I have something else to do, so let's stop here today." Pharmacist Nono stood up and sorted out the sealing scroll. Before leaving, she glanced at the books on the chair. He is a studious child. Yakushi Nono evaluated in his heart. "Well, thank you, Nono-sama." Kingsy stood up politely and wanted to see off Yakushi Nono. Together, he and Mikato sent Yakushi Nono to the boundary between the Uchiha settlement and the streets of Konoha. There was an ancient door frame, marking the Uchiha territory. "Go back and practice well." Mikato left a message and hurried away. Kingsy walked home alone. The moon was dim on the road and it was already night. Kingsy exhaled lightly. This matter went much more smoothly than he had imagined. Come to think of it, Yakushi Nono would even teach medical ninjutsu to orphans who were not from Konoha village, so why not him? Moreover, Yakushi Nono has also thought about retiring, and probably has fewer concerns. She doesn't have any weaknesses now. Only if he becomes the director of an orphanage in the future will he become a spy again and lurk in the enemy country because these orphans are taken hostage by Danzo. Next, I need to improve my chakra control ability as quickly as possible and reach the standard. The next day, at the ninja school playground. Today's class is a small test, and we need to run 50 laps. The instructor, Kaino Lu, blew the whistle, signaling the students to start running. Running again. How much? 50. Chapter 9 Obito's Jealousy. Teacher Kaino Lu, can you arrange more actual combat? We don't become ninjas to escape. Many students complained. Compared with simple physical training, they prefer individual competition. At least at that time, you can still get cheers from others. Hey, Kakashi, it's time for my favorite part again. Mike Guy showed his white teeth, which were shiny from being brushed by him, and gave a thumbs up. Want to have a fiery youth showdown with me? Kakashi, wearing a scarf, glanced at the green tights that Might Guy was wearing. Seeing Might Guy making strange gestures from time to time, I just wanted to wash my eyes. He didn't know why his father Sakumo Hatake warned him that Might Guy would be a formidable opponent in the future. At this moment, he just thought it was ridiculous. If you don't run, you'll fall behind. Kakashi started running. Kakashi, here I come. Might Guy immediately followed Kakashi. Kakashi, you're still as handsome as ever. Many little girls were watching Kakashi running, and they felt that watching Kakashi run made them less tired. Nohara Lin also secretly looked at Kakashi, trying hard to keep up with Kakashi's pace. Can you keep up? Kakashi said calmly. I can keep up. Nohara Lin nodded. Obito was at the back. Seeing Rin and Kakashi chatting without paying attention to the people around them, he gritted his teeth, quickened his pace, and ran a few steps ahead, blocking Rin's sight. Kakashi, you're running too slowly. Obito put on a relaxed expression. Idiot. Kakashi just thought Obito was stupid. After just running a few laps, Obito suddenly disrupted his own rhythm to match the rhythm of others. Later on, you will inevitably become exhausted. He shook his head and continued running forward. That's Uchiha CG. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. While I was interrupting others, I turned around and suddenly found that Kingsy had already run to the front few. Kakashi didn't know if it was his illusion, but he noticed that CG seemed to be running more and more easily. During the next few laps, Kakashi observed CG. In the end, Kingsy didn't sweat much until the end. While the others were gasping for breath and taking a rest, Kingsy took out a booklet and was looking at something. This performance caught the attention of instructor Kainolu. Immediately, he thought of Kingsy's origins. The Land of Thunder. He recalled the group of Kumagakur ninjas who were famous for their ninjutsu. It's normal for Kingsy to have better physical fitness than others. Neither the Senju clan nor the Uzumaki clan is as famous as the ninjas from the Land of Lightning in terms of ninjutsu. Aren't you tired? Kakashi came over and asked. He was very curious that Kingsy, despite looking so thin, could have such good long-distance running ability. Well enough. Kingsy picked up the water bottle prepared in advance and took a sip. With the existence of chakra, ninjas are much stronger than ordinary people, and the same is true for long-distance running. After taking a sip, CG looked at Kakashi. This is a talented person who developed the S-level ninjutsu Reikari at the age of 12. The Sharingan that Obito gave to Kakashi actually hindered Kakashi's growth. In the official novel Kakashi's Secret, Ice Sky Thunder, not long after losing his Sharingan, Kakashi Hatake developed a new type of lightning ninjutsu that does not require the Sharingan and can be activated without hand seals. That is Purple Lightning, a substitute for Reikari. Kakashi-kun, aren't you more outstanding? Kakashi is the best in comprehensive performance among his age group, so naturally he has no shortcomings in physical fitness. Kiyoshi, so you're one of those who burn with youthful passion too. Matt Kai ran over, his watermelon head hairstyle swaying in the wind. No, I just wanted to get some exercise. Kingsy pointed to his thin body and paused. Becoming a ninja in the future requires more than just this. Makes sense. Might Guy nodded in agreement. Under the tights, Might Guy has already developed a strong body. Kingsy really needs some exercise. Kiyoshi-kun is really working hard. Nohara Lin wiped the sweat off her face and walked over. Thin traces of sweat floated on Nohara Lin's fair skin, making it feel a little smoother. My figure should be handsome enough. Obito, who had disrupted his rhythm in order to block Kakashi in front of Nohara Rin, was exhausted in the last few laps. Everyone else had finished running, and he was the only one left running. He took weak steps and finally finished the last lap. I looked around to see where Nohara Lin was. It's okay to be a little tired just because Nohara Lin sees how hard he works. Linear. Obito saw Nohara Rin's back on the left. He ran a few steps and wanted to go over to say hello, but he saw a few people in front of Nohara Rin. Might Guy was automatically ignored by him. There was his arch-rival Kakashi. And that annoying guy from the Land of Thunder. Nohara Rin, could you still teach me ninjutsu today? I already have a basic understanding of tree climbing training, and I want to learn an E-rank ninjutsu as soon as possible. Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Nohara Lin in confusion. Yesterday his father asked him to go home for something, so he left earlier than usual. Did Nohara Lin teach this transfer student how to climb trees yesterday? Kakashi thought to himself. Of course, this way Kingsy-san can adapt to studying here as soon as possible. Nohara Lin nodded. In front of Kakashi, of course I have to show my gentle and kind side. Their conversation reached Obito's ears. Why is that guy again? Obito stopped and clenched his hands. He didn't have much time to spend with Lin. Most of the time, it was just Kakashi, Lin, and himself. It was he who shamelessly approached me yesterday. If they didn't get closer, wouldn't they be alone? My grandmother told me that his parents died on the battlefield very early. The Lightning Nation was at war with the Fire Nation at the time. This guy is from the Land of Thunder again. And he always hangs around Lin. Obito could tolerate other things, but he couldn't tolerate this about Nohara Rin. As for Kakashi, he more or less acknowledged Kakashi's strength and regarded Kakashi as a rival and good classmate. But why would a newcomer attract Lin's attention like this? What's wrong, Obito? Asuma Sarutobi was smoking a lollipop and noticed that Obito didn't look well. Fine. Obito waved his hand. Seeing this, Asuma Sarutobi did not ask any further questions to avoid embarrassment. His relationship with Obito was just average, so he just asked casually. It's linear. Asuma Sarutobi followed the direction of Obito's gaze and immediately understood why Obito was like that. Obito always showed his courtesy to Rin in this way, and his classmates could all see something was going on. Tisk. Asuma Sarutobi doesn't look down on Obito's dog-licking behavior. How can a grown man be so humble? He walked in another direction, smiled, and said, Hong, are you tired? I have some candy here. Chapter 10 First Encounter with Samui. Are all the people in the Land of Lightning so talented? Kurane declined Asuma Sarutobi's candy because she was afraid that eating too much candy would make her fat. Asuma Sarutobi can be considered her childhood sweetheart. She and Asuma Sarutobi knew each other before they started school. Someone in my family has fought against the Kumagakur ninja, and they said that's what happened. The images of some dark-skinned, burly men emerged in Asuma Sarutobi's mind. No matter how you look at it, he's different from the skinny Kingsy. But Kingsy's skin color can't be considered dark. Sarutobi Asuma said. I heard from the old man that although most of the people in the Hidden Cloud village are black, there are also some people with very white skin. Of course, the common feature is that they are strong. I don't know how I learned it. Who knows? Yui Hong shook her head. She wasn't very interested in whether Kingsy was strong in physical skills. What I really want to ask is how talented Kingsy is in illusion. I have always heard from my father that the Uchiha clan's ninja illusions are very powerful, and everyone who awakens the Sharingan is a master of illusion. Zihai Hong does not admit this. In her heart, her father, who was a master of illusion, had worked hard all his life to achieve such an achievement. How is it possible that just any Sharingan can surpass it? Among his classmates, only Seiji has opened the Sharingan. It is said that this even alarmed Lady Tsunade, who went to check it out. Kingsy felt a gaze and looked over. It's sunset red. What does he see himself doing? After thinking for a while, Kingsy didn't pay attention to this matter. He occasionally responded to the conversations of people around him and concentrated on looking at the panel in front of him. Entry, long distance runner, white, dot. Achievement requirement, run 5 kilometers. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, your lower limb strength has been improved, making you more adaptable to long distance travel. Your leg strength has increased by 5% from the original level. Note, you can continue to advance later. In just over one class, I learned a new term. Kingsy closed the panel, and his lower limbs seemed to be penetrated by a stream of heat, which integrated into every cell. He could feel his muscles becoming more solid. He should get some bonuses when using physical skills such as kicking. I wonder if training methods like rock climbing and throwing ninja tools will continue to trigger corresponding entries. Kingsy pondered in his heart. Kingsy, are you thinking about the meaning of youth? Might Guy asked as if he had met a fellow traveler. Kingsy didn't say anything. 10 minutes later, after Kaino Lu and the other students had rested, the results were announced. Might Guy first, Kauashi second. He began to read off the list, and eventually Kingsy was ranked 6th. Ching Si's expression did not change in response to this. He had only started training for a short time, but he was able to jump to 6th place, which was enough to show his physical talent. You know, other people do physical training every semester, but they are surpassed by him. No wonder Yakushi Nono said that he was suitable to be a taijutsu ninja. Alright everyone, go back and remember to prepare for the sparring session a week from now. Here's the list. Kaino Lu read out the list for the next week. With the addition of Kingsy, a transfer student, originally everyone had a sparring partner, and the class had an even number of students, but now there is one more. Kaino Lu thought for a while, and saw Obito walking over to talk to Lin, so he said, Obito, tentatively, you and Seiji will spar together next week. The roster rotates weekly now. Obito was stunned. Isn't this a chance for him to perform well? When I defeat Kiyoshi in a cool way in front of Rin, I'll let her know that he was just lucky last time. I understand, Professor Umino. Obito said loudly. Ah, Umino nodded. Obito's grades aren't very good, but he has a positive attitude towards learning. It just so happened that Obito's physical skills were among the last few, which would also allow Seiji, who had transferred in, to adapt well. Then disband. Kaino Lu announced the dismissal. And today's class has come to an end. After school, Kingsy still went to find Nohara Lin and asked her to teach him how to control chakra. This time, Kakashi and Obito were both there. Kingsy continued to practice as hard as he did yesterday. Today's content is still tree climbing, but we choose taller trees. This requires much more stringent control of chakra for a long time. When the dusk light shone through the woods, Kingsy was the first to choose to leave. Kiyoshi-kun, is it so early today? I've been in Konoha for a month now, and I wanted to go out and try out some delicious food. So that's it. Nohara Lin nodded. Some of the things sold by small vendors are really good. She knows a little girl named Mitarashi Red Bean, who often goes to a shop to drink red bean soup and likes to eat it with meatballs. After Kingsy left, he did not go home immediately, but wandered around the streets of Konoha. Finally, he pretended to be casual and entered an ordinary store called Sushi Restaurant. He had just entered and hadn't spoken yet when a clerk came over. You're here to try our new dish, squid sushi, right? The female clerk had short golden hair, and her apron could barely cover her broad heart, revealing the gray top underneath. Samui? Kingsy was deeply impressed by this woman. This is one of the few women in the original work who can compete with Tsunade. Nothing else, just big. After a while, Kingsy withdrew his gaze, looked at the pretty face, and frowned slightly. Why does Samui look like a teenager? This doesn't match the timeline in the original book at all. Could it be that he traveled through time and space and caused some butterfly effect? I'll have the squid sushi. Kingsy continued speaking along with Samui's words. Samui is from Kumagakur, and the fact that he can come here must be the instruction of the Kumagakur top leaders. He came over to talk to me, probably because he recognized my face. You are the first guest to taste this new dish. Please follow me. Samui led Kingsy deeper into the restaurant. This is a newly developed dish. It requires the freshest squid. This step was personally specified by the customer. Soon, they arrived at a room where many glassfish tanks were stored. There are many fish in the glassfish tank, and a lot of bubbles are coming out of the filter pipe and floating on the water surface. Samui didn't stop, but pressed his hands against the wall. The black ceiling pattern flashed, and a hole appeared in the wall. A deep passage appeared in front of Kingsy. At the very back, a man with dreadlocks turned his head and looked somewhat conspicuous. Yayu Kingsy, nice to meet you. I'm Samudo. Yayu is already a former surname. I am Uchiha, Kingsy said calmly. Samudo's hairstyle is very normal in Konoha. During the first part, Irika was giving outdoor classes to Konoha and other students. Sarutobi Hiruzen came to inspect and explained to the students what the will of fire is. There were children with dreadlocks. It can be seen that this is very common. Chapter 11 Miss Samui, you don't want to. Konoha village was established only a few decades ago. A few decades ago, it was still the Warring States period when the major ninja clans were fighting each other. So there are many very different cultures. Jiraiya's Team 6, the team Minato was in, actually had a guy with dark skin and lips that looked like sausages. This appeared in the Minato legend Whirlwind in the Whirlpool. The plot mainly tells how Minato created the Raiznan and Kushina's oppression in the village. Kingsy, you will always be our Kumagakur. Samudo paused and continued. If you are willing, we can take you away after you graduate and go on your first mission. At that time, you will enter the Hidden Cloud village and receive our best training. The current situation is tense, with signs of the Third Ninja World War brewing. It is not the best time to take CG away. We need to wait for the situation to become more chaotic. You will be the first patriarch of the Uchiha clan of the Hidden Cloud village. Samudo said excitedly. But Kingsy did not get excited with him. Kingsy doesn't buy it. He has seen many empty promises. Uchiha treated me very well and taught me Uchiha's ninjutsu. Kingsy meant something. Samudo immediately understood the meaning of Kingsy's words. He was asking for a price? Lord Raikage really thinks highly of you and allowed us to bring some ninjutsu scrolls. Samudo took out a scroll. Kingsy took it and opened it. It was a D-rank scroll named Thunder Release, Lightning Finger. The level of ninjutsu does not refer to the power of the ninjutsu, but to the difficulty of learning. A level refers to the ninjutsu that ordinary ninja students can learn, and D level refers to the ninjutsu that genin can learn. By analogy, C level is the ninjutsu that a chunin can learn, and B level is the ninjutsu that a jonin can learn. At this point, the higher level ninjutsu has nothing to do with most ninjas. An ordinary jonin can only learn B level ninjutsu in his entire life. A-level ninjutsu, which has been given the nickname of Forbidden Technique, belongs to the category of super high-level ninjutsu. This is no longer just a matter of learning ability, but also of the ninja's physical condition. Forbidden techniques usually consume a lot of energy from the user or cause great harm or even death to the user. In other words, people with low chakra levels are almost impossible to use A-level ninjutsu. Anyone who can master A-level ninjutsu will immediately stand out among ninjas of the same level. The level of ninjutsu does not represent its power, but the more difficult the ninjutsu is to learn, the better the effect will generally be. As for the highest level S level, it is already known as the ultimate and extremely advanced ninjutsu. Kingsy briefly flipped through the scroll of Thunder Release, Lightning Finger and found that it could only activate the cells of the index and middle fingers. And although it is called a lightning finger, it just has some arcs of electricity inside the finger that are invisible to the naked eye. Samudo saw the change in Kingsy's expression, smiled slightly, narrowed his eyes, and said, "We have some spies in Konoha. You didn't get any ninjutsu from the Uchiha. Why bother? They don't acknowledge you, but we do. If you want to acquire more ninjutsu, just return to Kumagakur." Samudo's tone was very tempting, as if Kingsy missed this opportunity, he would lose the opportunity to change his life. That'll take some time for me to think about it. Seeing this, Kingsy took the scroll and left. Union is not a fool, how could he possibly stuff things into his body all at once? Just trying to seduce yourself. Lord Samuda. After Kingsy left, Samudo walked out of the secret room and went to the third floor of the store, looking down at the passers-by below. There were no customers at this time. Their store was only open during the day and closed early in the evening. The other shop assistants began to pack up their things, and the few remaining customers left one after another. "Yayu Kingsy, I don't think you want to go back to Kumagakur." Samui spoke calmly. She has always been a woman who likes to analyze things calmly. Just now, Samudo said that the Uchiha clan does not acknowledge Yotsuki Seiji and has not taught him ninjutsu. But it is foreseeable that this is only a temporary thing. Later, when the Uchiha clan believes that Kingsy is qualified, they will definitely teach him. She didn't think Yoruzuki Seiji would give up on all this, and she and Samudo were probably just wasting their time. No, he will sooner or later. Samudo smiled. Let Samui question it if he wants to. His brother is a member of the Union fighting faction and he knows a lot of inside information. The entire ninja world is in turmoil, and everyone in the village is no longer satisfied with the status quo. The militant faction is waiting for an opportunity, and once the opportunity is right, they will start a war again. Kingsy, who had already walked a long way, stood on the street, blending in with the crowd. His face was hidden in the night, appearing calm. When no one was paying attention, his left eye slowly opened, and a Megatama Sharingan quietly emerged. The special chakra called pupil power slowly circulated, and CG, who could only see a small black dot in the sushi restaurant, could now clearly see the staff who were closing the sushi restaurant. Even with just one Megatama, it increased CG's vision to a terrifying degree. As clear as if it were right next to you. The conversation between Samudo and Samui, and even their subtle changes in expression, were all captured in his eyes. In Boruto, Sarada, who only has 3 Megatama, can see the virus exposed in the air by concentrating her pupil power. Kingsy's current single-eyed 1 Magatama Sharingan can also see things 1 or 200 meters away. Kingsy understood what they said by watching their lips move. He lowered his head and shook it slightly. The Uchiha doesn't acknowledge me, but when has Kumagakur ever acknowledged me? He slowly raised his eyes, swept across the sushi restaurant in the distance, and once again fixed on Samui's beautiful figure on the 3rd floor. Neither Uchiha nor Kumagakur is Kingsy's true home. The Uchiha clan handled the matter so cautiously in order to avoid further examples like CG. If it is not handled properly and the reputation is ruined, people like CG who have Uchiha blood in the outside world will just stay away from Konoha. The Uchiha clan didn't want to gamble. As for Kumagakur, needless to say, they just want to firmly control Uchiha's bloodline limit, enhance Kumagakur's strength, and use him as a breeding pig. It will only lead to endless exploitation. It is said in the Book of Formations and some other official books that Kumagakur is a family like the mafia, and they advocate military expansion. Kingsy stroked the edge of the scroll, his fingertips feeling the rough texture of the paper. Looking at Samui's figure, there was a hint of dark meaning in his eyes. In this case, it is reasonable for him to use some of his own little tricks to gain more benefits. For the next few days, Kingsy lived a life of going to and from school, ninja school, training after school, and going home. It wasn't until the 6th day that CG came to the sushi restaurant again. Yeah. Guest, would you like to order squid sushi? Samui asked. But Kingsy's answer was not the same as last time. Ms. Samui, you don't want to cause a rift between me and Kumagakur because of you, do you? Chapter 12 Samui's bottom line, Kingsy's way of opening his eyes. Samui was stunned. There was a look of confusion in his eyes. What is Yayu Kingsy talking about? Because of himself, he became enemies with Kumagakur. Have you ever done something like this yourself? This is not the place to talk. Kingsy spoke. Samui had to suppress his doubts and took Kingsy to the private room on the 2nd floor of the sushi restaurant. There were only her and Kingsy in the private room. Kingsy, what do you mean? Samui spoke, her voice a little wary. I've always heard that the Uchiha clan's behavior is extreme, their thoughts are twisted, and the things they do are not normal. Could it be that after CG returned to Uchiha, he also inherited this? I heard everything you said on the 3rd floor that day. Kingsy suddenly dropped a bomb, but his tone was as casual as if he was chatting about the weather. Samui's pupils shrank slightly. What? That day she saw with her own eyes that Kingsy walked away, and when there was no one around, he communicated with Samudo. Can the Sharingan, which only has one eye open, have such powerful insight? Samui looked at Kingsy in front of him. He was clearly just a kid who had just entered the ninja school and luckily awakened the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. Kingsy didn't answer, but just raised his eyebrows slightly and made a few silent movements with his lips. It was exactly what she said that day. Yayu Kingsy, you probably don't want to go back to Kumagakur. So what? I was just saying it casually. Your casual remarks chilled my heart. I originally wanted to return to Kumagakur, but I didn't expect someone to say this behind my back. Doesn't this question the status of the Uchiha clan and Kumagakur in my heart? Kingsy spoke. Samui's face suddenly turned pale. Kingsy's words were far-fetched. It's so far-fetched that it's like making a mountain out of a molehill. But no matter how far-fetched it is, she actually said those words. Even if she was sure that Kingsy didn't care much about Kumagakur, she could never say that. Some things are worth less than 4 ounces if they are not weighed, and they cannot be weighed even 1,000 pounds if they are weighed. If the people above knew that it was because of her, even if there was a 1% chance that Kingsy would not go back, she would not end up well. If it were just him, Samui could endure the consequences. But she also has a younger brother, 8ci, who will surely be affected as well. This is the only family Samui has left. Anyway, I was born in the land of lightning. You must be someone sent by Kumagakur to win me over, but you don't trust me at all. If I really go back to Kumagakur, I guess everyone will say behind my back that I'm a spy for Konoha. How can I dare to go back then? I hope Samudra won't mind this. After all, he's very confident that I will return to Kumagakur. Ching Si said slowly, as if it were a serious matter. He was taking advantage of the fact that Samui cared about her family. In both the comics and the anime, Samui has a younger brother named Itsu. He knew that his bloodline limit was very valuable to Kumagakur, but it was not so valuable that he would ignore everything else. For example, the two-tailed beasts of the hidden cloud village, the 8 tails and the 2 tails, are worth more than even 10 CGs. However, compared to Samui and Samui's family, Kingsy is undoubtedly more valuable. The air suddenly fell silent. What do you want? Perhaps a few breaths passed, and Samui said, pursing his lower lip. Hearing this, Kingsy finally smiled. A spy from Kumagakur. It really is clear at a glance. My requirements are not high. Kiyoshi continued, his voice so low that only the two of them could hear him. Give me another ninjutsu scroll. I want a ninjutsu that can train my body. As for the level, D level is fine. Kingsy stated his request. His eyes fixed on Samui. Samui was a head taller than he was now, and Kingsy had to look up at her. Therefore, under the light, 2 black shadows covered Kingsy's face. D class. A hint of relaxation flashed across Samui's azure eyes, and he crossed his arms, as if supporting the precarious full curve. It's just a D-level ninjutsu. Samui knew that if Kingsy had persisted a little longer that day, Samudo might have continued to teach Kingsy a few more D-level ninjutsu. This kind of technique, which is taught to genin-level people, won't cause any waves at all. Many ninjas who have families behind them will receive more additional education in their families. The only ones who can really learn E-level ninjutsu at the ninja school are civilian ninjas. Can. Samui agreed to Kingsy's request. She pulled open her long gloves, revealing a ball of white bandage on the wrist. Below the bandages were several small sealing scrolls. Bang! Samui opened the sealed scroll, took out a light yellow scroll and threw it to Kingsy. This is a ninjutsu involving lightning release, which activates muscle cells. It's called lightning release, iron block. He did not rush to open the scroll, but put it in his arms and his eyes fell on Samui again. Samui's face is full of exotic charm, with a high nose and 3-dimensional facial features. Then there was the plump body, round and tall thighs, and just standing there, a faint fragrance wafted towards you. She has a very good figure. Kingsy's brain was faintly secreting a special kind of chakra. If the Uchiha clan wants to open their eyes, there is more than just pain to do so. In fact, it is more of a stimulation to the mind, the kind of stimulation that completely covers one's emotions and makes the brain tremble. What is needed is a strong emotional fluctuation to prompt the brain to secrete special chakra. Even opening the ninjutsu Sharingan does not necessarily require the death of the closest person. For example, when Sasuke opened the ninjutsu Sharingan, it had not evolved into the ninjutsu Sharingan when he killed Itachi. Instead, he waited until Obito told him the truth and the series of things Itachi had done behind his back. Itachi's image and the meaning he has always insisted on seem to have always been a misunderstanding. This truth is the opportunity for Sasuke to open his eyes. There is also Sarada, who opened the ninjutsu Sharingan because no one believed in her, including her biological father. And Kingsy doesn't necessarily have to use pain, shock, protection, guilt, and so on. He also has emotional fluctuations when it comes to tasting beautiful things. Beautiful things refers to people like Samui. Perhaps it was Kingsy's undisguised scrutiny that made Samui frown slightly. Isn't this enough to show our Kumagakur's sincerity towards you? When you return to Kumagakur, it won't be impossible for you to master A-level or even S-level ninjutsu. Thank you, Miss Samui. Kingsy's tone was calm, and he withdrew his gaze. It seems that Kumagakur is indeed sincere. Kingsy didn't say the second half of the sentence. That's just enough sincerity for today. How could a D-rank ninjutsu possibly fill CG's stomach? The reason for choosing ninjutsu is just to make the body stronger faster. And now he can only learn D-level ninjutsu at most. If he wants to learn higher level, the wasted time and energy will not be worth it. Chapter 13 Savoring Beautiful Things. There is no guarantee of gain, and whether Samui will give it or not is also a question. This is to open an opening. That's right, just open a hole. Kingsy is very clear that his current identity and strength are not enough to directly obtain things of higher value from union. Instead of doing this, it is better to lower your posture and ask for a tiny insignificant benefit. Using D-rank ninjutsu as leverage would not make Samui feel threatened, nor would it arouse her suspicion. This was to test Samui's bottom line. Kingsy stood there, with the dim light behind him, stretching his shadow long. See you next time, Miss Samui. Kingsy put the scroll in his ninja tool bag to avoid being discovered and left. Things are not over yet. This time it was D-level, so next time the sincerity must be higher. Let his Sharingan receive the fluctuation of emotions. Before leaving, Kingsy went to the sushi restaurant and packed some sushi to take home. Halfway on the way back, someone suddenly bumped into Kingsy. The sushi he was holding fell to the ground with a thud. Sorry. The girl with curly hair and a chubby face quickly apologized. I'll compensate you with sushi. Yui Kurane looked at the rice balls and the side dishes that were scattered on the ground and apologized to the person who was hit. When she looked up and saw who was hit, she found out that it was a classmate. You're CG-san? I'm so sorry. It's okay, Kurane Yui-san. Kingsy shook his head. This sushi is just a cover for him. There has to be a legitimate reason to go to a sushi restaurant. Why go there and leave without doing anything? Last time he stayed in there for a long time, but this time it was only a few minutes. Buying sushi will help you avoid attracting attention. No, I have to compensate you with the same sushi. Zihaihong said that she would take Kingsy with her and compensate him no matter what. It's late now, they're closed. Did you buy it at the sushi restaurant on the street behind you on the left? No wonder, they close at night. Zihai lowered her head, not knowing what to do. Before in the ninja school, she was still thinking that Kingsy had the Sharingan, and she vaguely had the idea of discussing illusion techniques with Kingsy. As a result, I broke the sushi that Kingsy bought today. Didn't this offend Kingsy? You can compensate me for other things, Kiyoshi said. Uikurene's eyes lit up and she immediately agreed to Kingsy's proposal. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at a shop. She ordered a bunch of dishes with ease, then handed the menu to Kingsy. Kingsy opened it and saw that it was full of various fish. The most common one is how to prepare octopus. Kingsy ordered one at random and put the menu on the table. Before long, the table was filled with the dishes they ordered. The largest portion is the wasabi octopus. The official book records Uikurene's preferences, and her favorite foods are shaka, vodka, and wasabi octopus. The food I hate is cake. Seiji-kun, after the Uchiha eyes open, their illusion abilities will be enhanced, right? After taking a bite of the wasabi octopus, Uikurene asked. It will have some effect, but the specific effect depends on the individual's skill level, Kingsy said as he looked at Uikurene in front of him. The Sharingan does have a bonus, but it is limited in scope. If the person who opens his eyes is a ninja who is good at illusion, then his Sharingan illusion will be even stronger. For example, Kakashi and Kurene Ui during the Book of Rin period. Kurene Ui's illusion value is 10, while Kakashi, who has the 3 Magatama Sharingan, has an illusion value of 8. Kakashi uses the Sharingan, and his copying ability is far stronger than his illusion ability. Then, Seiji-san, do you have time to discuss illusion techniques with me? Uikurene's red eyes looked at Kingsy. According to Kingsy, her theory is completely correct. As long as she works hard enough, she can catch up with the Uchiha who possesses the Sharingan and justify her father's illusion skills. Sure, but it will have to be later. I have to practice fighting with Obito tomorrow, and after school I have to control my chakra for my ninjutsu lessons. Kingsy glanced at Uikurene's appearance several times. So cute. This is Kingsy's evaluation. But he prefers the future Uikurene, who possesses the charm of a mature woman. Such beautiful things must have a unique flavor when tasted. Kingsy could feel a warm current swirling in his left eye. Of course, it's too early now. It's also good to communicate with the current Uikurene about illusion ability. The Uchiha clan's illusions are mostly based on the Sharingan, and they rarely use other methods to perform illusions. The Ui clan was able to become a ninja specializing in illusion despite the reputation of Uchiha illusion. You will have some skills. Great. Zihai's eyes were closed tightly, curved into a crescent shape. I sighed that Kingsy was an approachable and kind person. I also thought that maybe everyone in the Land of Thunder is such an easygoing person. She had no idea why Kingsy agreed to her request. Deep in the secret room of the sushi restaurant, Lord Samada, Samui said respectfully. Yayu Kingsy is here, Samudo asked. He requested a D-rank scroll. Samui hesitantly repeated to Samudo the story of Seiji obtaining the lightning release, iron block. However, he did not bring it out as it was, but instead avoided the main point and said that Yayu Kingsy was not satisfied with the scroll given to him. I omitted what Yayu Kingsy said because of what she said. Her calm nature meant that there was no change on her face, as if she was talking about something very ordinary. Very good. From now on, you will be responsible for continuing to communicate with Yayu Kingsy and make sure to win him over to Kumagakur. Samudo nodded in satisfaction, his attention shifting to Seiji's request for the scroll. It would be best if Yayu Kingsy could get what he wants. Moreover, ninjas usually confirm their fighting style when they first embark on the path of ninja. Once Kingsy gets used to using lightning release ninjutsu, he will have to continue asking them for it. The Uchiha's lightning release ninjutsu is good, but it is not as good as the Hidden Cloud Village, which is famous for its lightning release ninjutsu. The Uchiha clan is best at fire escape, and their clan emblem is a flaming fan. Its meaning is the person who controls the fire. The Uchiha's bloodline limit will surely strengthen the village's foundation. Samudo took a piece of sushi from the table in the back room and swallowed it. After achieving this feat, would he still need to be a spy everywhere, doing these drudgery? If it wasn't for the intention to make further progress in the village and gain good qualifications here before returning, no one would be willing to risk his life to lurk in Konoha, where he would be abandoned if not carefully watched. Yes, and Master Samudo. After a while, Samui bit her lip and felt it would be better to explain things clearly. Chapter 14, Samui's Melancholy, Lightning Ninja Entry. What happened? Nothing. As the words came to his lips, Samui thought of his brother's face again. Finally, he said goodbye and walked out of the secret room. After telling Samudo and the people above him, they could all see at a glance that the important thing was not this sentence, but that Yayu Kingsy was taking advantage of the situation. Even if she didn't say this, Yayu Kingsy still had other reasons. In essence, they are not satisfied with the current benefits and want to demand more benefits. And the people above them, within the scope of their rights, will inevitably satisfy Uchiha step by step for the sake of his bloodline limit. In time, Kingsy really returned to Kumagakur. She herself has a political stain and has said things that are not conducive to unity. It will also affect my brother's future. He has just become a ninja and has a bright future. Samui suddenly felt a little irritable and melancholy. Why did she have to take charge of Yayu Kingsy's affairs? Yayu Kingsy just happened to have his eyes on her. Uchiha settlement, Seiji family. Moonlight poured into the courtyard, and Kingsy, who had returned home, pushed open the paper sliding door, holding 2 ninjutsu scrolls in his hands. Reading absorption, white, and basic memory, white, allowed Kingsy to quickly understand the text on the scroll and recite the entire article. Kingsy had already memorized the thunder release, lightning finger that he had obtained before, but he had never practiced before, and this was the first time he started practicing lightning release ninjutsu. In the first 6 days, Kingsy was learning E-level ninjutsu from scratch. After a few days of climbing trees to lay the foundation and with the help of muscle memory, white, Kingsy has mastered the minimum chakra control required for E-level ninjutsu. The next step is to change from climbing trees to treading water and walking on water. Kingsy began to refine the chakra in his body. Strands of chakra were extracted from Kingsy's cells and flowed through the meridian system. No matter what kind of ninjutsu, it requires the use of chakra to drive it. Even the 8 Gates Ninka formation, a representative of pure physical techniques, still requires chakra to perform. The first official book, the Book of Lin, states that the mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy generated by the 130 trillion cells in the body is called physical strength. And physical strength is actually what is called chakra. However, in order to use ninjutsu, one needs to convert physical strength into chakra. Therefore, when chakra is exhausted, people will die, which is actually due to exhaustion. In the ninja world, everyone has chakra, even flowers, trees, birds, and beasts have chakra. The concept of planetary chakra was introduced in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations, and the young Boruto's self-created ninjutsu Raise-non Uzuaiko used this concept. If you inject chakra into someone else's body, the chakra will rotate with the rotation of the planet. As long as the rotation of the planet does not stop, Raise-non Uzuaiko will never stop. It is also the most expressive Raise-non to date. Of course, these are still a little far away from Kingsy. He stretched out his right index and middle fingers, transforming the attributeless chakra into lightning chakra. Among Kingsy's chakra attributes, there are 4 attributes: thunder, fire, yin, and yang. Therefore, there are advantages in learning lightning release ninjutsu. A weak electric current began to dissipate little by little into the muscles under the skin, and my fingers felt numb. Kingsy endured this and continued to carefully control his chakra. I don't know how long it took. The night was quiet, and the shadows of the trees outside the courtyard were dim and rustling. You have comprehended the entry, Apprentice Lightning Release Ninja, white, dot. Entry, Apprentice Lightning Release Ninja, white. Requirement to achieve, successfully use a lightning ninjutsu. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, increases your lightning release nature transformation talent by 10%. Dot. Note, you can continue to advance later. Advanced Route 1, integrate muscle memory, white, and strong physique, white, to advance to lightning release genin, green, dot. Kingsy listened quietly to the voice in his head and finally had some understanding of how to advance. It is very likely that if he meets most of the conditions for advancement, he will be told the advancement route. The so-called apprentice probably refers to his current level. Ninja students, strictly speaking, also have the nicknames of Ninja Preparatory and Ninja Apprentice. Strengthen your body. This entry should be about me exercising my body well. Kingsy looked at his body, which was a little stronger than before, and had an idea. The white entry alone increases the talent by 10%. When it comes to the green entry, the increase will probably be even greater. After a while, Kingsy opened the scroll in his hand and prepared to start practicing the second ninjutsu. Thunder style, lightning finger is an offensive ninjutsu, and it's fine as long as you can release it. He planned to focus on the second lightning release ninjutsu first to make his body stronger. The deeper each ninja's understanding of ninjutsu and the higher their proficiency, the greater power they can unleash. For example, the size of the fireballs when Sasuke first learns the fire style, great fireball technique, and when he performs it after becoming familiar with it are completely different. Alright, let's begin practicing lightning release, iron block. Hokage building. Hiruzen, Uchiha CG must be under surveillance throughout the day. Shimura Danzo spoke. More than a month ago, the Uchiha clan's ninjas found Uchiha CG and brought him to Konoha. During this period, Kingsy was being investigated to see if he was a spy. Danzo, didn't you send the Root's best spine in to check it out? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his pipe and exhaled a puff of smoke. The entire Hokage office was gradually filled with smoke. Shimura Danzo frowned slightly. According to the information obtained from Yakushi Nono, and by observing his micro-expressions, CG is indeed not a spy and has never done anything to let Konoha down. But Danzo Shimura was still worried. Not being a spy doesn't mean you possess the will of fire. The Uchiha brat, who is inherently evil, now has the blood of those bandits from the Hidden Cloud village. How twisted will he become? Such unstable elements must be eliminated at the root to plant the seeds of their evil deeds to ensure safety. Hiruzen, give me Uchiha CG. I will let him wash away everything in the past and become the new Konoha ninja. No, the Uchiha is currently in a delicate situation with the village, and this will cause dissatisfaction among the Uchiha. Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's proposal without thinking. As a witness to the First and Second Shinobi World Wars, he could smell the coming storm. Kumagakur is accumulating military strength and is in danger of military expansion. Konoha had only recovered for a few years, and if war broke out again, he had a feeling it would be even more intense than the last Ninja World War. How could he possibly cause dissatisfaction among the Uchiha clan now? The Uchiha clan's ninjas are an important force in the village. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo raised his voice. That's enough, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe. In his opinion, Danzo's overall perspective was too poor. Chapter 15 Is Kingsy a genius? He allowed Danzo to manage the route, and the result was that Danzo became the one who had the final say. If we just follow Danzo's words regarding Uchiha's policies, who knows how serious the consequences will be. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo Shimura slammed the door and walked out. Sarutobi Hiruzen has long forgotten the teachings of the second Hokage. This weakness towards the Uchiha will sooner or later harm the village. Ugh. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window, at the end of which was a rock statue of his own Hokage. A moment later, Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned an Umbu, who handed over information about CG. It clearly records everything that Kingsy did in the ninja school. The next day, ninja school. The next group is Kakashi versus Might Guy. As Kaino's voice sounded, Kakashi with short white hair and Might Guy in green tights walked out of the team. The two of them formed the seal of opposition with each other and began to fight. Obito was rubbing his hands together below. In the past few days, he has been practicing day and night just to make a name for himself today. Obito, don't lose to the new Uchiha CG later. Shiranui Genma joked, holding a wooden stick in his mouth. Humph, today I'm going to clear my name. From now on, I'm no longer the last one in the class. Obito raised his thumb and pointed at his face full of confidence. Hey, is this true? When Shiranui Genma saw Obito's appearance, he was already 80% convinced in his heart. Obito and CG are both from the Uchiha clan, but CG is the one who joined the class not long ago. The resources and time enjoyed by the two are completely different. Although Obito is the last one, he should still be able to beat Kiyoshi. Don't embarrass yourself. Just look at me. Obito turned his head and looked in the direction of Nohara Rin. He just wanted Lin to pay attention to him. CG versus Obito next. Hey, are you paying attention, Obito? Omino turned up the volume. I'm coming. Only then did Obito hear that his instructor, Kaino Lu, had already called out several times, and he immediately squeezed out of the crowd and entered the open space used for the battle in front. Don't say I'm bullying you, Obito said as he made the seal of opposition. This is a normal sparring match, of course not. Kingsy also made hand seals to indicate that he was ready. Upon hearing this, Obito rushed over immediately. Straight punch. Kingsy's figure flashed slightly and dodged the punch. Obito turned over and kicked with another whip kick. Kiyoshi lowered his body, blocked Obito's leg with his left hand, and grabbed with his right hand, trying to throw Obito to the ground. Obito, in midair, pulled out a kunai from his ninja tool bag. Bang! The two kunai collided, creating fireworks and making a dull sound. The two began to fight back and forth. This was also Kingsy's first time engaging in sparring. His movements were clumsy, but he didn't feel any pressure during his battle with Obito. It can only be said that there is a reason why Obito is called the last one. Obito's comprehensive points in the Book of Fighting are only 36, which is the value of the 8 items of ninja. It happens to be the same as Haruno Sakura's comprehensive points during her Genin period. Although the comprehensive points cannot fully represent a ninja, it can be seen that Obito is very weak now. He truly became stronger when he was tempered on the battlefield and opened the Sharingan. Who do you think will win? The battle between the two Uchiha in the class obviously attracted the attention of other students. Obito, this guy's last name is Uchiha after all. I feel so too. Many students in the class were whispering. Kakashi, who do you think will win? Nohara Lin asked. It's hard to say, but Kiyoshi has a slightly higher chance of winning. Kakashi straightened his messy scarf. Just now, during the battle with Might Guy, my plaid shirt and scarf got messed up. Hey, why? Nohara Lin felt curious. Kakashi actually said that. In fact, deep down, she thought the same as most of the other members of the class, Obito would win. The gap between a person who has received long-term training and a person who has only received short-term training is really huge. Most people, at this stage, can't even reach the standard of ninja school graduation, which is a qualified 3-body technique. Kakashi began to tell Lin his opinion. I see. So everyone fights with taijutsu, or uses ninja tools like shurikens as ranged means. Nohara Rin understood what Kakashi meant. She turned her fair face in Kingsy's direction and observed him carefully. He seems to be stronger than last week. Nohara Lin said uncertainly. If Kingsy was thin before, now he is neither fat nor thin. Yes, he has a strong talent for physical skills. This advantage will make up for Kingsy's lack of experience. Kakashi nodded. Sure enough, not long after he finished speaking, the originally tense situation changed. Obito gasped for breath, distanced himself, and released 3 shurikens. Bang bang bang. Kingsy used a kunai to pick them apart one by one. After activating the Sharingan, even if Kingsy does not use the power of the Sharingan, his normal physical fitness will be benefited by the power of the Sharingan. The power of the pupils gradually penetrated into his limbs and bones, improving his physical fitness. My normal vision is much better than before. The shuriken that Obito released weakly at this moment seemed extremely slow in CG's eyes. Don't you have any other options, Obito? Kingsy said calmly. He hasn't even used his Sharingan yet. Humph, I just gave in to you just now. Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead and said stubbornly. I was wondering why Uchiha CG had such good physical fitness. Isn't he tired? Obito glanced at Uchiha CG and found that he was sweating very little. Is this someone from the land of thunder? Obito clicked his tongue. Before he had more time to rest, Kingsy attacked with a kunao. Obito responded hastily, blocking CG's kunao with his own. The next moment, CG stepped on the ground with his left foot and kicked towards Obito with his right foot. Bang! Obito was kicked and fell to the ground, screaming in pain. You lose. CG placed his kunao on Obito's neck. The winner is Uchiha CG. Kaino Lu announced after a brief hesitation. Even he didn't expect this result. Is Kingsy so strong? One kick made Obito so painful that he held his waist and cried out in pain. Thanks for the advice. Kingsy put all the kunao into his ninja tool bag and returned to the crowd. The long-distance runner, white, entry increases his leg strength by 5%. Ching Si, who already possessed the physical talent of the Yayu clan, suddenly increased the strength of his kicks. After Kaino Lu announced the result, the crowd, which had been noisy before, immediately became much quieter. This development is a bit too abrupt. Could it be that the new Uchiha CG is a genius like Kakashi? This thought has occurred to many people. I recommend a book by a friend. As the name suggests, it is not too serious, but the driving skills are first class. Read it and cherish it. Interested readers can take a look. Chapter 16 Kingsy wins. Uchiha CG actually won. So strong. No, the bet just now is invalid. This was an accident. After a brief silence, there was a more heated discussion. Some students even made bets on who would win between CG and Obito. Hey, you want to default on your debt? Okay, I'll give you my adult magazines. Beating a last place finisher wouldn't be a shock. But an ordinary person who can only roughly refine chakra and has only trained for a few days can defeat the prepared ninja students. The implications of this are thought-provoking. Years of practice are not as good as others' starting point of just a few days of training. The students in the class all put a new label on Kingsy. Physical genius. The most terrifying thing is that I heard that Uchiha CG has opened his eyes at this age and can use the power of the Sharingan. In addition to the Uchiha clan's famous talent for fire escape, no one knows whether Kingsy also has such talent in other aspects. I didn't expect this guy to be okay. Asuma Sarutobi spoke. Yes. Shirahong nodded. A pair of red eyes stared at Kingsy. The long, curly black hair swayed gently in the wind and fell on her face. What will happen to his illusion? Yui Hong murmured. What? Asuma Sarutobi didn't hear clearly. Nothing. Yui Hong shook her head. Okay, don't be discouraged, Obito. Keep trying next time. Kaino Lu went forward to check on Obito's condition. When he opened the lid, he saw some minor injuries, so he comforted Obito with a few words. Humph, I didn't perform well this time. Obito was so angry when he thought about how he had lost face in front of Rin. It's okay, Obito, you've tried hard enough. Nohara Rin also comforted Obito. Hearing Nohara Rin's comfort, Obito's expression became playful again. It's a shame that CG won't come and practice taijutsu with me. Might Guy looked extremely regretful. If he joins me in the special training of youth, he will definitely gain a lot. No, it's you who harmed him. Kakashi shuddered at the thought of an Uchiha wearing green tights and a watermelon-style hairdo. Uchiha CG, let's observe for a while. Kakashi mused. He had had enough of the fighting and chaos at the ninja school. The idea of graduating early is becoming stronger and stronger. His father, Konoha White Fang, was famous throughout the ninja world, but he was wasting his time here. When he was 4 years old, some time before he entered the ninja school, he could fully unleash the Earth style, Earth Wave. He also participated in a ninjutsu release competition, won first place, and received a silver kunao as a prize. If Uchiha CG could graduate early, it wouldn't be bad to be his partner in the same year. Kakashi thought so. Kingsy returned to the crowd and dealt with everyone's conversations. Lightning release, iron block is very useful. He could feel his growth rate increasing. Just now, during the battle with Obito, CG could clearly feel that he was more flexible than the day before. Lightning release, iron block can concentrate the lightning chakra on some muscle fibers under the skin, and through a specific chakra release frequency, penetrate the electric current into the deep layers of each muscle. Electrical stimulation activates fast-twitch muscle fibers, triggering protein synthesis mechanisms within the fibers and causing muscle cells to expand rapidly. This will make the training more effective than traditional methods. The disadvantage is that it cannot exercise the internal organs and bones, and at most it can increase the toughness and certain defense of the skin surface. It is enough for Kingsy's use at the moment. At present, Kingsy has not yet mastered this technique. He has simply tried the method on the scroll on local muscle fibers. Once Kingsy has mastered this technique thoroughly, his body will quickly become stronger. Next, Kaino Lu started calling the next group to start sparring. Kingsy continued to quietly practice lightning release, iron block in the crowd, guiding the lightning release chakra in his body. If someone were to use their white eyes to see through Kingsy's meridian system, they would be able to see a circle of weak electric current that was constantly radiating and spreading outward from the meridian system. He is getting stronger bit by bit. The current Kingsy can easily defeat himself, who just arrived in Konoha more than a month ago. Dusk. There are still many people in the third training ground. At the edge of the third training ground, next to a small river. Today, we're going to talk about treading water. Nohara Lin tells CG the secret behind this. Kakashi and Obito were there too. Obito crossed his arms, deliberately moved away from CG, and moved closer to Nohara-rin. Kakashi's expression remained expressionless beneath his black mask as he listened quietly to Lin's story. He understands all these things. The reason why he stayed here for several consecutive days was that he found that Kingsy was making progress every day. Sometimes, the ability to improve is a gift. It is normal to work hard but still stagnate. This is much more difficult than climbing a tree. How will Kingsy deal with it? Kakashi's eyes turned to CG. When climbing a tree, you just need to gather the chakra to the corresponding part and maintain it at a certain amount. Since the tree won't move, it just needs to be able to stick to it. This is the most basic and important point for a ninja, to master how to produce a certain amount of chakra. When it comes to treading water, that is, if you want to keep your feet on the water without sinking, you have to continuously release an appropriate amount of chakra. And this amount must be just enough to support your body. This requires maintaining a certain amount of chakra, and tests the ninja's ability to gather chakra at the soles of the feet for a long time. When a ninja refines chakra, they are essentially constantly on the move. This makes controlling and maintaining chakra incredibly difficult, so a solid foundation is crucial. Nohara-rin spoke very seriously. It's obvious that he has been listening attentively in class and has memorized all the knowledge. Oh, I got it. Obito, who often daydreams in class, discovered that Lin had just talked about a lot of theoretical knowledge that he didn't know. Obito turned and glanced at Kakashi. Kakashi's expression didn't change. Obviously, like Nohara-rin, they all know this knowledge. He looked at Kingsy again, only to see that Kingsy seemed to be lost in thought. Oh no, he couldn't be the only one who was confused by what he heard. Obito's heart tightened. I decided to brush up on my knowledge after I get home. Let me demonstrate. Nohara-rin took off her shoes and stepped her delicate jade feet on the slowly flowing water, creating circles of tiny ripples. She took a few steps, her posture very steady. Take off your shoes, it will be easier. Nohara-rin gave another little tip. Without wearing shoes, just concentrate the chakra on the soles of your feet. When wearing shoes, you also need to consider the thickness of the shoes and their conductivity to chakra. It is good. Kingsy took a few steps forward and took off Uchiha's robe, leaving only a long sleeve lining. He formed seals with his hands, gathered a certain amount of chakra, and began to try to stand on the water. Chapter 17, not much time left. Seeing this, Obito immediately took off his sports jacket in a hurry and jumped into the water with a splash. Idiot, I told you to stand on the water, not dive in. Kakashi said venomously. Hey, you're the idiot, Kakashi. It's too hot. Can't I lower the temperature first? Obito's head emerged from the water, and there were many water stains on the orange sunglasses he was wearing. Yeah. Kakashi's tone remained unchanged. Don't underestimate me. Watching the argument between Kakashi and Obito, Nohara-rin burst out laughing. Okay, everyone stop arguing. Whenever this happens, Nohara-rin will come out to smooth things over. Kingsy had no interest in getting involved in their fight and focused on his training. As I said before, the only two people who could enter Obito's heart from beginning to end were Kakashi and Nohara-rin. He saw with his own eyes that the person he secretly loved was killed by his best friend. At that moment, he hated everyone extremely. He hated Minato Namikaze for not being there, he hated Kakashi, the genius, for not taking good care of Rin, and he hated Kumagakur for kidnapping Rin. This is the fundamental reason why Obito is determined to carry out the Moon Eye project and end the ninja system, and it is his extreme behavior. Minato and Kushina, who were so kind to him, were killed at will. Nohara-rin can have a deeper contact. Kingsy thought about it. Nohara-rin has quite a talent. Moreover, given time, it may become CG's trump card to control Obito. After all, Kamui is the one with the best record in kaleidoscope eye technique. It is much more expressive than the invincible Amaterasu. Contacting Obito is more risky than contacting Kumagakur. At least Kumagakur has a history of lurking. For example, they kidnapped Kushina and were not discovered until they reached the border. Kingsy also took this into consideration when making the connection. As for Obito, who knows if Madara sent White Zetsu, who has full lurking ability, to sneak into Konoha to monitor Obito, there is a high probability that Obito will turn evil. It is always good to have a little more confidence in saving your life. Gradually, the golden gauze fell, replaced by a starry night sky. It was already night. The light from a street lamp in the distance shone over, making the water surface sparkle. The third training ground is also near the center of the village, not too far away. Obito's grandmother took Obito back home, and Nohara-rin was also picked up by her own parents. They all told their families their whereabouts in advance. A man wearing a green ninja vest and having the same white hair as Kakashi walked over. Kakashi, it's time to go back. Yes, father. Kakashi nodded and followed the man. At this time, Kingsy was the only one left, still practicing by the river. Heitake Sakumo patted Kakashi's head and walked home with Kakashi. After walking for a while, he turned back to look at CG and said, "Is he Uchiha CG from the Land of Lightning?" Heitake Sakumo said. The Uchiha clan recently found new members from outside, and this matter has caused a lot of uproar. There is no other reason, this is the first case of the Konoha ninja clan's bloodline being leaked. The Hyuga clan, which is also known as a family of dojutsu like the Uchiha clan, has never revealed a single rolling eye. The weaker clans, such as the Yamanaka clan, the Inuzuka clan, the Akimichi clan, the Nara clan, etc., have never encountered such a situation. This attracted much attention to Uchiha Seiji. Most people are wondering, can a person from the land of lightning who has not received Konoha education in his childhood successfully inherit the will of fire? He is Uchiha Seiji. Kakashi spoke, then turned around. He was now very far away from Kingsy and could only see a figure practicing there. He seems like a determined kid. Heitake Sakumo's keen insight allowed him to see deeper. Kingsy could now barely keep his feet above the water by treading water, but he was only halfway down, with the water covering his insteps. How long has it been since Kingsy entered school? It seems that Uchiha Kiyoshi will be a formidable opponent for you in the future, perhaps even stronger than Might Guy's son. Sakumo Heitake said earnestly. In addition to the Uchiha's Sharingan, Seiji is said to possess the talents of the Yotsuki clan. There are only two results for mixed blood unions between ninja clans. 1. Become more powerful than ordinary purebloods and inherit the talents of two bloodlines. 2. They interfere with each other, and as a result, they inherit nothing and become ordinary people. Among them, the probability of the second one is particularly high. Therefore, ninja clans with different surnames rarely combine with each other. Uchiha Seiji should be the former. Such a fast learning speed and physical endurance are not something that Uchiha can achieve. Heitake Sakumo glanced at Kakashi's forehead, which was covered with sweat. Obviously, even his son, who was known as a genius, could not endure such long-term training. Father is right. Kakashi agreed. Kakashi wasn't impressed by his father's comment that Might Guy would be a worthy opponent. Looking at Kingsy's steady steps and rapid progress, I felt a certain sympathy. If Kingsy was not a transfer student, but a student with normal progress like them, how strong would he be? Kakashi didn't know the answer to that question, but he thought that Uchiha Seiji might also be praised as a genius. The father and son walked further and further away. After they had completely left, Kingsy looked in the direction they left. Konoha White Fang, Heitake Sakumo. It won't be long before he commits suicide at home because he fails in his mission and can't bear the pressure of constant condemnation from the villagers. Time is limited. Kiyoshi secretly said. The number of missions that Heitake Sakumo completed during his lifetime is recorded in the official book. There were a terrifying 27 S-level missions alone and 123 A-level missions. This means that Heitake Sakumo is already an experienced ninja and is used to seeing life and death. And ninjas are naturally inseparable from dark espionage and assassinations. There is always blood on your hands. However, his death was suicide. Kakashi was the first to discover the body after the suicide. The fact that his most admired father committed suicide like a coward left him with an indelible psychological trauma. Perhaps only Konoha White Fang himself knows why he committed suicide, but it is very likely that politics will be indispensable. When Minato Namikaze introduced Kakashi's father to Obito, he said, "It is said that the legendary three ninjas are afraid of him. The specific situation can only be seen by different people. All Kingsy could do was to get stronger quickly. People like Heitake Sakumo all ended up like this. What's more, he is a lightning countryman, Night Moon clan, and Uchiha. This series of labels has made his image more subtle. There is a high probability that Danzo Shimura or someone else has already set their sights on him. The only way is to grow stronger quickly." Turning back, Kingsy continued his practice. It was still early, and the nightlife on Konoha's bustling streets was just beginning. He still has time to practice. Entry, water treader, white, dot. Requirement, walk on the water with your feet as if walking on flat ground. Progress, 25%. Dot. Effect, in special terrain, your chakra control skills become more proficient, and your chakra sustainability is longer than that of ordinary people, increasing by 5% from the original base. Note, you can advance later. Chapter 18, Yoruzuki Seiji is the distant nephew of the Reikage. A translucent entry panel appeared in front of Kingsy. I got this entry not long after trying to tread water. The progress bar has reached 25%. If you continue this for another 4 days, you should be able to obtain water treader, white. It can be even shorter. Kingsy turned off the panel and continued to squeeze his body to extract chakra. As Yayu is of mixed blood with the Uchiha clan, he has more chakra than others. The Uchiha clan possesses a large amount of chakra. The only ones who can surpass the Uchiha clan are the Senju and Uzumaki clans. The official book describes them as a clan possessing extremely large amounts of chakra. But in addition to his Uchiha bloodline, Kingsy has one more advantage over other Uchiha, that is, he is from the Yayu clan. As they are famous for their ninjutsu and can adapt to the electric current of lightning release, physical energy is naturally indispensable. Kingsy can practice for a longer time than others. Chakra is a mixture of spiritual energy and physical energy. Through continuous physical exercise, chakra can be increased. Because in this process, the will is tempered and the body gradually becomes stronger. Sometimes, it's not that others don't want to continue exercising, but that the chakra is quickly depleted. This is the upper limit. For civilian ninjas, if they try their best, the achievements they can achieve are within reach. The strongest among them is Might Guy, who opened the Death Gate. However, he burned up all his chakra and pursued a moment of bloom, so that he could briefly catch up with those who were born at the top. Those descendants with its Satsuki blood flowing in their bodies. Kingsy is fortunately the latter. He counted his ancestors and found that they all started from Kaguya at Satsuki. The night wind blew, and only a figure was walking on the water. The flowing river also carried away the sweat from Kingsy's body. The country of thunder, Union Village. In one of the canyons, a waterfall cascades down, and the sound of thunder resounds endlessly. At the bottom of the waterfall, a dark-skinned man emerged from the water. His upper body was naked, and a tattoo of the word thunder could be seen on his right shoulder. Any news, Tutai? The third Raikage looked at Dode, who was walking towards him wearing a black hat and with his right eye covered by an eye patch. This is his most trusted confidant. Yes, a few days ago, Yatsuki Seiji has contacted the ninja we planted in Konoha, and Samudo's report is very detailed. Very good, this matter cannot be allowed to go wrong. The third Raikage patted Dode's shoulder, and his palm, which was bigger than Dode's head, patted him gently on the shoulder. Yes. Tutai nodded respectfully to the man in front of him who had a strong build, muscular body and looked like he was made of steel. Have you investigated his family lineage? The third Raikage spoke again, his dark upper lip rising and falling in a rough sound. It has been investigated clearly. Tutai presented a scroll. The third Raikage opened it and took a look, then frowned slightly. Is it related to the second generation? Yayu Kingsy was born in a small place called Shuyun Gorge and inherited the talents of the Yayu clan. His branch of the clan had weak ninjas from his father's generation, so he went out to manage the Yayu clan's shops outside. If you think about it carefully, this Yayu Kingsy is also related to the second generation Raikage. He is a distant nephew. The second generation Raikage is actually also from the Yayu clan. He is the only member of the Yayu clan among their generations of Raikage. The first Raikage had a dark upper lip, just like himself, but the second Raikage did not. It's just that they all have dark skin and strong build, so others think they look similar. He is an Uchiha and will not affect the succession of the next generation of Raikage. Tutai wrote. The third Raikage has a son who is considered a reserve for the next Raikage and can already call himself Ai. The waterfall hits the water, splashing waves and raising a hazy mist. Dode couldn't see the third Raikage's face clearly. His bloodline limit is very important to the village. Bring him back as soon as possible. Yes, third Raikage-sama. Several days passed like this. The autumn rain is drizzling, the sky is gloomy, and a hint of coolness is brought. Excuse me, Kiyoshi. Is there something you need, Mikatone? Kingsy held up an umbrella and opened the door to the courtyard. This was Mikato's third visit since she brought Nono the pharmacist last time. I remember the first time Mikato led us back, the sky was also so gloomy. Today is not a school day, Fugaku asked me to invite you to get together. We are all clan members, we should get together more often. A gentle face with delicate features appeared under the umbrella. Today, Mikato was not wearing the ninja combat uniform, but an ordinary casual outfit. Being a ninja is actually just a job. There are tasks that must be performed and corresponding holidays. You don't have to wear a ninja combat suit all the time during your vacation. Mikato was wearing ordinary casual clothes, but they couldn't hide her curvy body. Her black hair is set off by her white clothes, and even in the dim light, her fair skin still looks radiant and charming. Kingsy looked touched and agreed to go. The two of them each held an umbrella and walked one after the other on the streets of the Uchiha settlement. Just take a quick look and you will see the Flame Fan logo in many places. The door of Fugaku's house was not closed. Mikato led Seiji to the backyard, where there was a large open space. Boom! Fugaku opened his mouth and blew out a blazing fireball that was about 3 meters across, condensing in the air. As the raindrops encountered the fireball, they instantly turned into water vapor. Art fire escape ho fireball? Kingsy's eyes focused. This was considered the Uchiha's signature ninjutsu. Almost all Uchiha ninjas knew it. Here he comes. Fugaku looked at the two men, one tall and one short. Why are you still practicing outside in the rain? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold? Mikato said angrily. Ha ha ha, I'm Evil Eyes Fugaku, how could I possibly catch a cold so easily? Fugaku felt warm at Mikato's concern. The fireball in the air suddenly dissipated, leaving behind some residual warmth. Come inside. He just felt like practicing this move, but the time was short and his hands were not wet with rain. Turned around and walked into the house. Kingji, have you adapted well to life at the ninja school during this period? Fugaku stood at the edge, looking at the boy behind Mikato. Very adaptable. Kiyoshi said. He lowered his umbrella and leaned it against the edge. This place can also be called a corridor. Here are the shoes. Fugaku pointed in a direction. It is good. Kingsy changed his shoes and stepped onto the wooden board. Mikato changed her shoes before Kiyoshi, and after Kiyoshi had finished, the three of them went in together. I asked Mikato to make these. Kiyoshi, please try them. As soon as he entered the house, Kingsy saw the table filled with delicious food. The air is filled with the fragrance of life. Misaki-san's cooking is very good. Kingsy seemed to sigh. I was thinking, has the relationship between the two of them reached this point? Is this less than lovers but more than friends? Yes, Fugaku kept asking me for help, so I came here. Mikato laughed. This was actually her first time visiting the Fugaku family. The Uchiha clan is a large clan, and their rules are not as strict as those of the Hyuga clan, but they still have many more rules than those of ordinary families. The two of them haven't confirmed their relationship yet, so naturally they can't do such shameless things. If it weren't for Seiji's reason, Mikato wouldn't have come to Fugaku today. unless the relationship is already established. Chapter 19, Blocking Attack is Birth Spring. You've been here for a long time, is there any ninjutsu you want to learn? Fugaku asked. I've just started school, so I'm afraid I'm not old enough to learn ninjutsu yet. Kingsy looked hesitant. You can learn it later. Choosing ninjutsu is a privilege that all Uchiha have. Fugaku's gaze fell on Seiji. That old-fashioned square face gives people a sense of awe without even being angry. Every Uchiha ninja has this right. The inventory of ninjutsu is also the result of contributions from clan members over generations. Then, thank you very much, Fugaku-sama. Kingsy said, pretending to be grateful. Seeing Seiji's attitude, Fugaku nodded with satisfaction. Exchanging some ninjutsu for Kingsy's recognition of Uchiha, this deal can only make money. According to the Chunin teachers in the ninja school, Kingsy seems to have great talent. This makes it increasingly necessary for Kingsy to establish ties within the clan. If it cannot be established, it must be marginalized. The Uchiha clan needs loyal Uchiha. Is there any kind of escape technique you want to practice? Fugaku wrote. There are 5 basic types of escape techniques circulating in the ninja world. Water escape, fire escape, wind escape, lightning escape, and earth escape. The rest all fall within the scope of secret techniques or bloodline limits. Lightning escape, right? I've used chakra test paper before, and it has the lightning attribute. Kingsy pretended to think for a moment and then said the ninjutsu he wanted. Thunder escape. The Yayu clan is very adaptable to the lightning release ninjutsu. Once Kingsy gets it, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. In fact, no matter which of the 5 basic attributes of escape techniques, there is great potential. It's just that the ninja world is too traditional and relies too much on chakra. Chakra is the key to success and failure. Many technologies are covered with a layer of chakra core and ignore other physical laws. For example, thunder release can derive magnetism, that is, electricity generates magnetism and controls the power of the magnetic field. This magnetic force can even be used to distort gravity, use electric fields to manipulate electron orbits, and so on. There are so many directions to choose from. This is exactly the unique vision that Kingsy possesses as a time traveler. Simply using lightning to strengthen the body or utilizing natural thunder is too crude. Even if it is fire escape, you can still play it in a variety of ways. The development of fire release ninjutsu essentially consists of 2 aspects: plasma creation and temperature control. We can turn to molecular motion control or energy flow control. Speeding up molecular motion means increasing temperature, and slowing it down means cooling down. At the same time, we can develop things like high frequency. When it comes to developing technology, it is actually Yunyan, who seems to be the most reckless, who has gone the furthest. Orochimaru is only good at biological science and genetic engineering. In the last theatrical version of Naruto Shippuden, the last, only a few years after the 4th Shinobi World War, Kumagakur developed the chakra cannon. It is powerful enough to destroy the moon with a single shot, making it the most powerful weapon in the ninja world. Alright. Fugaku nodded. The Uchiha clan's ninjutsu inventory contains many scrolls of lightning-style ninjutsu. Later, I'll have someone take you to get the scroll you like. Remember, don't be too ambitious. A D rank will be enough. Yes, thank you, Master Fugaku. Kingsy pretended to be grateful. Okay, let's eat. Mikato looked at the dishes and said, if you don't eat it now, it will get cold. Kingsy filled a bowl with rice. If you want to grow, adequate nutrition is essential. Then, Fugaku brought up other topics and chatted with Mikato from time to time. Occasionally, the old-fashioned Fugaku would tell 1 or 2 interesting anecdotes to amuse Mikato. Kingsy ate in silence. About half an hour later, Mikato brought Kiyoshi back from the Fugaku residence. The 2 walked back the way they came. Misaki-san, what's the typical retirement age for ninjas? Kingsy spoke. Ninjas don't seem to have a legal retirement age. I haven't heard that there is a pension after retirement. Retire? Mikato thought for a moment. Most ninjas don't live to see retirement, but if they want to, they can apply. Once approved, they can retire and leave the ninja industry. Mikato didn't see many old ninjas who lived to be in their 80s or 90s, but she did see many genin who graduated from the ninja academy. Because he couldn't stand the cruel ninja world, he chose to retire. That's it. Kingsy nodded. This is true. In Itaka's true biography, there is a female ninja named Shinko in Itaka's team too. She felt despair about the cruel ninja world and gave up her qualification as a ninja. Later he worked in a tea shop in the village. Ninjas are tools. When using tools, do you consider the degree of wear and tear? You know, this is a world where even children go to the battlefield. With a kunao in hand, you have to go to the battlefield and kill people. There is no psychological counseling for these ninjas. From this perspective, it makes sense that the ninja world is full of extremists and psychopaths. They had long been quietly distorted under the ninja system. But as for me, I might retire soon. When Mikato said this, her voice was noticeably softer. Congratulations, Mikato-san. Ching Si congratulated him with a smile on his face, but his heart was cold. Is Itaki about to be born? This made Kingsy feel depressed. When Seiji doesn't want to be a ninja anymore, he can retire. Mikato smiled slightly. Seiji continued to walk with Mikato, one in front and one behind. He raised his head and looked at the woman walking in front of him. Is there a way to prevent Itaki from being born? There was a faint hint of red in the Sharingan in Kingsy's left eye. The power of the pupils is rippling. Kingsy closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, it was pitch black again. As for Fugaku, CG only felt that he was a weak hypocrite. It was really a pity for Mikato and him that they ended up dead. Fugaku gave himself ninjutsu in order to gain recognition from the Uchiha clan, which was essentially the same as Kumagakur's attempt to win him over. From now on, CG will naturally have to rely on the Uchiha to do things and contribute. It's like a transaction. If that's the case, that's fine, Kingsy also agreed. But Fugaku never considered any Uchiha outside of his family as clan members. Uchiha Fugaku cannot escape the responsibility for killing the Uchiha clan. When Itachi betrayed the Uchiha clan, he massacred a large number of innocent people, and he killed his way all the way home. As the clan leader, how could Fugaku not notice anything? In the anime version, he also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. But he never mentioned Itachi killing his tribe members. On the contrary, he was satisfied with Itachi's determination to do his own thing, and encouraged and praised him. In Itachi's true biography, he said to Itachi, "Even though we have different ideas, you are still our pride." He willingly allowed himself and Mikato to die together at Itachi's hands. The only person he mentioned was his other son, Suzuki. Outside the gates, countless tribesmen lay still buried. The majority of the Uchiha clan are ordinary people. Not everyone is qualified to be a ninja, just like only a few people can open the Sharingan. Unfortunately, the leader chosen by the Uchiha clan chose to betray them. Kingsy doesn't want to be buried with this distorted concept. Chapter 21 month later. The sky was just beginning to brighten and the sky was turning pale. Kingsy quickly got up from the bed, washed up, and ate bread. If possible, he would like to just eat the Bingliang pills to save trouble. In fact, Bingliang guan tastes very delicious. The reason why people say that Bingliang guan tastes bad is that they are special Bingliang guan made by Sakura. It is completely different from the commonly sold military ration pills. This saves time wasted on cooking and washing dishes. Unfortunately, Bingliang guan is not cheap and is not something Kingsy can eat on a daily basis. Kingsy arrived at the place where he trained daily and began to practice. About an hour passed. A voice finally rang out in Kingsy's mind. You have comprehended the entry, water treader, white, dot. Entry, water treader, white, dot. Requirement, walk on the water with your feet as if walking on flat ground. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, in special terrain, your chakra control skills become more proficient, and your chakra sustainability is longer than that of ordinary people, increasing by 5% from the original base. Note, you can advance later. Advanced Route 1, integrate into Tree Climber, white, to advance to laying the foundation seriously, white, dot. Advanced Route 2, integrate Tree Climber, white, and 3 body techniques, white, to advance to solid basic skills, green. 2 routes. Kingsy looked at the panel. Whenever he has free time, Kingsy goes to the river near the 3rd training ground to practice. Kingsy learned quickly because of his already strong talent and muscle memory which had already memorized all of this. Of course, this is in water where the current is not fast. If you want to tread water while fighting, you need to practice more. When some shinins suddenly turn to water on the battlefield, they have to hurriedly form hand seals and refine chakra to keep themselves stable on the water. Test the ninja's understanding of seal. Almost all ninjutsu cannot be separated from seals. Because in order to release ninjutsu, one must refine chakra, then control chakra into ninjutsu, and finally release it. The function of seal is actually to help the ninja quickly integrate the spiritual energy and physical energy into chakra for refining and control, rather than simply speeding up the speed of seal formation. From the first book, the Book of Lin, to the Book of Zhen at the end of Shippuden, the official books have undergone many deletions and revisions. In the past, there were evaluations of the ninja's potential and luck, but these were deleted in the later official books. However, the 8 abilities of the ninja remained from beginning to end. This is enough to show the importance of seal to ninjas. This is also the reason why the level of any unsealed ninjutsu is not low. Let's choose the latter. Kingsy decided not to advance yet. The result of the current advancement is to get a new white entry. But if he waits for a while and gets the entry for the 3-body technique, he will be able to synthesize a green entry. It doesn't take too long to learn the 3-body technique. By climbing trees and treading water, Kingsy has greatly improved his seal ability, in addition to the additional bonus of the entries. After thinking about it, Kingsy continued to practice. I have already obtained the entry for treading water. The next step is to formally practice the 3-body technique. Some time ago, Kingsy learned the rope breaking technique and hiding technique from Nohara Lin. Both of these are basic E-level ninjutsu. Among them, the rope breaking technique is the first ninjutsu that must be learned in the ninja school. Afterwards, Nohara Lin told Kingsy the key points of the clone technique in the 3-body techniques, and all he had to do was practice. After practicing for a while, there will be a prompt on the entry panel. You have obtained the entry, 3-body technique, white, dot. Entry, 3-body technique, white, dot. Requirements, learn the duplicate technique, transformation technique, and substitute technique, dot. Progress, 1%, dot. Effect, your understanding of the 3-body technique is beyond ordinary people, and the effect will be 5% better than that of ordinary people. Note, you can advance later. Good. Kingsy kept making hand seals for the clone technique and continued to refine chakra to release this ninjutsu. The effect of the three-body technique will be 5% better than that of other ninjas. If the transformation technique continues to advance, will it become difficult to distinguish between the real and the fake? Generally speaking, transformation techniques are difficult to work against perception-type ninjas. According to the Book of Formations, White Zetsu's transformation technique is the most powerful among all ninjas. Apart from Naruto's malicious perception, it is difficult to tell by other methods. The early morning light fell on the forest, and the birds on the branches looked curiously at the figure under the tree trunk. Hey, is there anyone else here? Hinata discovered a figure who seemed to be practicing. Isn't that Uchiha CG from our class? Hinata's short dark green hair swayed gently in the wind. More than 50 meters ahead, a man wearing Uchiha's long robe was making hand seals. Don't worry about him, let's continue to find a place to practice the Byakugan. Hinata Tetsu, who was beside Hinata, spoke. Everyone in the Hyuga clan has a pair of white eyes. However, if you want to open your Byakugan, that is, be able to use the power in your Byakugan, you still need to go through a lot of practice. Hinata nodded and looked away. The Byakugan has the ability to see farsightedly and can see things within a radius of 1 kilometer. With practice, this distance can be increased. However, this ability is not suitable for practice in the village or tribe because it will intrude into other people's privacy. This is a very offensive thing and can easily be discovered by ninjas with good perception. The most important thing is that the relationship between Hyuga and Uchiha is delicate, so it is best to have less contact. The two left together. Kingsy frowned slightly, feeling the gazes on him. Looking back, I saw that the two of them had just turned around and left. Hinata Natsu and Hinata Tetsu. Both of them are minor characters in the original novel. Among them, Hinata Natsu is a member of the Hyuga branch family and will also be the future servant of Hinata Hanabi. Never mind. Kingsy shook his head and continued practicing. A month passed in a blink of an eye, and Kingsy had completely adapted to the life in the ninja school. Late autumn is gradually becoming colder, and the season of death is approaching. Kiyoshi's family. I finally got it done. A weak electric current slowly flowed through Kingsy's body. The electric current spread under his skin, constantly stimulating the cells. Kingsy looked at himself in the mirror. His figure is no longer thin, and his muscles, which have begun to take shape, fill out his thick frame. It seems that due to the influence of the Yayu clan's talents, Kingsy's development speed is faster than that of ordinary Uchiha. He looks taller. If you keep going like this, you might end up like a Kumagakur ninja. Kingsy shook his head and walked away from the mirror. His skin color is not dark, but closer to the white-skinned people in Kumagakur. But instead of blonde hair, her hair was black. I have completely mastered the clone technique, and the substitute technique is also halfway complete. Kingsy opened the entry for the three-body technique and took a look. Happy 2025, my dear book friends. Chapter 21. Isn't that fair? Completing a ninjutsu will push the progress to a little over 33%. It's now at 45%. This is because after Kingsy learned the clone technique, he put his focus back on lightning release, iron block. Kingsy learned this ninjutsu very smoothly. All I can say is that the Yayu clan is naturally suited to lightning escape and physical techniques. It should be a little bit short. Kingsy exhaled. The entry for strong physique has not been triggered yet, but I estimate that I will be able to meet the requirements after practicing for a while. He is now completely different from who he was more than 2 months ago. He is no longer skinny and looks malnourished. Hey, Kingsy, aren't you leaving yet? Kakushi's voice came from outside the door. Coming. Kingsy packed up his things and walked out carrying the cloth bag. The place where he lived was on the edge of the Uchiha settlement, so it was convenient to visit without having to go deep into the Uchiha settlement. Kakashi often came to see him for some unknown reason. The two came to the ninja school together. Kingsy learned something from Kakashi. That is, Kakashi's father went on a secret mission and seemed to be finally coming back. Kingsy knew that this time he would be carrying out a secret mission as captain to infiltrate the enemy camp. We are now in the sensitive period before the war, and this mission is expected to have a great impact on the Fire Nation. Then Heitake Sakamo will have to choose between the mission or his companions. As a result, he chose his companions. We're here. Kiyoshi secretly said. Within these few days, news of the mission failure will be announced. What followed was one-sided public opinion, and even the companions he had saved blamed him. CG glanced at Kakashi. Then, Kakashi will graduate this year and be promoted to Chunin in a very short time. Kakashi, CG-kun. As soon as I came in, Nohara Lin greeted me warmly. Her eyes were basically focused on Kakashi. Kingsy nodded. Whenever Kakashi is around, Nohara Lin's after-class explanations will be more detailed. If it was just CG alone, Nohara Lin would only be able to finish his guidance in a few days at most. Later, Kakashi kept coming, and Nohara Rin never said she would stop coaching him. Of course, Obito would come in every time for various reasons. Okay, class is about to start. After chatting for a while, the Chunin teacher in charge of teaching history patted the desk. A figure came running over hurriedly. I accidentally helped too many old ladies. Obito tried to sneak in but was caught by the Chunin teacher. There's no end of support for this old lady, right? Go stand at the back. The Chunin teacher didn't want to listen to Obito's nonsense. This guy is often late. On the first day of registration, you need to get the information to complete the registration, but even Obito was late. Really? Obito scratched the back of his head. CG looked at Obito from below. Before he turned evil, Obito really liked to help old ladies. He turned his head and spoke to Nohara Lin. Ask for some shuriken throwing tips. Obito glanced down and saw the arrogant Kakashi with a speechless look on his face. And there was Kingsy whispering with Lin in the back. Go quickly, the Chunin teacher urged. Obito then withdrew his gaze and walked back obediently. Obito, next period will be another class, so you won't be standing in the corner for long. Obito deliberately took the path next to Nohara Rin. Hearing Nohara Rin's comforting words, Obito's frustration was swept away. Sure enough, Lin is the best to me. As Obito walked along, he thought about the future, even fantasizing about becoming Hokage, reaching the pinnacle of life, and marrying Rin. School. Uchiha settlement. Not long after Kingsy returned home, someone came to find him and took him to an ancient building. Uchiha Yayu brought Kingsy here. Medicine fan, a D-rank lightning scroll. Uchiha Yayu spoke. She was wearing a dark purple Uchiha robe with a flaming fan family crest on the cuffs and a teardrop mole under her eyelid. Kingsy stood behind Uchiha Yayu. Uchiha Hajiki was the person Fugaku sent to bring CG the scroll. She is also the mother of the future Uchiha Izumi. He also died at the hands of Itake, but he waited for Yayu for a month before she showed up, and Kingsy knew very well that she didn't take it seriously at all. Of course, it will be solved only when it can no longer be delayed. I'm afraid that without Fugaku's order, CG probably wouldn't be able to get the scroll. For other Uchiha, it would take 2 or 3 days at most. It's normal to be ostracized and discriminated against in Uchiha. After all, the Uchiha are a proud clan. If CG was a half-blood from Konoha, it probably wouldn't be a big deal. But he happened to be from the land of thunder. Perhaps the Uchiha ancestors lived in the land of lightning, but that period of time was too long ago. It was so long ago that no Uchiha felt that he had any connection with the land of lightning. In Sasuke's true biography, Sasuke learned about the past of the Uchiha clan and the land of lightning from the people of the Blood Pond clan. A new tribesman. Uchiha Yaishin stuck his head out. He looked to be in his early 40s, and the scars on his cheeks made his smile look hideous. Yes, he is Uchiha CG. Yaoshin grinned, his scars piled up together, and said, half-bloods from the Uchiha clan are rare, and those sent from the land of lightning are even rarer. Yayu didn't respond, but just gestured for Yaoshan to get the scroll. Kingsy stood there, observing the furnishings of the house. Hey, first time. Uchiha Yaoshin forced an ugly smile on his face. There are precedents of mixed bloods in the Uchiha clan, but this is the first time that one has been sent from such a faraway place, the land of lightning. He turned and walked towards the iron gate at the back, took out a key and unlocked it. The light from outside shone into the dark room, adding a touch of brightness. But deeper down, the sunlight couldn't penetrate, and it looked dim. There was some white dust floating in the air. Uchiha Yaoshin lit a few oil lamps, and the room that seemed a little dim just now was filled with orange light. There are many old bookshelves here, filled with various scrolls. Thunder escape is over here. Uchiha Yaoshin walked into a place with the word thunder written on it, picked up a D-level lightning ninjutsu and held it in his hand. Can't I choose for myself? Kingsy raised his eyebrows. He also wanted to choose a ninjutsu that suited him. Uchiha Yaoshin looked at Uchiha Yayu, and the scroll in his hand stopped in midair. Uchiha Yayu's pretty face shook her head slightly. Fugaku didn't say anything, so I can't make the decision on my own. Did you hear that? Uchiha Yaoshin smiled again, and the scars from his smile piled up together again. Okay, thank you. In the end, Kingsy said nothing and took the scroll. After getting the scroll, the two came out of the room. Uchiha Yaoshin locked the iron door and sat back on the stool under the eaves in front. Fugaku is the clan leader, and we need to follow his orders. After walking for a distance, Uchiha Yayu suddenly spoke. I know, Master Hajiki. This is for my own good. After all, I don't know which ninjutsu is suitable for me. Kingsy nodded and smiled. It's okay to have bad intentions towards yourself. Then he can just charge some interest later. That's fair, isn't it? Yayu was stunned, looking at Kingsy's honest smile, obviously not expecting Kingsy to be so sensible. A gentle smile slightly relaxed her brow. You are a good child to think so. Chapter 22 This is bad. Kiyoshi has even more leverage now. Her hand rested gently on Kingsy's shoulder, as if to comfort her junior. I thought Uchiha CG would be as rude as the people of Lightning Country, so I kept putting off this mission. When I saw him today, I felt that he was simple and honest. At a close distance, Kingsy could still smell a fragrance. Uchiha Yayu said a few words of comfort and left quickly. Kingsy looked at her leaving back, his eyes flickering. Uchiha Hajiki and Uchiha Izumi, mother and daughter, look similar. There are tear moles under the eyelids. However, Uchiha Hajiki looks more like a mature version of Izumi. He opened the scroll in his hand and saw that it was an illusion-type lightning technique called Lightning Technique, Fiery Flash. For Kingji who already has the Sharingan, it is a bit useless. Genjutsu, in essence, is a technique that allows chakra to invade the opponent's body, interfere with the opponent's 5 senses, and make the opponent fall into hallucinations. It can be roughly divided into 3 categories: visual, auditory, and tactile. For example, Tsukuyomi from the visual category, Magic Sound Lock from the auditory category, Izanami from the tactile category, etc. Mediums performing illusions only need to adhere to these 3 categories. Lightning release can also be used as a medium for performing illusions, and lightning release, lightning illusion lightning pillar is one of them. From the all-round elite Jonin Nozomi from Kumagakur, the whole body can be transformed into electric light, making the opponent mistakenly think that it is a ninjutsu that obstructs vision and thus fall into this illusion. No, maybe it would be a good idea to incorporate lightning release into the illusion. Kingsy suddenly thought of it. The future famous instant body technique Shisui. His illusion instant body technique is to integrate the Sharingan illusion into the instant body technique. Kingsy can also try this. The Uchiha name is too famous. There is a consensus in the ninja world about how to deal with the Uchiha clan's ninjas, which is not to look into the Sharingan. Using other methods to release illusions can actually catch the opponent off guard. It's time to go find Samui. Kingsy put the scroll into his bag and continued walking outside. He currently lacks offensive means. Currently, he knows 3 techniques: transformation technique, lightning style, lightning finger, and lightning style, iron block. They can only serve as auxiliary. Because the essence of thunder release, iron block is to train the body and make it develop quickly. The other one is just a beginner and can barely use the thunder style, lightning finger. Even if his proficiency is improved, the power will not be much greater. This ninjutsu was probably originally used for medical purposes, as it could release weak electric currents to cause paralysis. Sushi place. Samoto, why is Itsui here too? He's so young. In the secret room of the sushi restaurant, Samui frowned as he looked at his younger brother, who was about the same age as Kingji. Being a spy is a dangerous job. If they are not careful, both of them will die here. The third Raikage takes Yatsuki Seiji's matter very seriously, so we can't mess it up. The village has spent a lot of effort to resolve Itsu's identity issue. Next, he will enroll in a ninja school to go undercover. A rough voice came out of Samado's mouth, and each bundle of dreadlocks, each as thick as a finger, was squeezed together. He looked at the brother and sister in front of him. It takes a lot of energy to infiltrate a spy. The village sent another person. I'm afraid that Yayu Kingsy's value has increased again. Samado glanced at the people in the secret room. In addition to Samui and the newcomer Itzy, there were a few people dressed as waiters. These are all spies sent by Kumagakur. There were a few companions outside who were on guard and did not come in. On the surface, they maintain the daily operations of the store, but secretly collect intelligence about Konoha. And he is the superior who is responsible for managing this group of spies. Sister, this is all for the village. I volunteered to come. Utsui's every word was about dedicating himself to the Hidden Cloud village. He shook his blonde hair, which was the same as Samui's, and looked like a child, but he already had the word hot tattooed in red on his left shoulder. Besides, I also want to do something for my sister. Utsui spoke. My sister is a very calm woman. Therefore, he has good spy potential. But lurking is too dangerous. It is said that Yatsuki Seiji is the distant nephew of the second Raikage, and bringing him back would be a great achievement. In this way, my sister won't have to carry out such dangerous missions in the future. Samui said nothing and sighed softly. It is both touching and sad. My younger brother is so young, and he has been placed here? He's an Uchiha, and the distant nephew of the previous Raikage. You should know the value of that. Samudra paused and said earnestly. It was you that Kingsy came to see last time, and he will probably contact him again next time. You should try to win him over more. Being able to do this well is everyone's achievement. You don't have to risk your head to go deep into the enemy camp and sleep restlessly all day. Yes. Samui nodded. Afterwards, Samudo gave everyone some words of encouragement, and also explained the matters concerning enrollment for the next semester to the newcomer Atsuyi, and then let everyone go back to work. Samui returned to the sushi restaurant absent-mindedly, holding a white rag and wiping the table. After seeing her brother, she began to feel restless. This is not about hating my brother, but worry. Do you still have squid sushi? Samui looked up subconsciously and was about to reply that there was more when he found that it was Yayu Kingsi. The feeling of uneasiness in my heart became stronger. Samui suppressed this feeling, looked around, and saw that there were no customers around, so he whispered, "What else do you want?" Samui didn't think that Kingsi would easily agree to return to Kumagakur. He probably came here to get something for free. More scrolls, preferably on swordplay. Kingsi held out his hand. Do you think of these things as low-hanging weeds? Samui looked at Kingsi's as if it was a matter of course, and Samui couldn't help but keep calm. Samudo said he wanted to win over Kingsi, but Kingsi's behavior was really asking for a beating. I just gave Kingsi 2 lightning release ninjutsu scrolls some time ago, but now he comes to ask for them again. You should know that most of the scrolls that can be bought with money on the market are common ninjutsu, and the effects are very poor, so there are many fraudulent scrolls circulating on the market. The vast majority of them are inherited within the ninja clan. Or you can find a teacher, and only if the teacher takes a liking to you can you learn ninjutsu. Of course I know that. Ching Si said slowly, and was about to say what he had prepared. Suddenly, behind Samui, I saw a man with the same hair color and pupils as Samui, and a tattoo on his left shoulder. The original words were quietly changed. Now it seems that he is very lucky. This must be your brother, Samui. A smile played on Kingsi's lips. Samui's emerald green eyes suddenly widened. Looking back, I saw my brother dressed as a waiter. He seemed to be hot and had pulled his sleeves up a lot. Immediately, Samui frowned tightly. This is broken. Chapter 23 Forced relationships are never sweet, but they're just right for quenching thirst. Only the companions who were in the secret room just now knew that Itzy was coming, and the companions on duty outside did not know yet. They would not be on guard when they saw Kingsy. This was Samudra's order. As a result, the younger brother who was originally planned to be sent to the ninja school secretly was discovered by Kingsy. Okay, follow me. Samui put the rag on the table and went upstairs. Kingsy immediately stood up and followed. Elder sister. Atsuyi, who was about the same age as Kiyoshi, scratched his head. Why is she going up there? Atsuyi didn't see the face of the child in front of her sister and just thought it was a guest. He put the matter behind him, picked up the rag that Samui had put down, stood on tiptoe and began to wipe the greasy dirt on the table. When Samui pushed open the door to the second floor, her fingers trembled slightly, but she quickly concealed her emotions and moved aside to let Kingsy go first. There is a small room on the second floor, which is the staff lounge area. It is small and simple, with a low table and a few futons placed in the corner by the window. The light from outside the window poured in, adding a hazy warmth to the room. But such warm colors could not dispel the coldness in Samui at all. Kingsy sat casually on the chair, tapping his slender fingers on the table, and looked at Samui. Since you're already here, don't waste time. Show me a sword technique that suits me. It should be simple and unpretentious. If it doesn't suit me, I'll come back next time. Kingsy Lion opened his mouth and made a request to Samui. If you can get benefits, you should naturally get them to the fullest. There are some powerful lightning-style ninjutsu. However, they require a lot of chakra and it is not suitable to display these ninjutsu in public. Others would wonder where Kingsy learned the ninjutsu at first sight. The best thing is swordsmanship. Using some inconspicuous moves, it is difficult to distinguish it from basic swordsmanship. Can. Samui nodded. The ninjutsu given to Kingsy must be funded by the public. She asked Kingsy to wait here for a while, and soon came up with a scroll. In addition to lightning escape techniques, the hidden cloud village is also good at swordsmanship. Swords and knives are inseparable in the ninja world. A sword is actually a knife. Killer Bee's Aragaki Sasuke blade can control 7 thin swords at the same time, which almost broke Sasuke's defense and forced him to use the Manjikyu dojutsu. Kingsy took the scroll, but his eyes did not fall on it immediately. Instead, they swept directly to Samui's face. It slid down from her delicate facial features, stopping at her fair and slender neck and the exaggerated curves of her heart. Samui felt that gaze, his face remained calm, but the coldness in his eyes became more intense. She was very familiar with Kingsy's eyes. Since she was able to come here to lurk and act as a spy, she naturally met many different people. That look is. The short golden hair swayed, and Samui's huge heart trembled slightly. Kingsy's eyes lingered on her face for a moment, then moved to the hem of her skirt. He glanced at the slender legs, and a hint of interest appeared in his calm eyes. Samui, who looked dull and without desire, was forced to do things he didn't want to do. What expression would it be? Miss Samui. Kingsy suddenly smiled, his tone neither hurried nor slow. Your brother is still young and has a bright future. If something unexpected happens to him, wouldn't that be a shame? Samui's face was still indifferent, but the fluctuation in his eyes could no longer be completely concealed. She was a calm woman, but when it came to her only brother, she couldn't hold it in any longer. Don't be nervous. I just hope Miss Samui will be more sincere. Kiyoshi said again. The air seemed to be frozen, and the sunlight quietly sprinkled on the low table, but it could not dispel the dullness that permeated the room. Samui hesitated for a moment, then slowly lowered her eyes, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her skirt. If we reject Kiyoshi, he might go straight to Samado. If worse comes to worst, just report this stronghold. Then it would be impossible for these spies to escape under Konoha's nose. What can she do? Even if I tell Samado about it, he probably won't care about it. It's his own fault for speaking so carelessly. Where Kingsy's gaze was focused, Samui felt like being pricked by needles. Her fingers slowly tightened, then loosened a little bit, and finally lifted the hem of her skirt a little. She didn't say anything, the coldness on her face concealed all emotions, her white and slender legs were exposed in the sun, and her pretty face was slightly cold. Kingsy's smile grew even brighter. If Samui does things for Union, it means he is aiding and abetting the evil, which is a sin. The pupil of his left eye turned scarlet from black, and as if squeezed, a black Megatama came out. One Megatama Sharingan, and the right eye, which had never responded, now turned scarlet, as if something was about to change. Special chakra began to generate in the brain and flowed to Kingsy's right eye. Kingsy vaguely felt that he was only one layer of membrane away from completely opening his right eye. Kumagakur wanted his body, and the Uchiha wanted his loyalty. He was caught up in this pressure, and there was also the Ninja World War that was about to break out. And the anger that had accumulated from Uchiha Yayu today was now somewhat released. A forced melon is not sweet, but it is just the right amount to quench your thirst. Even during the difficult practice, you should take time to combine work and rest. Yes, I am very satisfied with your sincerity. I am more determined to return to Union, but... When she was halfway through pulling it, Kingsy stood up straight, but a figure shorter than Samui stopped her movement. It seems quite absurd. That's all for today. I hope Miss Samui will be more careful with her words in the future. Kingsy casually put the scroll into his arms, stood up and left. Otherwise, if someone gets hold of something, it will be easy for you to be bullied for the rest of your life. It's not good to put too much pressure on Samui right now, as Kingsy wants to ask her for more ninjutsu later. It's okay to be almost there. It's not good to overdo it. Samui now looks only about 15 years old. The other Samudo looked to be in his 30s and looked difficult to deal with. When it comes to persimmons, you should naturally choose the soft ones. The door was closed gently, and the sound of the wooden boards and door frame was particularly harsh in the quiet room. Samui stood there, his shoulders trembling slightly. After a long time, her hands finally loosened from the hem of her skirt, and her body leaned weakly against the cabinet. A hidden blush now appeared on that usually cold and elegant face. Anyway, I didn't see anything. She sighed deeply, feeling extremely annoyed. If only I could go back to the time before I said that and Kingsy put the accusation on me. In this way, Kingsy might target someone else instead of her. About 2 minutes passed. There were brisk footsteps outside the door, and Atsui's voice came. Elder sister. Samui immediately raised his head, suppressed all emotions, and turned to face his brother's childish face. Aze looked confused. The guest just left, and my sister stayed in here for some unknown reason. Tired? Samui squatted down, stroked his golden hair, looked at Atsui's innocent face, his eyes gentle but with a hint of bitterness. As long as she can protect her brother's future, she thinks it's worth it. This is for my only relative, my younger brother. After thinking about it, I decided to make the protagonist have a higher bottom line than in the previous book. Many female characters will not be forced, but will be conquered. Chapter 24, Lack of Money, Play with Hong. After Ching Si went out, he took out the swordsmanship scroll and looked at it for a few seconds. It's called Kumiryu Swordsmanship, Asuka. The principle used is very simple, which is to use lightning to activate cells, temporarily increase speed, and win by speed. You need to prepare a knife. Ching Si took back the scroll and thought to himself. He is not yet an official ninja and does not have the ability to receive rewards for missions. At most, he could secretly get some scrolls from Union to enhance his own strength. Don't even think about ninja tools or money. Anything beyond Kingsy's ability will immediately attract the attention of interested people, who will suspect where Kingsy got it. Ninjas need to pay for their own ninja tools out of their own pockets. Nara Shikamaru used some detonating tags and smoke bombs, all of which were explained by the word precious. Ninjas have to put their heads on the line to make money, and they have to pay for the things they get during the missions themselves. Only kunao and shuriken, which are relatively low-cost ninja tools, are the mainstream daily consumables for ninjas. Even the Uchiha from a large clan wouldn't provide everything. In Itaka's true biography, Uchiha Shisui's father broke a leg during a mission, and the young Shisui had to go out to earn money to support the family. This shows how high the expenses of being a ninja are. Not to mention Kingsy now. The living expenses that Uchiha gives every month can only guarantee Kingsy's basic life. It's okay to save a little money for snacks, but it's not enough to buy expensive ninja tools like knives. If that doesn't work, just buy a wooden sword and make do. Kiyoshi secretly said. Anyway, before graduating from the ninja school, a wooden sword is enough to get by. After becoming a genin, you can take on quests and buy a real iron sword. Seiji-kun. Just when Kingsy was worrying about money, he heard a voice calling him from afar. Kingsy turned around and saw that it was Zihai Hong. What's up? Kingsy spoke lightly. His fetish is mature women. Sunset red is too small. Last time, didn't you say last time that you wanted to discuss illusions with me when you have time? Yui Kurene's red eyes stared at Kingsy, and her rosy little mouth was slightly open. Kingsy recalled it for a moment and realized that this incident had indeed happened. However, in order to obtain the entry for strengthening the body as soon as possible, he had been practicing lightning release, iron block and had forgotten about this unimportant matter. Hey, did Kingsy-kun forget? Zihi Kurene frowned slightly. She has always attached great importance to this matter and reviewed a lot of information. Fine. Kingsy nodded. Just a good opportunity to test my illusion ability. In the ninja school, he didn't even have the chance to use Sharingan illusions. The teachers only taught him very basic illusions and some common sense about illusions. Kingsy agreed to Yui Kurene's request and followed her to the training ground where there were fewer people. Isn't that Uchiha Seiji? After supporting the old lady for a long time, Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead and caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Can't go wrong. The dark blue Uchiha robe and the height that was taller than him. Obito could no longer forget the image of Seiji's back. Every time he saw Uchiha Seiji and Nohara Lin discussing some insights on ninjutsu, he couldn't get a word in. One only regrets not having learned enough when one needs it. Obito could only watch them talk from behind with his head down. He doesn't understand. How can a person have good theoretical knowledge while being in good health? Is this person really from the land of thunder? Obito began to suspect that this was false information. Ever since Uchiha Seiji came to the school, his strength has been increasing by leaps and bounds. Compared to Obito, who has always been at the bottom of the ninja school, Uchiha Seiji is more like an authentic Uchiha, because most of the ninjas in the Uchiha clan are elites. When did he know Zihi Kurene? Obito thought about it, not understanding how Seiji could be related to the eldest daughter of the Yui clan. Obito, thank you so much. The old lady's trembling voice sounded. Oh, it's okay. Obito waved his hand with a grin, indicating that it was nothing. He really enjoys the feeling of being recognized and praised. Are you still helping the old lady? Asuma Sarutobi had his hands in his pockets, wearing a brown jacket, with a piece of candy stick sticking out of his mouth. Asuma Sarutobi always felt uncomfortable without something in his mouth. By the way, have you seen Hong? Asuma Sarutobi added another sentence before Obito could answer. I went to the grove with Cg. Obito pointed in a direction, which was the third training ground. With Cg. Asuma Sarutobi raised his voice. It's not right. How does Kingsy know Hong? It's over there anyway. Obito said hurriedly and helped the old lady leave. What he despised most was the dandy prince like Asuma Sarutobi, surrounded by the sunset every day. Just a bootlicker. Asuma Sarutobi immediately ran in the direction Obito pointed. When they arrived at a remote forest, Yui Kurane turned to look at Kingsy. Are you ready? Ready. Kingsy nodded. It is good. Kurane Yui formed seals with her hands, then took out 3 shurikens from the ninja tool bag behind her waist. Whoosh whoosh, the shuriken hurtled towards Cg. Kingsy's black pupils rolled quickly a few times, then he took out a kunao and knocked the shurikens away. Bang bang bang, 3 shurikens fell to the ground and stuck in the soil. This is just the beginning. Since it is an exchange of illusions, it will not be limited to these. The next moment, Yui Kurane waved a kunao and came towards Kingsy. Kingsy's kunao was blocked, and the black kunao was stuck in front of the 2 men. So strong. Shirahong said secretly. It was estimated that Kingsy had practiced physical skills in private, and the force caused her wrist to hurt a little. I have to release that technique. Shirahong took advantage of the stalemate between kunao and suddenly a clone appeared from behind him. The clone looks exactly like Kurane Yui, but is covered in pink cherry blossoms. Illusion, Naruto's clone? Yui Kurane's clone swung a kunao and stabbed towards Kingsy. This technique. Kingsy recognized the illusion released by Yui Kurane. This is an illusion technique passed down from generation to generation by the Ziri clan, which focuses on surprise and various actions. A move that appeared in Naruto Shippuden, Ultimate Ninja Storm. You can create ordinary clones and combine them with illusions to attack. Ordinary clone techniques can create an illusion that is exactly the same as the original body by refining chakra, but it is just an illusion. Its only function is to interfere with the enemy's judgment, but the illusion of Naruto's clone has the function of illusion attack based on the clone technique. It can make the recipient feel real pain. Why doesn't he hide? Yui Hong was confused. She had already launched her attack, but Kingsy seemed to be stupid, standing there in a daze, his kunao still blocking Yui Kurane's kunao. No other measures were taken. In a flash, Shirahong became more and more confused. When the pink clone's kunao was about to stab Kingsy, Yui Kurane immediately prepared to break the illusion. This illusion is pretty good, but it doesn't look very high level. There was a warm breath blowing behind her neck. Yui Kurane's pupils shrank. It was Kingsy? Kingsy is behind him? There is another one at 24 o'clock, and it will be posted at o'clock in the future. The update of this one at o'clock is because it was posted by mistake yesterday. By o'clock, it will be more than hours without update. In order to refresh the time and avoid interruption, I will post one now and the second one at o'clock. After the correction, the updates for tomorrow and the day after tomorrow will be at o'clock in the morning. Chapter 25, Hong, you must believe in yourself and continue to earn gold coins for me in the future. This disrupted Yui Kurane's mind, and before she could stop, the pink clone's kunao pierced through the figure in front of Yui Kurane. But there was no feeling of touch at all, as if it was poking through the air. Kingsy's figure gradually twisted and disappeared into the air. When did you release the illusion? There was a cold chill behind the warm breath around Shirahong's neck. The kunao was placed at her neck. Yui Kurane asked bitterly. She lost in one round and didn't even know why she lost. How could Kingsy, who was right under his nose, be just an illusion? And ran behind him. You lose. Kingsy took off the kunao. You have comprehended the entry, Pride of Illusion, white, dot. Entry, Pride of Illusion, white. Requirement to achieve, defeat Kurane Yui from the ninja school days and prove that the Uchiha clan's illusion is the strongest. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, your illusion ability will increase by 5% based on the original basis. Note, you can continue to advance later. Is this okay? Kingsy was stunned. It turns out that there is a chance of obtaining entries by defeating others. Then why didn't anything drop when defeating Obito? Is it because Obito's stats are very low now, or is it pure randomness? Kingsy stroked his chin and pondered. While he was thinking, Zahi Kurane turned around, her crystal clear eyes widened. I lost so quickly. This made her feel ashamed of her father and the Shirai family name. Yes, I lost. Yui Kurane bit her lower lip lightly. When did I fall into your illusion? Did you forget something? Kingsy pointed to his eyes. The black eye on the left suddenly turned scarlet, and a Megatama was slowly rotating. Yuhiko's little face turned red in an instant. She made a common sense mistake. Don't look into the Uchiha's Sharingan. But, your eyes didn't turn red just now. Sunset Red Road. If she saw Kingsy's eyes showing signs of turning red, there was no way she would still look him in the eye. Who do you think reacted faster, yours or my eyes opening and closing faster? Kingsy asked back. The Sharingan doesn't have any pre-swing or post-swing, it can be used and cancelled at any time. Sharingan illusions are transmitted through vision. Therefore, any ninja with a little knowledge in the ninja world knows that they cannot look at Uchiha. When Uchiha uses the Sharingan to cast an illusion, he needs to focus his gaze on the recipient. This process actually converts the Sharingan's power into a special form of electromagnetic waves. Eye power is a special type of chakra and still belongs to chakra. Chakra, on the other hand, has many variations. Tsunade's A-level ninjutsu Ranshin Chong can even convert chakra into electrons to generate electric fields, which is a superb way to use chakra. Unfortunately, Tsunade did not go any deeper and stopped at disrupting the enemy's control over his body. Uchiha, did you know that the speed of light and the speed of electromagnetic waves are the same? Kingsy said calmly, not worrying at all whether Uchiha could understand. Ninja academies also teach some basic physics and mathematics. These are the questions that will be tested in the written portion of the Chunin exams. The moment I saw you, I opened my Sharingan and hypnotized you. You were just casting your illusion into thin air. I slowly walked behind you. Uchiha looked surprised. This was the first time she had learned this knowledge. Careless. From now on, not only will you not look into the eyes of the Sharingan, you will also have to immediately avoid looking away when you see the Uchiha. Red, you're here. There were small noises coming from the bushes in the distance, and Sarutobi Asuma was panting heavily. It turns out Hong was just practicing illusion techniques with Ching Si. Asuma Sarutobi breathed a sigh of relief. He had secretly regarded Hong as his future wife and felt somewhat possessive of her. Uchiha Cg has opened the Sharingan. Why don't you compete with her in Genjutsu? Using Genjutsu against an Uchiha is a bad idea. Asuma Sarutobi shook his head and wanted to persuade Kurane Yui not to contact Uchiha Cg again. His mother, Sarutobi Biwako, had told him that dealing with Uchiha issues could easily involve politics, so he must be careful. Therefore, Asuma Sarutobi felt that it would be better to keep a distance from Uchiha and just talk to him occasionally. If you get too involved, who knows what kind of trouble you might get into. Kurane Yui listened quietly to Asuma Sarutobi's words and couldn't help but clench her hands. Doesn't it mean that if you are not an Uchiha, you are not worthy of learning illusion techniques? Asuma's words were too hurtful. Asuma, what do you mean? Hong's words turned cold. The person she admires most is her father, Yui Shinku. Doesn't Asuma Sarutobi's words deny the fact that his father spent his entire life researching the field of illusion? Hong, you misunderstood. What I meant was. Asuma Sarutobi looked at Kurane with an expression that didn't look right. I immediately knew that I had said the wrong thing and that there was ambiguity in my words. What he meant was to use other methods to deal with Uchiha. There was no need to use force to use illusion techniques and challenge the area where Uchiha was best at. Sarutobi Asuma-san, Kurane Yui's Genjutsu is very strong. Few people in the class can match her. If we talk about pure Genjutsu, even Kakashi can't compare to her. Unfortunately, before Asuma Sarutobi could clarify himself, CG spoke first. Illusion attacks the enemy's 5 senses. It can control the chakra flowing in the enemy's brain and nervous system at will. It is a technique that requires extremely high IQ. That's why I admire Kurane very much. Even though we Uchiha are notorious, Kurane Yui still has the determination to challenge authority. With such a ninja way, she will definitely achieve extraordinary things in the future. For the sake of the entry, Kiyoshi severely criticized Asuma Sarutobi, who now had some bad boy vibes, and praised Kurane Yui a few times. Ziri Kurane has carried out a total of 14 S-level missions, 138 A-level missions, and a varying number of other missions. It's just a pity that he reached the peak as soon as he debuted, and met Atake and Kisame, which led to his reputation being ruined for the rest of his life. But the performance is actually not bad. Hong's illusion ability can still deal with Atake's illusion for a few moves. Orochimaru was killed instantly by Atake with just one look. All I can say is that everyone has their own expertise, and the gap in illusion techniques is huge. Later, when Kurane Yui had a child, she withdrew from the front line and no longer got involved in ninja affairs. Gave up further research on illusion. Kingji. Zihai Hong was stunned. She didn't expect that this guy from the Land of Thunder would speak so delicately. That's right, Hong, you have to believe in yourself. Kingsy turned to Yui Kurane and spoke. You must believe in yourself more and improve your abilities. Then let me try to see if there will be more entries. Of course, Kingsy kept the following words in his heart and kept silent about them out of kindness. Chapter 26 The Rich Woman's Sunset. But, I lost to you. Shiri Hong lowered her head and muttered softly. Her voice was like crumpled red silk, revealing a strong sense of unwillingness. The curly black hair shone lightly in the sunlight, and the red eyes flickered, obviously hiding a grievance. That doesn't mean you won't grow in the future. Maybe you'll be able to defeat me next time. The Sharingan isn't invincible. Kingsy continued to comfort for the sake of the entry. The Sharingan is certainly not invincible. If you want to make the Sharingan more powerful, you have to increase the Megatama or Tomo patterns continuously, and finally reflect your own spiritual power, so that the Sharingan and your heart are synchronized. The real kaleidoscope contains many pieces of colored glass. As long as you rotate the kaleidoscope and make the fragments produce different combinations, different patterns will be formed. The Mangekyo Sharingan happens to rotate the Megatama continuously, using the fragments of one's own mind to construct one's own pattern. The mind and spirit are actually the power of Yindan. The Uchiha clan inherited the power of Yindan from the Six Paths Sage and passed it down from generation to generation through their bloodline. Hearing this, Shiri Hong's eyes sparkled and her expression became much better. Okay, Kingsy, I will definitely prove myself. Zahikure raised her head, her voice was filled with rare firmness, and a small flame ignited in her tender red eyes. It is good. Kingsy nodded. Kurene's father is Shinku. Shinku's illusion technique is indeed powerful among the Jounin of Konoha. There are even rumors that his illusions can rebound the Mangekyo Sharingan's illusions. However, this is not mentioned in the comics or anime. It should be strong, but the illusion is not that strong yet. If the illusion can rebound the illusion of the Mangekyo, then it would not be possible to sacrifice so carelessly on the night of the nine-tailed fox. Besides, how many pairs of Mangekyo Sharingan are there in the entire ninja world? Did Shinku rebound Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan or other people's Sharingan? Fugaku, whose Mangekyo Sharingan is in doubt? Fugaku only opened the Mangekyo in the original anime, not in the comics. Now in reality, CG doesn't know which one to follow. But what is certain is that in the anime, Fugaku never told Mikato that he possessed the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he kept it hidden until the very last moment. He wanted to wait until he was absolutely sure before using the Mangekyo Sharingan to control the Nine Tails. The result was that he had been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger for too long, and he really turned into a pig. He didn't show any performance at all and voluntarily died at the hands of Itaki. Okay. After all, they are children, they don't want to admit defeat and want to prove their self-esteem. Kingsy saw this from her determined eyes, but did not say much. He just nodded slightly with a meaningful smile on his lips. Become stronger. The stronger, the better. Let me see if you can bring me new entries after you become stronger. Ahem, Hong, this is exactly what I wanted to express. Seeing that something seemed amiss, Asuma Sarutobi quickly stepped forward and spoke. I want to do something to salvage what I just said. Unfortunately, Hong didn't say anything, just left quickly. Asuma Sarutobi knew that Kurene was angry, scratched his head, and quickly chased after her to try to coax her into peace. When Kingsy saw the two of them leave, he did not follow them and continued to stay here to practice. Thunder Release, Iron Block has many parts that cannot be trained by electric current, such as deeper muscles, bones, internal organs, etc. In these areas, Kingsy has to work hard on his own. He ran to a slow river, stepped on the water and started running. Ordinary running can only improve your physical fitness. Running on the water can not only hone your chakra control skills but also exercise your body, killing two birds with one stone. Such behavior will consume chakra quickly. Without Kingsy's chakra base, it won't take long before he is out of breath and feels tired all day. Evening. Kiyoshi dragged his sweaty body home. Not long after, he noticed a beautiful figure in red standing at the door. Sunset Red? Why is she here again? Kingsy didn't know why just anyone knew his home. Kakashi didn't know how he found his home. The same goes for Shirai Hong. She clearly never took them back. Are you ready to prove yourself again? Ching Si said calmly. According to normal development, shouldn't Shirai Hong go through a period of hard training at this time, and then come back to challenge me after a period of time, and get some entries by the way? I want to discuss illusion techniques with you. Although I've practiced them, I still lack the theoretical knowledge. Kingsy's theoretical knowledge shouldn't be bad either, so I can become stronger faster. Kurene was holding a scroll in her hand, obviously wanting to communicate with Kingsy. I'm planning to use my free time to do some odd jobs, like serving dishes at a sushi restaurant, but I don't have much time. Kingsy frowned slightly. He couldn't waste his precious time on Kurene. Kurene doesn't have a mature figure like Samui, which can make Kingsy's eyes react. Unless she is a future queen, you can consider her, but the wife form is also good. Is Kingsy-san short of money? Shirai Hong was stunned. She didn't know that Kingsy had this trouble and was actually planning to go out and do odd jobs. I can give you tuition money. I only have a small amount on me, but I have some more at home. Shirai Hong hurriedly searched her pockets for the money she had brought with her, and looked with her hands open. The amount is not small, about 800 taels. Shinku is very nice to Kurene and always gives her a lot of pocket money. This is a long story. I've thought about it carefully. I really like the idea of exchanging illusions, which can make everyone's future better. Kurene-san, please come in. Kingsy's expressionless face curved slightly, and he opened the door and let Kurene follow. Since you have money, it will be easy. He now has money to buy ninja tools. Kurene is an only child, and Kingsy estimates that he can squeeze a lot of money from her. At least a small sword is not a big problem. It can also withstand scrutiny, because this is money earned from formal channels. Really? Kurene took a few steps and asked hesitantly. I didn't expect Kingsy to actually agree. Of course, Kurene-san, then I will tell you about my understanding of illusion. Kingsy wiped the sweat off his face and began to explain to Kurene. Taking some time to exchange illusions is actually a way to consolidate his own knowledge. Now the look in Kingsy's eyes when he looked at Kurene had become like an ATM, the kind that could give out both entries and money. The evening twilight shone in through the window, casting a golden glow. Zihai Hong nodded her small head from time to time and listened attentively. After a few days, Kingsy advanced Kurene the tuition fees for the next 3 months and was finally able to afford a second-hand dachi. Standing in the courtyard, the wind gently picked up the leaves on the ground and made them flutter on the ground. Kingsy stared at the leaf with his dark eyes, and gripped the scabbard with his left hand slightly more tightly. Crash! A stronger wind blew. Thanks to the great help of my fellow book lovers, I have successfully published a new book. I will update it frequently after it is put on the shelves. Old readers who are familiar with me know that the previous book has been selling tens of thousands of books a day for a long time, and it has also won 2 bids of 10,000 books a day. This book cannot be left behind. I hope that if book lovers like it, they can vote for a monthly ticket and continue reading. Grateful. Chapter 27 Swordsmanship. The leaves on the ground were finally rolled up and floated in the air. It was also at this moment that an electric current flashed through Kingsy's right arm, and the cell activity increased a lot. He suddenly drew out his small sword and swung it at the leaves. A crack gradually appeared on the leaf in midair, and then it split into 2 and fell to the ground. Ching's eye slowly changed from the posture of drawing the sword to sheathing it, and the cold light of the metal could be vaguely seen reflected from the blade. It's really based on speed, Kiyoshi secretly said. His eyesight could keep up with the speed of the leaves and capture their movement. The disadvantage is that the body's reaction speed cannot keep up and the accuracy is not enough. The days he had practiced swordsmanship were too short to be able to hit the leaves in an instant, but the extremely fast speed just makes up for the lack of accuracy. If 1 knife is not enough, use 2. If 2 cuts are not enough, try 3. Just as Kingsy's first knife missed the target, he quickly adjusted it and swung the second knife to split the leaf in half. It was just so fast that the less perceptive ninja could only see Kingsy drawing his sword, blurry swinging movements, and then the leaves splitting. You have mastered a new entry, Apprentice Sword Ninja, White. A translucent panel appeared in front of Kingsy. Entry, Apprentice Sword Ninja, White. Requirement to achieve, use a sword technique. Progress, completed. Effect, your swordsmanship training speed increases by 10% from the original level. Note, you can continue to advance later. Before buying a second-hand Kodaki, CG used a kitchen knife to carve a branch into the outline of a sword to practice Kumagakur swordsmanship. After 5 days of practice, that is, today, Kingsy managed to use the cloud-hidden sword technique, Asuka, and obtained a new entry. It can be said that Kingsy's swordsmanship training is 10% more than that of ordinary people. This is roughly the level of strength of an average genin. Kingsy put down the small sword and went into the house to get a glass of water. The power gap between genin is greater than that between humans and dogs. As strong as Mariboshi Kasuk, the 10,000-year-old genin. Because he was too eager for quick success and gave rash orders during the mission, 2 of his companions were killed. So he swore an oath to the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, to be a genin forever, but his true strength was considered elite even among the jonin. He showed remarkable strength in the original work. The weak genin are the children of the common people. The 3-body technique is rarely used by other ninjas with ninja heritage, but for them it is already the strongest ninjutsu. If you know the 3-body technique and have some common sense, you can become a genin. I still have to graduate as soon as possible. Kingsy put down the glass of water. The entry for strong physique should be available this week, and then you can directly synthesize the entry for lightning release genin. Continuing to stay in ninja school is a waste of time. It is best to graduate early. For other ninjas, graduating early might mean becoming consumable early, but Kingsy is different. He can be exposed to more things and have more opportunities to trigger the entry panel and complete the conditions of the entry panel, thereby quickly growing stronger. Ninja School. In addition to physical training, ninjas also learn shuriken throwing techniques. Most ninjas carry shurikens with them. There are many shuriken-related ninjutsu, such as shuriken shadow clone technique, fire style, phoenix claw red, etc. Listen carefully, shuriken is the ninja's last line of defense. When a ninja's chakra is insufficient to unleash ninjutsu, if the shuriken throwing technique is good enough, it is very likely that danger can be averted. The Chunin teacher in charge of teaching shuriken throwing, Kyohei Fujimoto, was talking about it, and from time to time he took out several different types of shurikens for students to identify. There are Fuma shurikens that are much larger than ordinary shurikens, and there are also subdivisions of right-angled shurikens and curved-angled shurikens. CG quietly watched the various shurikens displayed by Fujimoto Kyohei. When it comes to shuriken throwing, the Uchiha clan is the best. Kiyoshi, how's your shuriken throwing skill? Kurane parted her lips slightly and asked. Kiyoshi was a transfer student. Shuriken was taught last semester, so the course was scheduled very late this semester. For CG, who is from the land of lightning and also from Uchiha, Kurane Yui was curious about her throwing skills. I don't know. I haven't practiced much. Kingsy shook his head. People have limited energy, and they can only make the best choice in the shortest time. First make your body stronger so that you can have more chakra and then learn more ninjutsu. While the two were talking, Asuma Sarutobi was watching CG and Kurane Yui from behind. No, who is the childhood sweetheart? Asuma Sarutobi could hardly hold back any longer. He wanted to find Hong to apologize for what happened before, but he couldn't think of a good way to start. Asuma, are you feeling down? Inuzuka came over and asked. No, how could I possibly say that after seeing my childhood sweetheart chatting with another man? Asuma Sarutobi waved his hand as if nothing had happened. As the son of the Hokage, countless expectant eyes have been cast on him since he was a child. So Asuma Sarutobi didn't want others to see his weak side. Okay, everyone, practice on your own first. Kyohei Fujimoto waved his hand and distributed the shurikens that the school lent to students. There are 20 puppets on the practice ground for students to practice. Where's Kakashi? Obito asked. He hadn't run into Kakashi all day. The teacher said this morning that Kakashi was absent. Did you attend the class, Obito? After receiving the shuriken, Nohara Lin returned to the practice area. The shuriken was blunt, and it was obvious that it had been used for many years. Hey, Lin, I forgot. Obito smirked. But Kingsy-san is really popular. It didn't take long for him to get to know a lot of people. Nohara Lin said softly, her voice pleasant. Before this, Kingsy had been practicing with them. Now, without realizing it, Kingsy seems to have a good relationship with Ui Kurane, a good student in the class. Humph, it's just that the guy is a foreigner and everyone is curious. Obito hummed. Once the novelty wears off, Uchiha Seiji will continue to be what he is today. He looked in the direction of Seiji and found that Seiji, holding a shuriken, was coming towards Nohara Lin, with Ui Kurane following behind him. Has Kakashi been away all day? Kingsy Dandeo. Because he expected to get the entry for a strong body today, and today happened to be all exercise classes, he was so focused on exercising that he didn't notice when Kakashi disappeared. Well, maybe something's wrong with Kakashi, Nohara Lin said. That Kakashi guy must be secretly practicing at home, Obito suddenly said, expressing doubt. He just didn't believe that Kakashi was such a genius. He must have been practicing secretly behind the scenes to get such good results. Obito, Kakashi isn't that kind of person. Hearing Obito say this, Nohara Lin frowned slightly. Kingsy didn't pay attention to their subsequent conversation. At this moment, there was only one thing on his mind. In all likelihood, Konoha White Fang is back. Still comeback failed. Chapter 28 Obtaining the first green entry. Kingsy had a guess in his mind, and he turned around to practice throwing shuriken. When Heitake Sakumo returns, he will not be able to withstand the public opinion in the village and will soon commit suicide. Kingsy cannot change this matter. He can only use it as a node to remind himself of time. After Kakashi graduates, Obito, Nohara Rin, and others will also graduate one after another. After that, there will be constant small frictions. It was not until the third Kaze cage was poisoned and taken away by Scorpion that the Sand Village immediately fell into chaos with no leader when they discovered that the Kaze cage was missing. This major event will become the fuse of the Third Ninja World War. CG. Ui opened her red lips slightly and found that Kingsy was already throwing shurikens seriously. She looked at the shuriken in her hand and then started practicing. You have learned a new entry, strong physique, white. A translucent panel appeared in front of Kingsy. Entry, strong physique, white. Requirements, physical fitness far exceeds that of peers, and the physical potential of the Yayu clan is fully explored. Progress, completed. Effect, your muscles will be stronger, and your strength will increase by 5% from the original level. Note, you can continue to advance later. You have obtained a new entry, throwing shuriken, white. A translucent panel appeared in front of Kingsy. Entry, shuriken throwing, white. Requirement, master the shuriken technique, which is essential for ninjas. Progress, 1%. Effect, the power of your hand skills will increase by 5%. Note, you can continue to advance later. 2 entries in succession rang in Kingsy's mind. When the conditions are met, understanding will be used. Entries that have not yet met the conditions will be described as obtained. These are all harmless. Seeing the appearance of the strong physique entry, Kingsy's black pupils began to fluctuate. Finally, I can synthesize the first green entry. Kingsy felt a warm current flowing through his limbs, as if he was soaking in a hot spring. If you clench your hands tightly, you can feel a sense of power. The long-distance runner entry increased my leg strength by 5%, and the strong physique entry increased my strength by another 5%. Will these two increase in combination? Kingsy pondered as he threw a new shuriken. The shuriken flew past with a sound of striking. I saw that the shuriken was already 1/3 embedded in the practice doll. His previous shurikens only had a shallow layer of sharp corners inserted into the doll. This is the effect of the strong physical fitness entry. I wonder if wind style, Raisin Shuriken is within the shuriken range listed in the entry panel. Kingsy thought so. Kingsy, you are so strong. Just now, Ui Kurane saw that Kingsy's movements were clumsy, but for some reason, the speed of throwing shuriken increased dramatically, and the shuriken was stabbed into the puppet in an instant. If this were a flesh and blood body, would it have penetrated all the way to the bones? It was just luck. The location there is quite vulnerable. Kingsy shook his head. He then found an excuse to leave the training ground and went into the bathroom, intending to synthesize a new entry. Kingsy opened the entry panel and found that the advancement route under Apprentice Lightning Release Ninja, white, was flickering slightly. Try clicking it with your mind, and a new pop-up window will appear immediately. Advanced Route 1 has been met. Do you want to advance? A mechanically synthesized female voice sounded without any emotion. Kiyoshi nodded and said, advanced. Next moment. You have obtained a new entry, Lightning Release Genin, green. Entry, Lightning Release Genin, green. Requirement, meet the minimum physical fitness requirements for a Lightning Release Genin. Progress, completed. Effect, your meridian system will become more adaptable to thunder, increasing by 20% from the original base. Note, you can continue to advance later. The meridian system. Kingsy immediately began to refine chakra and run lightning release, iron block. He found that the electric current spread in the tiny meridian system under the skin, and it was much smoother than before. Does this mean that I can gather more lightning release chakra in the meridian system? Kiyoshi secretly said. In addition to the total amount of chakra limiting a ninja's strength, the meridian system also limits it. It determines the flow of chakra in the body. The meridian system is extremely small, so small that it exists in every cell. All the extracted chakras can circulate in the meridian system immediately. In theory, chakra can also be conducted to any part of the body. Lightning chakra mode is a technique that attaches lightning chakra to the body's surface to activate the body and enhance hardness and speed. However, not everyone can do this, and there is a limit to the amount of chakra that can be gathered in each part of the body. When Sasuke met Itachi, he was too emotional and gathered a large amount of lightning chakra in his hands in order to release Chidori, which far exceeded his ability to bear, so his skin was damaged. Kingsy's meridian system is now 20% more adaptable to lightning release. In other words, the upper limit of releasing a series of lightning release ninjutsu such as Chidori will also be 20% higher. After thinking for a while, Kingsy closed the entry panel and went back to practice shuriken throwing to improve his progress in obtaining this entry. In the evening, it was time to go home from school. Kingsy found a reason to give Yui Kurane a holiday, sent her back first, and then rushed to Kakashi's house. After Konoha White Fang dies, Kakashi will fall into a state of madness. Crazy research on Chidori. This move was renamed Reikari after Kakashi used Chidori to shatter the thunder during his Umbu period. The seals in these two techniques are the same three, Jo, Mao, and Shen. Kingsy went there now, hoping to get some points before Kakashi completely abandoned his swordsmanship. You know, Konoha White Fang used the short sword for his entire life, but Kakashi broke it in a short time. This is the outward manifestation of Kakashi's declining swordsmanship. He can no longer accurately control the chakra attached to the sword. Hey, did you hear that? White Fang's mission has failed. Hasn't it been heard that his reputation is even greater than that of the legendary Sunin? Who knows? It is said that this mission will cause great losses to the village and the Fire Nation. There were whispers on the street from time to time. These people are all ninjas, they know more than ordinary people. The village was quiet yesterday, but today everyone is talking about Heitake Sakumo's failure in carrying out the mission. Kingsy observed and found that these people seemed to have just learned the news today. Everyone in the ninja school was not well informed because they were in the school, and no student knew about this. By tomorrow, I'm afraid all the students in the ninja school will know about this. After a while, Kingsy crossed a small fish pond and arrived in front of a spacious house. This is Kakashi's home. Only he and his father Heitake Sakumo live here. Kakashi, are you home? Kingsy shouted from outside. Soon, the wooden sliding door opened, revealing the things inside. Chapter 29, Konoha White Fang returns, Orochimaru's interest in CG. Kingsy saw an acquaintance. Tsunade. She seemed to be diagnosing someone. Next to her was Shizune, who was about the same age as Kiyoshi. CG. A young man with shaggy white hair walked out from behind the wooden sliding door and approached the wooden fence in front of the yard. I came to see why you took the day off. Kingsy made an excuse. Nothing. Kakashi's voice became much colder, and there were bloodshot in the whites of his eyes. Kakashi, since it's your friend calling you, let him in. A voice was heard in the room. Yes, father. Kakashi made way. Come in, Kingsy. Excuse me? CG followed Kakashi and pushed the door open. There were quite a few people in the room. Tsunade, Shizune, and Orochimaru. Two of the three ninjas alone came. Sitting at the innermost part was a man with long silver white hair and a ponytail. He was covered in bandages, and blood was seeping out, staining the bandages red. Sakumo-sama. Kingsy said respectfully. He then greeted Tsunade and Orochimaru respectfully. Long time no see, Tsunade-sama. It's you, Uchiha brat. Tsunade turned back, her eyes narrowed slightly. This kid's talent in physical skills is better than she thought. It hasn't been long since he developed a strong body compared to his peers. I'm Kakashi's father. You two are good friends. There's no need to be so formal. Heitake Sakumo smiled. It can be seen that Heitake Sakumo is a gentle person. It's no wonder that he created the 1,000 years of killing technique to prank his enemies and passed it on to Kakashi. Ho ho, Uchiha. Orochimaru licked the corners of his mouth. There were purple patterns on both sides of his nose, and earrings were worn under his earlobes. He heard about Uchiha CG from Danzo. Orochimaru looked back at Tsunade who was diagnosing Heitake Sakumo, and then looked at CG. How does it feel to be in Konoha? Orochimaru asked. The only foreigners who have entered a ninja school and are qualified to become ninjas are Uchiha CG and Uzumaki Kushina. One is from the Land of Thunder, and the other is from the destroyed Land of Whirlpools. Lord Orochimaru, it was only after I came to Konoha that I realized there are so many ninjutsu to learn. If I have the chance, I would like to learn more ninjutsu. Kingsy said. In a small village on the edge of the Land of Lightning, Kingsy does not have so many ninjutsu to learn, not even the three-body technique. In the ninja world where the strong are respected, only strength can allow one to survive countless turmoil. Yeah. Orochimaru was quite surprised by CG's answer. He thought that Kingsy would brag about Konoha's superior conditions like other children, saying that the moon in Konoha is rounder than the moon in the Land of Lightning and the air is sweeter. After all, Kingsy's life is completely different from the past. Hehe. It's a pity that everyone has limited energy, and there are only a few ninjutsu that can be learned in a lifetime. Orochimaru seemed to sigh with emotion. Learn more ninjutsu? He himself had such thoughts. But human life is limited. So I want to live longer. Only if I live longer can I learn more. Kiyoshi's statement surprised everyone. It is important to understand that birth, aging, illness, and death are natural laws that must never be violated. However, everyone has thought about living longer to some extent. But few people will always be so convinced. Everyone present felt that Kingsy had not grown up yet and was talking nonsense. Just like a kid who likes to clamor about wanting to be Hokage. What do children know? When it's time for death, just let it happen. Living too long is not a good thing. Tsunade waved her hand and told Shizune to put the medical equipment away. Shizune stepped forward, took out the sealing scroll and sealed them all. Tsunade and the others' reactions flashed before CG's eyes. In the ninja world, even though technology is constantly developing and changing with each passing day, but most people's thinking is very conservative or even pedantic. After thousands of years of development, even Naruto, who wanted to bring peace to the ninja world, never thought of abolishing the system of the daimyo, the nominal ruler of all people, but surrender. Even the feudal and cruel caged bird curse system of the Hyuga clan, which treated people as slaves, has not been abolished and is still being implemented under Naruto's nose. Few people think about living longer, or even forever. Only one person was different. Kingsy could feel Orochimaru looking at him, his gaze as sharp as a poisonous snake. No, Tsunade, he's very interesting. It was the first time that Orochimaru discovered that someone had the same idea about immortality as he did. Afterwards, Orochimaru asked CG several questions, and CG answered them one by one. Orochimaru, this guy. Tsunade frowned slightly. The usually reliable Orochimaru was actually chatting about some unreliable issues with a little guy who was not even a genin. They came here on important business. Sakumo, take good care of your injuries and don't pay attention to the sharp voices in the village. Tsunade spoke. Even with Heitake Sakumo's strength, he can only choose between this mission and his companions, which shows how dangerous the mission is. It is good. Although Heitake Sakumo looked a little haggard, he still responded with a smile in response to Tsunade's comfort. This isn't father's fault at all. Someone who doesn't respect their companions doesn't deserve to be called a ninja. Kakashi spoke. Since my father came back yesterday afternoon, the village has been filled with voices condemning him. All right, Kakashi, it's my fault. A ninja fails in their mission, and being reprimanded is the punishment they deserve. Heitake Sakumo's smile faded and he spoke in a deep voice. Kakashi wanted to say more, but Heitake Sakumo said, "Go hang out with your friends. I need to talk to Tsunade and Orochimaru about something." "Yes, father." Kakashi bowed his head. He didn't understand what his father had done wrong. Why does even my father himself feel that he is wrong? When Kingsy heard this, he knew that this was an order to expel them, so he followed Kakashi out. It wasn't until he was completely out of the door that Kingsy felt Orochimaru's gaze disappear. "Orochimaru should remember me," Kiyoshi secretly said. The reason he just said those words was to make a deeper impression on Orochimaru and get in touch with him. Like a poisonous snake, along with danger comes opportunity. The time to the outbreak of the Third Ninja World War is getting shorter and shorter. It would be best to improve your strength or acquire a good life-saving ninjutsu. Orochimaru is the best scientific researcher in Konoha and has a lot of forbidden knowledge. His ability to survive was also maximized. He died several times but just couldn't die and kept resurrecting. Even Yakushi Nono is not as good as him in this aspect. Moreover, Orochimaru has extensive experience with the human body, and even has information on cursed seals and magic techniques. As for the other channels to obtain immortal arts, Tsunade wouldn't accept him. Jiraiya only accepts children of prophecy. If you want to obtain Senjutsu chakra, you can only start from Orochimaru. In the future, any Otsutsuki invasion will not be able to cause any damage without Senjutsu or Taijutsu. Moreover, fairy arts do not only enhance ninjutsu, they also enhance the physical body. Chapter 30. This is the power of the Sharingan. Kakashi, let's practice. I've been learning some swordsmanship lately. After walking a few steps out of the door, Kingsy turned to Kakashi and said, meeting Orochimaru and Tsunade was purely accidental. He didn't forget the purpose of his visit today, which was to see if he could get an entry. Konoha White Fang is famous in the ninja world for his short sword. Namikaze Minato said in person that even the three ninjas admire him. This can at least prove that Heitake Sakumo is capable. The swordsmanship he used was probably not simple either. As for whether the swordsmanship used by Heitake Sakumo was created by him or a secret swordsmanship passed down from generation to generation by the Heitake family, it is unknown. It is good. Kakashi hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. His brain is like a mess now. Practicing swordsmanship is just the right way to get rid of all these distracting thoughts. He stopped and rushed to another place, saying that he wanted to get a dagger. I have it. Kingsy pulled out the small sword from behind. No wooden ones. Need not. Kingsy shook his head. The feel of a practice knife made of wood is completely different from that of an iron one. Once you get used to it, you have to spend time adapting to another one. It's better to use a Kodaki from the beginning. Kakashi is a genius and won't actually hurt himself. And he has the Sharingan, so he is not easy to hurt and will not hurt Kakashi. Row. Seeing Kingsy's request, Kakashi climbed in through another window and took out a short knife. Kingsy glanced at it casually. The knife was white all over, smooth with a hint of metallic texture. He didn't know what metal it was made of. This is definitely not a weapon he can afford. Even the small sword in his hand is second-hand, and it's a very small one. It's not that Kingsy doesn't want to buy a bigger one, but every inch more will cost an inch more. Kingsy's financial resources do not support such extravagance. Let's start. Kakashi and Seiji arrived at a relatively open area of the courtyard. It is good. Kingsy nodded. The words fell. Kakashi rushed forward with his sword drawn. The blade cut through the air, bringing up a sharp sound of wind. Kingsy's eyes fixed, and he quickly raised his hand and swung his sword to block. Although the knife was fast, the training and skills he had gained during this period had improved his physical fitness a lot, so he was able to take it more or less. Bang bang bang! The sound of daggers clashing echoed in the courtyard. Occasionally, a glimmer of light appeared between the collision of the blades, but it was instantly extinguished as they were swung. Kingsy frowned. Kakashi's swordsmanship was indeed good. Compared to his immature swordsmanship, Kakashi pressed forward step by step. His movements were precise and swift, leaving no room for unnecessary gaps. Even if there are no explosive entries, it's good to be able to fill in the gaps. Kiyoshi secretly said. His physical strength is better than Kakashi's. Even though his movements waste more time and energy than Kakashi's, the talents and attribute bonuses of the Night Moon clan allow him to deal with him for a while with his lasting endurance. It just allows him to know where his shortcomings are. House. This guy didn't even say hello to me. Shizun secretly watched Seiji go out. Last time, out of curiosity, she kept staring at Kingsy and was discovered by him. This experience left a deep impression on Jinyan. It's becoming more and more alike, Shizun whispered to herself. In just this short period of time, Jinyan could feel that Director Ching had grown taller. He carried a small sword on his back, which just covered the Uchiha clan's Flame Fan family crest. This is getting closer and closer to the dark-skinned, hidden ninja she imagined. The only difference is that Kiyoshi's skin isn't as dark, and his lips aren't as thick. What are you distracted about? Tsunade's words brought Shizun back to reality. I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama. You should go out too. We'll take care of the rest. Tsunade's expression gradually became serious. She looked at Shizun. The less you know about this matter, the safer it is. If a ninja knows too much unnecessary information, it will be harmful to himself. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Jinyan hurriedly packed the sealing scrolls in her bag, then lowered her head and went out. Hihi, you're really young. Orochimaru opened his mouth, the corners of his mouth opening and closing at an exaggerated angle, and spat out a scroll covered in mucus from his throat. Orochimaru, don't be so disgusting like a snake. Tsunade's tone was filled with disdain. All right, Sakumo, let's get down to business. Outside the courtyard, Jinyan hurried out. She was just about to take a stroll around when the crisp sound of blades clashing caught her attention. What are Seiji and Kakashi doing? She looked up and through the wooden fence of the courtyard, she could see the figures of Seiji and Kakashi not far away. Kakashi's father is the legendary White Fang, the White Fang that belongs only to Konoha. How dare Seiji compete with Kakashi in swordsmanship? Jinyan was surprised. She and Kingsy are also in the same class, but Jinyan is usually very low-key. Lady Tsunade has kept her by her side since her uncle Kato-dan died. She remembered that Seiji seemed to have never practiced sparring with Kakashi, and the only time he did so was when he defeated Obito, the last-place player. Jinyan became interested and walked towards the two people in front. A few minutes later, there was a thin layer of sweat on Kingsy's forehead. His endurance is good. If it were a wooden sword, I wouldn't feel that tired now, but the small sword in his hand is a real sword made of iron, and it is not light. Kakashi, your swordsmanship is good, so I have to be serious too. Kingsy closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his left eye was already scarlet, as red as if it was dripping blood. A Megatama slowly circled and rotated. Kakashi's movements instantly became much slower in Kingsy's eyes. It was like a nimble bird jumping into a sticky solution. Every flap of its wings brought resistance, slowing down its movement. The moment the Sharingan opened, Kakashi paused and thought. Sharingan. There were a few Uchiha in the other classes, but only Seiji opened his eyes. There are only a few ninjas in the Uchiha clan who can open the Sharingan. This was Kakashi's first time dealing with an Uchiha with the Sharingan. He gripped the hilt of the knife with force, hoping to win by speed. Bang bang bang! The knives in the two men's hands kept colliding. Kakashi raised his eyebrows and his eyes gradually became serious. After several rounds of confrontation, Kingsy was gradually able to switch from passive defense to active offense. The ensuing confrontation was completely different. It seemed that every time Kakashi swung his sword, Kingsy had accurately predicted it, and the rhythm that had just been smooth sailing was gradually disrupted. Boom! Kingsy took advantage of Kakashi's brief flaw and counterattacked with a knife. The blade brushed past Kakashi's short sword, making a crisp metallic buzzing sound. Kakashi took a step back, his grip on the knife tightened slightly, his expression no longer relaxed. So that's how it is. The Sharingan can not only see through the enemy's movements, but can even elevate one's own reactions to another level. Yes, this is the power of the Sharingan. Kingsy nodded. Once the Sharingan is opened, one's insight will be enhanced. Chapter 31 Shizun's Shock. When you have enough insight, you will be able to see the flow of chakra and then try to copy other ninjas' ninjutsu. Boom! The blades collided again, and the crisp sound echoed in the courtyard. Seiji deflected the blade and with a powerful jolt, forced Kakashi back several steps. There are no other skills, just strong power to throw bricks. CG activates the cells near his wrist using Kumagakur Ryu, Asuka. Because of the first green entry, the lightning-style genin increased the adaptability of lightning by 20%, which allowed Kingsy to gather more lightning-style chakra in his wrist and then use cloud-style, Asuka. What it manifests externally is that speed drives power, and each strike is more powerful. Kakashi's short sword made a crisp sound under the huge force, then broke into 2 pieces, and the tip of the sword flew weakly to the ground. Broken. The broken sword in Kakashi's hand was still in a blocking posture, and the sweat on his forehead slid down his cheeks. Ching-si slowly put away the knife, and in the process found that the blade was slightly curled, and thought to himself that it needed maintenance. You have comprehended the entry, make friends with swords, white, dot. Entry, making friends with swords, white. Requirement to be achieved, defeat Hatake Kakashi with swordsmanship. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, when you use swordsmanship, chakra consumption is reduced by 10%, dot. The familiar entry panel voice sounded. Kingsy felt a little comforted. At least I got a new entry. The knife is not broken in vain, just spend a little money to maintain it. After all, there are not many opportunities to get an entry. You need me to compensate you for your knife? Kingsy asked. If Kakashi asked him to pay compensation, Kingsy would have to delay it for now. Kakashi shook his head, sheathed the broken sword, and said, "No, this is a training knife." All right. Ching-si can only be said to be rich and powerful. Who made Kakashi have a good father? After completing so many tasks, it is impossible to be short of money. Kakashi lowered his head, looking at the broken sword fragments on the ground, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing this, Kingsy walked closer and gently patted Kakashi's shoulder. Kakashi, do you know why you lost? Because you have the Sharingan, and also because this sword has been trained for too long, it's probably on the verge of breaking. Kingsy discovered that Kakashi had a somewhat sharp tongue before he turned evil. No, it's you who's confused. Legend has it that when Master Somao uses his swordsmanship, a layer of white light will appear on his blade, but your white light. I didn't see it. Kakashi's eyes flickered for a moment, but he didn't say anything. He was so silent that it seemed as if he had suppressed all his emotions deep in his heart. Ching-si looked at him and said, "I'm not trying to hurt you, I just want to say that this isn't your fault. Don't let those rumors control you. If I continue to sink like this, how can I continue to get regular entries?" CG only hopes that Kakashi will be more motivated to become stronger. The entry about White Fang's swordsmanship hasn't been released yet. There is only one entry for making friends with swords, and the effect is to reduce chakra consumption by 10%. Kingsy was very satisfied with this entry. Swordsmanship and physical skills are of the same nature. Some moves require chakra, while others do not. However, the more powerful the physical or swordsmanship, the more it relies on chakra. For example, the 8 gates ninjutsu formation is a technique in which the practitioner unlocks the gates in the body that control and inhibit the flow of chakra, thereby generating large amounts of chakra to strengthen the body and launch physical techniques that exceed the limits of the normal human body. With this entry, if Kingsy needs 10% of his chakra to strike a sword, and others can only swing 10 swords, he can still strike out one more sword. And it can be advanced. I wonder how much chakra consumption can be reduced after reaching the peak. Come on. Kiyoshi said. Kakashi still didn't speak, but just pursed his lips and nodded slightly. He knew that what Kingsy said was correct, but the village's attitude towards his father really puzzled Kakashi. There is even a thought that the importance of the mission really comes before that of companions. That's it for today. Kiyoshi stepped back a few paces and brandished the small katana he had sheathed. Next time we practice, you have to break my sword. Be fair. Strictly speaking, this battle was not Kingsy's victory. It's just that Kakashi's sword was broken, and he had no fighting spirit, so he just gave up. After Kakashi went berserk, it was hard to say. At this time, Jingyan outside the courtyard was still staring at the two of them. A few strands of her short black hair fell on her face. Kingsy is so strong. Shizun still remembers the first time she accompanied Lady Tsunade to diagnose CG. CG was just an ordinary person who knew nothing. I was just lucky enough to open the Sharingan. It hasn't been long since then, and he's already fighting Kakashi, and seemingly has the upper hand. As expected, the Uchiha clan has produced elites. Silent sigh. Of course, she silently ruled out a certain person who had always been the last one in her class. The next day, the story of Hatake Sakumo has spread throughout the ninja school. It's okay, Kakashi. Nohara Lin found Kakashi as soon as possible and wanted to comfort him. I am fine. Kakashi's dead eyes looked even more lifeless than usual. It was obvious that he had heard a lot of condemnation and insults against his father on the way. Are you really alright? Nohara Lin looked worried and wanted to do something for Kakashi, but she didn't know how. What are you talking about? Obito looked confused. If it weren't for the fact that he had been training frequently with CG, Nohara Rin, and Kakashi recently, and had fallen asleep immediately every night, overcoming the habit of dozing off in class during the day, Obito would still be sleeping on the table at this moment. Don't you know, Obito? Nohara Rin looked at Obito in confusion. Obito is so uninformed. I do not know. Obito shook his head innocently. What was he supposed to know? Let's talk. Kakashi stood up from the table and walked over to CG. Kingsy, is there still time for a sword sparring match today? Have. Kingsy nodded. Kakashi, CG has already promised me. Ui Kurane, who was sitting in the lower left corner, suddenly turned around with wide eyes and puffed up her face. She has gained a lot during this period. In order to defeat Kingsy, he will train at home for a period of time after returning. Quickly, Kingsy said. It doesn't matter if two ATMs are used together to run dual lines. It won't take much time to exchange sword skills, so we can just postpone it for a while on Zahikurene's side. Kakashi. Looking at Kakashi who went to talk to CG, Nohara Lin pursed her lower lip. I must do something for Kakashi. Nohara Lin's gaze fell on CG standing in front of Kakashi, and she had an idea. Since Kakashi was able to find CG, it meant that he got along very well with CG. If it were CG-san, he would definitely know how to comfort Kakashi. Chapter 32 Muscle Strengthening, Growing Stronger and Stronger. The afternoon class is a test class. The Chunin instructor announced the rules from above. The rules are simple: use shuriken to hit the 30 puppets distributed in the venue in the shortest time. Next, Uchiha CG. The Chunin sensei called out CG's name. Kingsy stepped forward, raised his hand and swung it, and the shuriken nailed the doll. Regarding the entry on throwing shuriken, the number of times required to practice is not too many, and Kingsy has already reached 88%. Even before he acquired this entry, his shuriken throwing skills were much better than before. To others, the target was just a black dot, but Kingsy could see it clearly one by one, which greatly improved his accuracy. Stack, stack, stack. After Kingsy hit a puppet, he started running forward. Each doll is placed far apart, requiring the ninja to throw them while running, so as to minimize the time. After a while, Kingsy took a deep breath. 9 points. The Chunin instructor gave CG a score, with a maximum score of 10. You're making rapid progress, CG. Recording the scores, the Chunin instructor sighed. The only one who could be more talented than CG is Kakashi, right? What would have happened if Kingsy had enrolled earlier? And he also has the Sharingan. After thinking for a moment, the Chunin instructor shook his head. The border has been a bit unstable recently, and many of our colleagues who went on missions have returned injured. Kingsy nodded slightly and returned to his seat. Kingsy-san, you've made rapid progress. Kingsy-san, do you have any tips? It has been several months since Kingsy came to the ninja school. His classmates all know Kingsy and sometimes talk to him. However, Kingsy rarely wastes time on these people. He now wishes he could divide his time into two halves. It's just a matter of hard work. If everyone works hard, we can definitely make rapid progress. Kingsy smiled and then responded to these people. The second person to be tested was Kakashi. Kakashi threw the shuriken with an expressionless face. It only took a short time to complete all of this. While Kingsy was still observing Kakashi's movements, trying to learn a thing or two from him, a pleasant voice came from beside him. Sejiro-kun, can I talk to you? Nohara Lin spoke. The purple patterns on both sides of the face are very conspicuous in the sun. Kingsy raised his eyes, looked at her calmly, and nodded. Kiyoshi-kun, we've known Kakashi longer, but why would Kakashi be willing to look for Kiyoshi-kun? Nohara Lin got straight to the point. I hope to find the answer from Kingsy. Ching Si pondered for a moment and said. That's because Kakashi needs something to vent his emotions and avoid all the gossip in the village. I guess Nohara Rin doesn't know swordsmanship. Will not. Nohara Lin lowered her head when she heard this. Her grades in the ninja school were pretty good, at the top level, and the school also taught her some basic medical ninjutsu knowledge. She learned these very well. Even the instructor who came to the ninja school to teach medical ninjutsu extended an olive branch to her. If you graduate, you can go to the medical class for further training and acquire more medical ninjutsu. But she is not very good at swordsmanship or fighting. Besides, if we don't, Kakashi will probably get into trouble. Problem? What do you mean? Nohara Lin looked confused. She couldn't understand what Kingsy said at all. Who knows? Kiyoshi offered no further explanation, but simply turned and left. Of course, it's a psychological problem. This is the darkness of Konoha. The so-called will of fire sounds very reasonable, but if someone gives up the mission to save his companions, he will be blamed by the whole village. If the superiors praised Heitake Sakumo for saving his companions, they would give him some punishment for failing the mission. With rewards and punishments like this, why would Heitake Sakumo commit suicide? As a result, no one from the top spoke up, and the people below, even the companions that Heitake Sakumo had saved, blamed him. If Sarutobi Hiruzen was willing to speak out, CG didn't think anyone would dare to blame Heitake Sakumo. The third generation Hokage is known as Dr. Ninja and the strongest Hokage. Of course, these are titles given by the new generation who have never seen the strength of the first Hokage. Nohara Lin stood there with a frown on her face. Looking back, Kakashi had already completed the test and blended into the crowd. What should she do? Several days passed, and Kingsy spent his spare time practicing at home, preparing for early graduation. You have comprehended the entry, 3-body technique, white, dot. Entry, 3-body technique, white, dot. Requirements, learn the duplicate technique, transformation technique, and substitute technique, dot. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, your understanding of the 3-body technique is beyond ordinary people, and the effect will be 5% better than that of ordinary people. Note, you can advance later. The practice of the 3-body technique was finally completed by Kingsy. The skills that ordinary people need to practice for several years were compressed into a few months by him. Of course, this is the time it takes for civilian ninjas to train. Those ninjas whose families have inherited secret techniques or bloodline limits will learn them at a very fast speed. Even so, Kingsy's training speed is considered among the fastest in the Uchiha clan. Advanced entry. Kingsy opened the entry panel and advanced. When he obtained Water Treader, white, and Tree Climber, white, an advanced route appeared, and the required condition was the entry of the 3 body techniques. You have mastered the new term Solid Basic Skills, green. Entry, Solid Basic Skills, green. Requirements, achieve the basic qualities necessary for a ninja. Progress, completed. Effect, chakra amount increases by 20% from the original amount. Note, you can continue to advance later. Like it's about to be torn apart. The moment the voice on the entry panel fell, Kingsy felt a pain. Intense pain attacked every cell in Kingsy's body, from muscles to bones, and even to every nerve, as if it was forcibly stretched by external force and then filled from the inside out. Chakra is a combination of spiritual and physical energy, which means that I will not only progress mentally, but also physically. An idea suddenly flashed through Kingsy's mind, and his consciousness quickly recalled the knowledge about chakra. In other words, the physical body will become stronger. 1 minute, 2 minutes. A quarter of an hour later, the already strong body grew even bigger. Kingsy looked down at his hands, which were a bit thicker than before. When he took off his shirt, his muscles became more obvious, his fingers became stronger, and seemed more elastic and flexible than before. He straightened up and stretched his neck. But there are still changes in the physical body. His height seemed to have changed a bit as well. Kingsy looked down and saw that the leg of his trousers had moved a little further up. Now it's getting taller and taller. Kingsy could still feel the pain in every cell in his body. However, it is accompanied by a sufficient sense of power and spirit. Chapter 33 Mikato, Kiyoshi's muscles are better than Fugaku's. The mental change is, the left eye. Kingsy could feel a surge of pupil power brewing inside, and it was just a little bit away from bursting out. He did not put on his shirt, and then began to refine chakra in his body, gathering chakra towards the meridian root of lightning release, iron block. An electric current invisible to the naked eye spread throughout Kingsy's body. Call. Kingsy let out a breath. After all, this ninjutsu is only D-level, and it has little effect on his current body. It will probably be ineffective after a while. Need to acquire more and better ninjutsu. CG. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from outside the door. Kingsy shouted, "Here I come." Then he crossed the dilapidated yard and opened the door. "Miss Mikato, why are you here?" Kingsy spoke. His black hair fell down behind his waist, clearly distinguishing himself from his muscular body. "Kingsy, this is this month's allowance." Mikato had a cloth bag hanging on her shoulder, and she pulled out a stack of banknotes with the Konoha logo printed on them. "Kingsy, you." Just as Mikato was about to hand the money to CG, she was shocked to find that CG was now shirtless. It was the first time that Mikato had seen such strong and beautiful muscles, and she couldn't help but take a second look. Fugaku had been injured on the battlefield, and Mikato had seen him with his shirt off. Not as well proportioned and good looking as Kingsy. I have to say, is this Yayu's talent? The shape of muscles is largely innate, just like some people cannot align their abdominal muscles no matter how much they exercise. Some people even have 8 abdominal muscles, while others can only have 6. Mikato finally understood why Tsunade said that CG was suitable to be a taijutsu ninja. "Sorry, Mikato-san, I was just exercising and was in such a hurry that I forgot to get dressed." Mikato was still taller than the current CG, and CG looked up, his tone apologetic. "Ah, it's okay, you're a child." Mikato quickly shook her head. Why bother with a child? She handed the money to Kingsy and asked him to be frugal and not spend it carelessly. "Got it, Mikato-san." Kingsy nodded. This money is equivalent to living expenses. All of Kingsy's daily expenses come from here, including part of the subsidy from Konoha and subsidies from within the Uchiha clan. It is enough for an ordinary person to live on, but it is still a bit of a stretch for a ninja. I also made an appointment with Fugaku to see you next time. Mikato waved goodbye. Kiyoshi responded politely and closed the door only when Mikato was no longer in sight. It's pretty much the same as before. We still have to make money as quickly as possible. Kingsy counted the banknotes and put them away carefully. The Sunset Red place can be exploited, but it is not a long-term solution. The limit is to be able to buy an ordinary katana. The last time he and Kauashi sparred, the blade curled and needed maintenance. When we go to the battlefield on a mission, there will be no time to give Kingsy maintenance during the break. I still need a chakra knife made of special metal, Kiyoshi secretly said. The chakra sword can absorb the chakra properties of its owner, and the obstacle to chakra conduction is extremely low. Having such a weapon means getting twice the result with half the effort. Then Kingsy took out the lightning finger, which he had not practiced since he became a disciple, to deepen his understanding of lightning ninjutsu. "Mikato, you're here." Fugaku, covered in sweat, took off his green ninja vest. He was just training. The most important thing for a ninja is to hone himself, otherwise he will either advance or regress. "Has the subsidy been given to Kingsy?" Fugaku asked casually. "Give it to him." Mikato nodded, and suddenly found a hole in the chainmail that looked like a fishing net on Fugaku's upper body. Ninjas generally wear a kind of protective gear that looks like a fishing net, which is called chainmail or chainmail. "There's a hole in your shirt." Mikato pointed somewhere. Fugaku followed Mikato's line of sight and saw a 2-centimeter hole, revealing the skin inside. He was burned by fire while practicing fire style just now. Fugaku took off his shirt heroically, revealing his strong upper body. What's wrong, Mikato? Fugaku noticed that Mikato kept staring at his body and thought she was embarrassed. No, it's nothing. Mikato's delicate face shook. After reconfirming, it was found that Fugaku's figure was indeed not as beautiful as Ciji's. I don't know how a kid can practice like that, Mikato thought to herself. Although Fugaku looks taller than Ciji, his overall proportions are not very good. Yeah, Fugaku smiled and took out a new chainmail from home and put it on. He was somewhat confident about his physique. After all, he had been fighting on the battlefield for so many years and had experienced many hardships. The meeting is about to start, let's go, Fugaku rode. Mikato nodded. The gatherings held every once in a while are places that Uchiha must attend after becoming a ninja. The top of the Nanga shrine is where meetings take place during the day, and even Uchiha clan members who are not ninjas can go there. The secret room below is where the Uchiha hold internal meetings. To keep it confidential, ordinary Uchiha are not qualified to enter or know about it. The Heitake family. The setting sun was hanging low in the sky. Kakashi hurried home after finishing his training as usual. But when he opened the door, the air was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression, as well as a fishy and foul smell. He frowned, took off his shoes, and said, "Father, I'm back." But there was no answer from the house. Kakashi's heart sank slightly as he walked towards his father's room. Ever since he was criticized by his companions whom he had rescued on the street, my father has never left the house again. When I walked through the living room, I saw several yellowed pieces of letter paper on the coffee table where my father usually entertained guests. They were covered with dense handwriting and the ink had not yet completely dried. Kakashi took a glance and found that the words included regret and negligence, and there was a strong sense of despair between the lines. Father. Kakashi felt uneasy and almost ran to open the door. The scene inside the door hit Kakashi like thunder. Heitake Sakumo fell on the tatame with a sharp short blade stuck in his chest. The blood had already dyed his clothes red and even seeped into the texture of the tatame. The bright red liquid solidified into dark traces, emitting a suffocating smell of rust. Kakashi froze in place, his eyes wide open, as if his brain couldn't process the scene before him for a moment. Why? He finally managed a hoarse voice, staggered towards Sakumo's body, and knelt on the ground. Kakashi's hand trembled as he gently touched his father's cold hand, but he touched the already stiff skin. The sadness of losing his father, the anger towards the rules, and the self-blame for being powerless all flooded into his heart and almost drowned him. Chapter 34, Nohara Lin is awesome, it's time to open your eyes. Kakashi didn't understand why his father did the most important thing for a ninja, which was to cherish his companions. But why is it met with abuse and accusations? After a long time, Kakashi went to inform others. Not long after he reported it to the village, Jiraiya was the first to arrive. Sakumo actually. Inside the room, Jiraiya frowned. He is about the same age as Heitake Sakumo, both born around the 13th year of Konoha. However, Heitake Sakumo's reputation is far above theirs. The so-called legendary three ninjas are considered glorious by outsiders. But for them, it was actually a shame, that is, the three of them survived Hanzo's hands by chance. Even though several years had passed and the three had made their own progress, the title of the three ninjas had already spread. Only Heitake Sakumo was different. He earned the nickname White Fang by himself. The body of Heitake Tsumabuchi has been carried away by the ninjas from the medical team for an autopsy to rule out the possibility of homicide. Kakashi, are you okay? Jiraiya asked as he looked at Kakashi, who had obviously lost his energy and became much colder. I'm fine, Master Jiraiya. Ninjas should prioritize their missions. Father broke the rules of ninjas, so he chose. Kakashi didn't finish his words and turned to walk out. There were busy ninjas in the room, trying to find out if there were any spies who had sneaked in and performed ninjutsu. Only Jiraiya stood there, his brow furrowed. He had something to do and needed to carry out a mission, so the only ones who came some time ago were Tsunade and Orochimaru. I never thought that this farewell would be forever. Old man. Jiraiya sighed. That's why he didn't want to stay in Konoha all year round, but went out to look for materials and the child of prophecy. Although the big tree of Konoha is lush with branches and leaves and is sunny, but when the sunlight shines through the gaps between the leaves, there are still patches of darkness. Hehe, giving up your life, how foolish? Sakumo's understanding of the world is not even as good as that Uchiha brat. Orochimaru walked in. Following closely behind was Tsunade. Shut up, Orochimaru. Tsunade frowned. After all, they were all fellow villagers, so what Orochimaru said was a bit sarcastic. Orochimaru closed his mouth as he looked at Tsunade's clenched fists. He could still vaguely see the blue veins under Tsunade's fair skin. Turning around and looking into the distance, that was the direction of the Uchiha clan. The strong chose death under the wind of Konoha, while the ignorant weak chased after it, hoping to survive and go further. Is Uchiha Ciji the same type of person as me? The interest in Orochimaru's eyes grew stronger. Because, he is now also chasing the wind of Konoha. A few days passed, and Heitake Sakumo's death seemed to have changed nothing. There was a sudden decrease in the condemnation and gossip in the village. Rumors began to spread that Heitake Sakumo was a hero who died heroically defending the village. Kingsy, do you want to graduate with me? Kakashi invited. The dead fish eyes only have extreme persistence. Have you finished writing your submission application? Kingsy threw a shuriken. The shuriken cut through the air and pierced the tree trunk. 3 of the 4 metallic corners had already penetrated into the bark. From a distance, it looks like it is embedded in it. After a few days of training, Kingsy obtained the entry for throwing shuriken early on. The power of the shuriken has also increased by 10%, just as the entry states. Kakashi's voice was devoid of emotion. He took out a form and showed it to Kiyoshi. Kingsy took a quick look and saw that it was nothing more than a request to apply for early graduation. Kakashi had been able to achieve these 3 body techniques a long time ago, but he just stayed in school and never graduated. If he can release Earth Style and Earth Wave, what about the mere 3 body technique? Then I'll do it as soon as possible. Kingsy nodded. The 3 body techniques are the assessment criteria for graduation. However, the ninja school does not only teach the 3 body techniques, there is also some theoretical knowledge that Kingsy needs to familiarize himself with. After all, the time he spent in the ninja world was short. Yeah. Kakashi took back the form, and only his eyes were revealed from under the black mask, showing no disappointment or other unnecessary expressions. Ever since his father's death, Kakashi has distanced himself from everyone. No Hararin, Might Guy, CG, Obito. The reason why he invited Kingsy was that he felt that being with Kingsy could increase the success rate of the mission. A ninja's greatest responsibility is to ensure the success of the mission. Ninjas who cannot abide by these rules are useless. Remember to tell me your experience after graduation, so we can discuss it from time to time. Kingsy spoke. In addition to swordsmanship entries, Kakashi may also have entries related to thunder release. After future Kakashi lost his Sharingan, he did not pick up White Fang's swordsmanship to practice again, but turned to developing a new type of lightning-style ninjutsu. From this we can see that Kakashi gave up swordsmanship not only because he wanted to cut off the past and inherit Obito's Sharingan. His talent in swordsmanship may not have been completely inherited from Heitake Sakumo. Kakashi nodded, turned, and left, preparing to hand in the application in his hand. Kingshi's eyes fell on the back of Kakashi who was leaving. In the afternoon, I can go and take a look. Kingsy threw another shuriken, a little deeper than the previous one. I'm afraid that Nohara Lin, who is extremely worried, will come to me for help. Kingsy thought so. Well, what should he do? The pitch-black pupil of his right eye tinged with red, and a slight curve appeared at the corner of Kingsy's mouth. Nohara Rin should be alive. At the same time, if used well, it can also be a means to deal with Obito. Of course, Nohara Lin was nice to him. Kingsy couldn't bear to see her repeat the same mistake and die in the trap set by Uchiha Madara like in the original novel. Uchiha Madara is not someone that Kingsy or anyone else can deal with now. Who knows if he has any backup plan after pulling out the tube of the Outer Path Demon statue. If you want Nohara Rin to avoid this trap, you have to give Obito a replacement with open eyes. This gave Obito a huge stimulation and caused him to open his eyes. For example, Rin Nohara is awesome. What could be more painful than losing my love forever and seeing everything in ruins? Let him redeem it all. As long as the result is good, it's fine. It seems it's time to open your eyes. Kiyoshi secretly said. This class was free training, and Kakashi walked across the wide training ground to the edge. Kakashi, are you going somewhere? Nohara Lin ran over and asked. As a girl, she was very sensitive and noticed that Kakashi was in a bad mood. Moreover, the news that was making the rounds a few days ago about Heitake Sakumo's mission failure causing serious losses to the Fire Nation was soon overshadowed by another incident. That is Heitake Sakumo's heroic sacrifice for Konoha. Chapter 35 The Darkness in Kakashi's Heart. Ordinary civilians like Nohara Rin don't know how she died, but Heitake Sakumo's name is on the memorial tablet. I'm going to apply for early graduation. Kakashi spoke concisely, paused for a moment, and then continued walking forward. Wouldn't that be dangerous? Nohara Lin spoke. I glanced at the time on the application form and it was 5 o'clock this afternoon. She knew Kakashi was great. If I had heard that Kakashi graduated early before, I would have only felt admiration. But ever since CG said those ambiguous words, Nohara Lin has been collecting a lot of information about Kakashi's father. There were many things in this that she had never known before, and her only sources of information were her parents or other companions, which was very isolated. At this moment, Nohara Lin was very worried that Kakashi's emotions would affect his mission. With Kakashi's talent, he would definitely not waste time on simple D-level tasks, such as finding lost pets, character investigations, or helping villagers dig sweet potatoes, take care of children, etc., which are more difficult tasks. If this type of mission fails, it may be life-threatening, because you will encounter wild beasts, bandits, and even other enemy ninjas. This is no longer a game, it's about facing the cruelty of the ninja world. No, I'm not the type to fail in a mission. Besides, it would be meaningless to continue wasting time. Kakashi said, and walked forward alone. Nohara Lin stayed where she was, looking even more worried. She went to the rest area of the training ground alone and found Obito. What? Kakashi graduated early. When Obito heard Nohara Rin say that Kakashi went to submit the application form, he immediately stood up from his chair in disbelief. I originally wanted to take a break and be lazy, but now that idea is gone, and I only feel a sense of urgency in my heart. Isn't he the same age as us? Obito didn't understand. Why is there such a big gap between people of the same age? Even the new foreigner, Uchiha Seiji, has been making rapid progress. So I'm the only one standing still? Thinking of this, Obito clenched his hands. Why are these two people still so close to Lin as usual? I don't know, maybe it's because of my strength, or maybe it's because of my father. Nohara Lin hesitated for a moment and said, how long will the exam take? 5 p.m. We'll go check it out later. Since he had nothing to do after school, Obito decided to go and see if Kakashi could pass. Nohara Rin nodded, agreeing with Obito's opinion. Hokage Building. Kakashi applied for early graduation. Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, exhaled a puff of smoke, and splashed it on the application form. It's Kakashi's request, Sandame-sama. Chunin instructor Umino-lu knelt on one knee and said respectfully, any student who wishes to graduate early will have their name listed and sent to the 3rd Hokage for review. Not to mention that Kakashi is the son of the White Fang. The White Fang incident had just ended not long ago, and Kaino-lu didn't dare to delay for a moment. At this juncture, Kakashi applied for early graduation, so it would be better to notify the 3rd Hokage as soon as possible. Is it 5 o'clock in the afternoon? Sarutobi Hiruzen put down the application form and tapped the table with his pipe. Kaino-lu lowered his head and waited silently for Sarutobi Hiruzen to make a decision. Now call a few other examiners and go with me to give Kakashi an early graduation assessment. Yes, 3rd generation Sama. Kaino-lu immediately refined the chakra and condensed it into his feet, using the instant body technique to leave. The only one left was Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was looking out the window, wondering what he was thinking. 5 p.m. In a room with a vermilion door and a big word hanging above the doorframe, Kakashi, wearing a light green scarf embroidered with circular patterns, began to make hand seals to allow his spiritual energy and physical energy to mix as quickly as possible. Wei, Si, Yin. Kakashi's hand seals were very fast, he completed them in no time. Bang! The smoke cleared, and a clone that looked almost identical to Kakashi stood in front of Kakashi, maintaining the tiger seal. When Kakashi lowered his hands, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly. As expected, he is Sakumo's only son. The afterimages created by the chakra are almost indistinguishable from the real thing, and the understanding and proficiency of this ninjutsu are very high. But the child's cold eyes were a true reflection of the darkness in his heart. Congratulations, Kakashi. You have passed the test and become the new leader of Konoha. Become a great ninja like your father. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished speaking. The examiner next to him handed Kakashi a brand new ninja forehead protector. Kakashi stepped forward, took the ninja forehead protector, and put it on his forehead. We are deeply saddened by your father's death, but he died a hero, forever etched on the memorial tablet. I hope you will protect the jade as he did. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi nodded. Jade has different meanings. Sarutobi Hiruzen was referring to the jade in shogi. That is, the person who inherited the will of fire. But now Kakashi no longer wants to care about these things. He just wanted to be a ninja who abided by the ninja system. This was the destiny of a ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered slightly as he watched Kakashi put on his ninja forehead protector and push the door open. Amazing. It's a forehead protector that only ninjas can wear. Kakashi actually passed. Many students who heard the news gathered at the door and squeezed outside to watch Kakashi come out. Kingsy was also among them. He stood further back and looked at Kakashi. This scene takes place in anime TV episodes 580 to 581. Kakashi applied for graduation, and Sarutobi Hiruzen came to review it personally. The death of White Fang was just the beginning of Kakashi's transformation into a villain. After the deaths of Nohara Rin and Obito, and Kakashi adapting to the Umbu, he will become completely cold-blooded. Many of Kakashi's Umbu colleagues who were used to the darkness of the ninja world could not accept him. Even Kakashi almost betrayed the 3rd Hokage under Danzo's instigation. In the end, Kakashi was moved by Sarutobi Hiruzen and persuaded to come back in time. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to make Kakashi a leading jonin and erase the darkness in Kakashi's heart by taking him as his apprentice. This is also the reason why he became the leading ninja of Team 7. Your forehead protector. Obito walked up and pointed at Kakashi's forehead protector. You passed. Congratulations, Kakashi. Nohara Lin couldn't change Kakashi's mind, so she could only choose to congratulate Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. Obito turned his head and saw Nohara Rin who had been staring at Kakashi. Hearing Nohara Rin's sincere blessing, Obito clenched his hands. Why, you're not going to congratulate me? Kakashi asked casually, his vision flickering as he noticed Seiji looking at him from behind his left. Who wants to congratulate you? Look, I can catch up with you very quickly. Obito said something harsh and ran away quickly. Obito. Nohara Rin looked at Obito running away and felt powerless. Obito is really as emotional as a child. Then the only person we can rely on next is the steady Kingsy. Although it is impossible to change the fact that Kakashi has already graduated, Nohara Rin still wants to try to soothe Kakashi's mentality. This book is a mixed version that combines the settings of comics, anime, official novels, etc. Because there are bugs in every version, we can only try to make the logic smooth. However, they are all taken from the official source. Chapter 36 Asuma's Challenge. Kakashi graduated early. Sarutobi Asuma said. Kakashi's father is White Fang, so it is normal for Kakashi, as a son, to graduate early. Hong, if I want to graduate early, I can. Asuma Sarutobi turned to Yui Kurane and said. The old man asked someone from the tribe to teach him. Although he didn't have a very good relationship with the old man, he had learned a lot from the elders in the clan. His uncle and aunt in the Umbu were also very kind to him, and both of them were elite jonin. So how's your illusion technique? Yui turned to Sarutobi Asuma with a blushing face and asked curiously. I'm better at fire style. Asuma Sarutobi scratched his head. The Sarutobi clan, like the Uchiha clan, is proficient in fire style ninjutsu. In addition, the Sarutobi clan has a secret fire style ninjutsu called fire style, great flame technique that has been passed down from generation to generation. There is also the inheritance of spirit beasts, which allows one to make a contract with monkeys. That's it. Upon hearing this, Shirai Hong suddenly became disappointed. But then again, she had never seen Asuma Sarutobi use illusion. It's just to ensure that the grades in illusion are within the passing range in class. Kingsy's illusion technique is very good. If he wants to graduate early, it might be possible. I just don't know how well he has mastered the three-body technique. As Yui Kurane spoke, the topic suddenly turned to Kingsy. Asuma Sarutobi frowned. Why is it this guy again? He's from the Uchiha clan, so of course he's good at illusions. Hong, if you want to learn fire ninjutsu, you can come to me. I have quite a bit of experience. Asuma Sarutobi patted his chest and spoke in a heroic tone. Most students in ninja schools only know E-level ninjutsu. Under the guidance of his uncle, Asuma Sarutobi learned D-level fire ninjutsu. Normally, I just keep a low profile in the ninja school. Forget it, I'm more interested in illusion. Yui Hong shook her head. She continued to chat with Asuma Sarutobi for a while, and when she saw Kakashi walking away and the crowd dispersed, she said goodbye to Asuma Sarutobi and trotted to Cg. Kingsy-san, don't forget your makeup class today. I've paid for it. Shirai Hong said to Ching Si Deo, because she felt that Kingsy became much colder towards her after he bought a samurai sword. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person who doesn't keep his promises. Kingsy shook his head. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. When Shirai Hong grows up, there will be even more rice to pop. After hearing Kingsy's answer, Yui Kurane nodded in satisfaction and smiled. No, it's just an illusion, Hong. I can teach you too. Asuma Sarutobi saw Kurane Yui running to Cg and immediately said unwillingly. Really? Didn't you say no? Zahi Kurane looked over with suspicion. Seeing Yui Kurane's suspicious look, Sarutobi Asuma patted his chest and said confidently. If you don't use the Sharingan, my genjutsu may not be defeated. Sarutobi Asuma looked at Cg and continued. Uchiha Cg, dare we come to compete in genjutsu next month and let Hong see whose genjutsu is stronger. Asuma Sarutobi observed Cg's reaction. He also kept a watchful eye. That means Kingsy doesn't need the Sharingan. Otherwise he wouldn't have done such a stupid thing as challenging the Sharingan to perform a genjutsu. If Cg used the Sharingan, it would mean he won. Because in the eyes of others, Cg is just a lucky kid who relies on his bloodline limit. Asuma, is it because Cg-san is from the land of lightning that you have any problem with him? Kurane Yui frowned slightly. Every time Kiyoshi is mentioned, Sarutobi Asuma will belittle him in various ways. Asuma Sarutobi is the legitimate son of the Hokage and the legitimate prince, but he shouldn't be so xenophobic and look down on foreigners. No matter what, Cg has the blood of the Uchiha clan and is a companion of everyone in the village. No, I don't mean to look down on foreigners. Asuma Sarutobi quickly waved his hands. But he couldn't tell the real reason. Should he just say that Kingsy feels uncomfortable because his childhood sweetheart Hong keeps bothering him? Asuma-san seems to be someone who enjoys challenges and has a strong sense of self-improvement. I can accept the sparring match in illusion. Kingsy suddenly said. Asuma Sarutobi is still a bit of a gangster and is a bad boy now. He also had a bad relationship with Sarutobi Hiruzen and his son. Later, he would leave Konoha and go to the daimyo, and was given the title of 12 Guardian Ninjas. It is normal to be jealous of each other because of Shirai Hong now. Even teams of 3 are often composed of 2 men and 1 woman. This is because the people in charge take into account that men are in adolescence and are eager to prove themselves in front of women, which is conducive to mutual competition and growth. This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Kakashi himself. Of course, this is definitely not the whole reason, but it is part of the reason. Okay, this is what you said. Asuma Sarutobi didn't expect that Kiyoshi would agree so readily, and he was delighted. Then he hurriedly said goodbye to Hong and ran towards the Sarutobi clan. Kiyoshi guessed that Asuma Sarutobi wanted to give him a temporary special training for a month. After all, the Sarutobi clan has no shortage of resources. It's nothing. Cg is confident that he can defeat Asuma Sarutobi. The Sharingan doesn't have to be activated to be effective. When closed, this special chakra will radiate throughout the body and improve physical quality. His ability to control chakra will be stronger than Asuma Sarutobi. This is also the reason why Kingsy was able to guide Yui Kurane, because illusions would invade the brain nerves of the recipient and required extremely delicate control. He has quite a bit of experience in this area. This alone is enough to determine the winner. Not to mention that he also possesses the illusion lightning release, fiery flash allocated by the Uchiha clan. That was the illusion that Uchiha Yayo took him to get some time ago. Kiyoshi-kun, Asuma is just that kind of person. He means no harm, so don't bother with him. Zihai Hong shook her head helplessly. The prince will not easily change his decision. It's okay. Kingsy shook his head. Asuma Sarutobi has good talents in wind style and fire style, so maybe he will drop these attributes. It's worth taking some time to see if you can get the entry. Let's go to my house for extra lessons. Kingsy looked up and said to Uchiha, then turned and left. Ever since Nohara-rin taught Kingsy the techniques of climbing trees and treading water, as well as the secrets of the three-body technique, there is nothing left to teach. This is all the practical stuff that ninja school teaches about using chakra. The rest is either theoretical knowledge or shuriken throwing, and there is no need to gather together for training every day after school. It is good. Uchiha nodded and followed Kingsy's pace. The sky was getting darker, and the sunset glow cast a layer of warm orange on the tiles. The branches of the old trees in the courtyard trembled in the wind, and were dyed deep red by the setting sun. Uchiha prepares to say goodbye to Seiji and end her training for the day. Chapter 37. Nohara-rin's hands are small and soft. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Kiyoshi-kun, are you home? Kingsy raised his eyebrows slightly, and the familiar voice made him instantly understand who the visitor was. He stood up and walked towards the gate. After opening it, he saw Nohara-rin's tired and slightly flushed face, still breathing slightly. Nohara-rin, are you still looking for me so late? Kingsy's voice was calm, his eyes passing over her rosy cheeks, which seemed to have a reddish sheen under the afterglow of the setting sun. Nohara-rin lowered her head slightly, panting, obviously having just run here. I've thought about it carefully, and I still want to ask Kingsy-san. Before she finished speaking, Nohara-rin took a breath and looked up at Kingsy. By chance, I took a quick glance and discovered that Uchiha was also behind Kingsy. Hong, why are you here? Nohara-rin's tone was filled with surprise. She thought that their relationship was just chatting at school, but she didn't expect that he had already sneaked into Kingsy's house without anyone noticing. If she hadn't come to Kingsy today about Kauashi, she might not have known about this. To get to Seiji's house, one has to enter the Uchiha settlement, then cross the wall and gate that serve as the dividing line, and there's always a faint sense of being watched. Especially since the Uchiha clan is a proud clan and is also a member of the village police department, Nohara-rin didn't dare to look up. She had to bite the bullet and ask an elderly couple selling pancakes nearby before she found out where Seiji's house was. Uchiha also looked at Nohara-rin in surprise. What does Nohara-rin want to do with Kingsy at this time? I'm here to exchange illusions with Kingsy, but what are you doing here? Zhaihong became inexplicably alert. Could it be that Nohara-rin also wants to accept tutoring from Seiji? Nohara-rin lowered her head uncomfortably, seemingly unwilling to reveal too much information, and only gave a vague answer. There are some things. Her tone was vague, unwilling to reveal too much. So Uchiha, it's getting late. You should go back first, otherwise Shinkurane will be worried. At this moment, Kingsy suddenly spoke. I almost forgot. Thinking of her father, Zhaihong nodded quickly. Ever since her mother left, her father has been very strict with her and would ask her to go home as soon as possible. If she didn't go back, her father would probably come out to look for her. Uchiha looked back at Nohara-rin and Seiji, then gradually walked away. What on earth is going on? Uchiha frowned. It was obvious that Nohara-rin wanted to talk to Kingsy about something, but if it was something, why did she have to hide it from herself and not tell her directly? Zhaihong couldn't figure it out and could only keep it in her heart. Wait until Zhaihong leaves. Kingsy leaned against the door frame, looking at Nohara-rin in front of him, waiting for her to speak. Kauashi has always been worried about his father. I'm worried he might do something stupid. Apart from using swordsmanship, is there any way to cheer him up again? The corners of Kingsy's mouth rose slightly, as if he had guessed that she would ask this. As for this, Kaukashi's current focus should be on lightning release ninjutsu. I can see that he wants to develop a lightning release ninjutsu. Thunder escape. Nohara-rin was stunned for a moment. She seemed to have heard Kauashi mention it several times. As for ninjutsu, she is indeed better than swordsmanship. As for ninjutsu, although her foundation was better than swordsmanship, she had no experience in ninjutsu such as lightning release, which involved changes in the nature of chakra. She couldn't help but frown. I haven't learned lightning release either. Kiyoshi smiled slightly and said, I know, Nohara-rin-san. You don't have to worry about not having enough time to learn. Lightning release ninjutsu doesn't need to be very advanced. As long as you can master the basics, you can have common topics with Kauashi and have more contact. Isn't that enough? Hearing this, Nohara-rin's eyes lit up. What Kingsy said makes sense. Kauashi is a loner and doesn't have many friends. If he wants to develop the lightning release ninjutsu, he will probably do it on his own. If I interrupt him at this time, there will indeed be more topics to talk about. Okay, I'll trouble you, Kingsy-san. Kingsy extended his hand, smiled slightly, and whispered. Then I will begin by explaining to Nohara-rin how to transform attributeless chakra into lightning. Kingsy asked Nohara-rin to go into the inner room. At this time, the night gradually overwhelmed the sunset glow, and the evening breeze blew gently, bringing a cool breeze. The yard was so quiet that you could almost hear the wind blowing through the treetops. After making a cup of tea, Kingsy began to explain to Nohara-rin. Both lightning release, lightning finger and lightning release, iron block have basic teaching in this part, and Kingsy can use them directly. This also applies to lightning release, fiery flash, because this is the most basic conversion. If you want to use the 5 elements technique, you have to change the nature of the chakra. Transform chakra into one of the 5 basic attributes. For example, Chidori must transform chakra into lightning, while Raisnon is just a form change, and inside it is just a high-density rotating chakra ball without attributes that has been compressed. Nohara Lin listened to Kingsy for a while and seemed to understand what he said. She felt like she had gained something, but also like she understood nothing. Kingsy reacted to all the changes in Nohara Lin. He didn't expect Nohara Lin to understand. If you really understand, how do you proceed with the next plan? Nohara Rin doesn't have the thunder attribute at all. In the official book, Nohara Rin only has 3 chakra attributes, water, fire, and yang that can change their properties. Without these chakra attributes, even though these escape techniques can be released, their power will be greatly reduced. At the same time, it will be difficult to understand these ninjutsu, and it will take a lot of time to comprehend them. Otherwise, they can only be used as auxiliary transmission to help others release the same ninjutsu. It was like a ninja coalition of tens of thousands of people releasing the simplest Earth-style ninjutsu together. Unfortunately, even though it was released, such a huge amount of chakra could only barely resist a single-tailed beast ball from the 10 tails. Don't you understand? Kingsy spoke. Nohara Lin nodded, looking disappointed. It's okay, just reach out, I know another way. Kingsy gestured for Nohara Lin to extend her hand. Nohara Lin followed suit. Kingsy held Nohara Lin's hand and felt that it was very small, soft, and had smooth skin. Nohara Lin also felt a pair of heavy hands. This was the first time she held the hand of a man of the same age. Nohara Lin's earlobes turned slightly red, and at close range, she could even feel Kingsy's breath. She shook her head quickly, trying to focus her attention. Next, I will let you feel the process of generating lightning chakra. Kingsy babbled nonsense in a serious tone. The process of transforming attributeless chakra into attributed chakra can theoretically be successful. It just requires extremely high skills. For example, Naruto shared the Nine Tails chakra with others, allowing them to use and feel the Nine Tails chakra without any side effects. Chapter 38 Open your eyes. If people can constantly feel the process of generating the properties of chakra, it will certainly accelerate their understanding of the properties of chakra. Nohara Lin nodded slightly. Then Kingsy refined his chakra and changed the nature of his chakra into lightning chakra, which spread from the palm of his hand to Nohara Lin's hand. Lightning release, iron block is to refine chakra near the skin, very close to the meridian system above the skin cells, allowing Nohara Rin's hands to feel the process of some attributeless chakra being transformed into lightning release chakra. Nohara Lin felt a tingling sensation in the palm of her hand, as if an electric current was passing through it. But she still didn't feel any changes. Uchiha settlement. Obito dragged his tired body over. Obito, you're back so late. You must be hungry. Grandma will give you a cake. The couple who ran the Uchiha pancake shop greeted Obito. Uchiha Jing took out a warm pancake and put it in the oil paper. Grandma Jing, I don't have any money. Obito waved quickly. Both his parents have passed away, and he is raised by his grandmother, who is in her 50s, at home. If it weren't for the pension left by my parents, my family's finances would probably be very tight. So Obito is usually very frugal. It's okay, Grandma will take you there. Uchiha Terui gave a kind smile and handed the cake to Obito. Thank you. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Obito accepted the cake. He just came back from training outside. He had been somewhat expecting Nohara Lin to come to the third training ground where they had trained frequently before, but he never saw her. Haha, young people nowadays are just too polite. Uchiha Tesho smiled. By the way, Obito, how are the new tribesmen doing in the class? You haven't isolated them, have you? Uchiha Tesho asked. He was born not long after Konoha was established, which was also the period when the ninjas from all over the world were getting used to each other. Uchiha Tesho, who grew up with these experiences, had no objection to CG coming from a foreign country. How many decades has it been since everyone gathered together to form a country or even a village? To be specific, we are all different foreigners. Uchiha Tesho's question almost made Obito, who was eating pancakes, choke. He coughed several times before saying. He was not isolated, but was liked by many people. Obito curled his lips. Let's not talk about Nohara Rin for now, just that Ui Kurane always looks for Uchiha CG for no reason. During another break, Shizune, who had always been very low-key, actually came to ask him if Uchiha CG was practicing hard in the clan. This really opened Obito's eyes. Is the identity of a foreign transfer student so attractive? Haha, we are all Uchiha, we should unite with each other. It's good that he can adapt. Just now, a little girl came and asked about his family. Uchiha Gang took over the conversation. She and her husband have similar views. Who? Obito asked casually while finishing half of his pancake. She has purple patterns on her face. She's a very cute little girl. Uchiha Gyodo said. Obito was stunned for a moment. Purple pattern, little girl. Could it be Lin? Why did Lin go to see Kingsy? Obito frowned, and without even bothering to eat the pancakes, he hurriedly said goodbye to the Toshoku couple and ran towards CG's house. Lin has never been to my house so late. Obito felt a vague sense of unease in his heart, so he quickened his pace and ran towards that side. The street lights on both sides of the street lit up the route, illuminating the dim light. Am I not talented in this area? Nohara Lin said dejectedly. Even now, she has not sensed the so-called lightning release chakra. It seems that my wish to help Kakashi will have to be in vain. It's okay. If it doesn't work the first time, we'll try a second time. Next time, we'll try to expand the area. CG consoled her, continuing to hold Nohara Rin's hand. Nohara Rin pursed her lower lip slightly, but did not stop it. Just as they were about to expand the contact area as Kingsy suggested, a voice suddenly cried out in surprise. Uchiha CG, what are you doing? Obito ran in. His face was filled with disbelief. I don't know, I'm scared. He climbed over the simple wall of CG's house and passed through the open paper sliding door inside, only to see Uchiha CG holding Nohara Rin's hand. He was still leaning forward, not knowing what he would do next. Obito, why are you at CG's house? Nohara Rin was almost startled by the sudden appearance of Obito. Lin, I knew Kingsy was not a good person. Did she molest you just now? Obito became furious when he thought about this. Even he had never held Lin Xiongxiang's soft little hand like this before. As a result, Kingsy got there first. You misunderstood Obito. Kingsy pulled his hand back and stopped the change in the nature of his chakra. The stimulation of the weak electric current lingering around Nohara Lin's skin gradually subsided. Obito, I remember the outer door was closed. Nohara Lin frowned. Although Obito is always naughty, she has always been tolerant of him. But now it's a bit too much, just like a child who will never grow up. They are more childish and selfish than their peers. No, Lin, I'm doing this for you. Obito listened to Nohara Rin's slightly reproachful words, and for some reason Nohara Rin looked unhappy. But he didn't want Nohara Lin to hate him, so he hurried to explain. If he hadn't heard Grandma Jing say that Lin might be together, he might never have come to Uchiha CG's house in his life. For me, Nohara Lin just felt tired. I was already worried about Kakashi's situation, and my progress in learning lightning release had been zero. There is a layer of pressure in my heart. Obito is still so out of tune now. Sorry for wasting CG-san's time. Nohara Lin said apologetically. It's nothing. Nohara Lin has taught me a lot, hasn't she? Kingsy smiled. Looking at Obito trying desperately to explain, Nohara Rin looked exhausted. I just feel exciting. There was no light on in the inner room. There were only a few faint rays of light coming in from outside. A shadow fell over Kingsy's face. The dim world before his eyes was covered with a layer of red. A current of heat began to swirl. This is an even more special feeling than opening my eyes for the first time. Because only when the two Sharinans are together can the real power of the Sharingan be brought into play. It was like a beam of light suddenly emerged from the long silent darkness, tearing the night apart. When the red veil faded away, Kingsy saw a world that was more real than ever before. The power of the pupils is increasing rapidly. It is no longer the single-eyed Sharingan, this time it is the double-eyed Sharingan. Kingsy's world has changed. The scene in the distance was no longer blurry, and the details hidden in the darkness were all visible to his eyes. Chapter 39, Let Nohara Rin think about whether she herself has not tried hard enough. He saw the arc of branches on the distant tree trunk swaying in the wind, and the patterns on the leaves were extremely clear. A little further away, the streetlights were surrounded by swarms of flying insects, which shuttled through the halo of light, the flapping of their wings more clearly discernible than before. Obito's face was right in front of him, filled with shock and anger. The anger almost solidified into substance, surging in every fine line on his face. CG's eyes swept over Obito's slightly parted lips, and he could even catch the tiny movement of his teeth grinding together. Looking back again, a hint of fatigue leaked from Nohara Lin's brows, and the worry that could not be hidden was written in her eyes. Kingsy watched them quietly, the scarlet in his eyes swirling, followed by a black Megatama. This is the power of the Sharingan? It's getting late, I'll leave first. Nohara Lin looked at the sky and decided not to stay any longer. Obito, let's go. Nohara Rin asked Obito to follow her so that Obito wouldn't embarrass CG again. Okay. Obito could only suppress his emotions and followed Nohara Rin out silently. Kingsy looked at the backs of the two people until the polite Nohara Lin closed the door, and then Kingsy withdrew his gaze. A cow without a victim is soulless. Throughout his life, Obito brought nothing but pain to the ninja world. The Ninetales Rebellion, the Bloody Mist Village, the Fourth Shinobi World War. One after another, countless innocent people have been displaced, separated from their families, and even lost their lives in these turmoil. Such people should be punished. As for persuading Obito to take another path, let's not talk about whether Uchiha Madara has already set his sights on Obito and regards him as one of the optional chess pieces. Just by watching Kakashi kill Rin without knowing anything about the situation, he was paranoid and thought it was the fault of the ninja system and all the ninjas. What normal people should do is develop new theories, start revolutions, and reform the world. Obito is different. He wants to drag the whole world into infinite Tsukuyomi to escape this problem. Such an inherently extreme person is a true reflection of the Uchiha's inherent evil. According to Senju Tobirama's theory, it is because the brain is affected by the power of the pupils that the temperament changes drastically. Kingsy is different. He is not a pure-blooded Uchiha, nor is he from this world. I can't understand this kind of lunatic, and it's hard to change other people's minds. The next step won't take long. There was a smile on Kingsy's lips. His theory has no actual success cases. Nohara Rin will come again for Kakashi sooner or later. As for never being able to learn, is that because of Kingsy? You have to look for the reasons within yourself. Let Nohara Lin think about whether she is not working hard enough. Nohara Rin and Obito, who had left, arrived at the edge of the Uchiha settlement. One step further out they would reach the streets of Konoha. Obito, CG just now was helping me practice changing the nature of chakra. Nohara Rin then spoke. What kind of chakra property change requires this? Obito looked unconvinced and paused before saying. Lin, don't be fooled by that Uchiha CG. Some people look sunny, but their hearts are actually as dark as they can be. Obito wanted to persuade Lin not to go to Uchiha CG again. Obito didn't know much about the changes in chakra properties because he always slept in class. However, he had never heard of holding hands or other physical contact being required to complete this practice. Obito, you don't understand. Nohara Rin could only shake her head. Whether it works or not, she has to try it. Was he just going to watch Kakashi sink into depravity? A ninja is prone to getting into trouble during a mission if he acts impulsively. She wanted to help Kakashi relieve some of the pressure. I'm going back. Nohara Rin waved her hand and walked out of the Uchiha settlement. Obito remained alone, standing by the wall of the Uchiha settlement. Lin is learning chakra transformation, but doesn't Lin want to be a medical ninja in the future? Could it be a Yang attribute chakra transformation? Obito pondered. Early morning. Kingsy got up from the bed, had a simple breakfast, washed up, and went to the third training ground. The mountains and forests are dense, and birds are startled and fly away from time to time. He stood in front of a tree. He began to use the chakra creation technique to extract the appropriate chakra, then formed seals with both hands, and then extended his index and middle fingers, and put the two fingers together. Wisps of blue and white arcs swirled around Kingsy's fingertips, and Kingsy calculated the consumption of chakra and physical strength. Different from those E-level ninjutsu and the lightning release ninjutsu iron block that Kingsy has already learned, as well as the Kumagakur swordsmanship. Pure offensive ninjutsu like thunder style, lightning finger requires even more precise control. If the ability to seal or refine chakra is not good enough, it will lead to waste. Only a jonin can avoid such waste and perfectly convert excess chakra into physical strength. Crack! A subtle arcing sound was heard. After the chakra had gathered in the meridian system between his index and middle fingers, CG thrust forward fiercely. Laugh. The rough bark suddenly gave off a burning smell. Kingsy stretched out his finger, and two black holes appeared inside, with white smoke coming out. Good. Kingsy nodded. The level of ninjutsu does not represent everything. As long as your ninjutsu and essence values are high enough, you can increase the power. For example, when Uchiha Madara released the B-level ninjutsu fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment, it required more than 20 Kumagakur ninjas to release the B-level ninjutsu water style, Water Array Wall to resist it. Qingxi's adaptability to lightning release is already very high due to the talent of the Yayu clan, and there is also a green item that increases the lightning release genin's ability by 20%. The mediocre thunder release, lightning finger also caused considerable damage in Kingsy's hands. And, I'm still getting stronger. The feedback from the pupil power has not stopped since last night. Kingsy had a feeling that this would continue for some time. Then the next step is illusion. Kiyoshi secretly said. After learning swordsmanship, he obtained the entry of an apprentice swordsmanship ninja, and after learning lightning escape, he obtained the entry of an apprentice lightning escape ninja. Logically speaking, once he has mastered the art of illusion, he will also be able to obtain the corresponding illusion terms. I just don't know whether the entry panel will classify lightning release, fiery flash as an illusion or lightning release. After a moment of hesitation, Kingsy began to practice this ninjutsu. There is no use thinking too much. It is better to seize every moment to strengthen yourself. Konoha streets. Nohara Rin walked among the bustling crowd, thinking about Kakashi in her mind. Lightning release. How do I activate cells? Nohara Rin suddenly heard a familiar voice and turned around to see that it was Kakashi. Kakashi, are you assigned to a 3-person team now? Seeing Kakashi, whom she had been thinking about, Nohara Rin greeted him. Kakashi nodded, dressed as a ninja and carrying a short sword left by the white Fang. Chapter 40. Will you win? How are the new companions getting along? We're just on a mission together. It doesn't matter whether we get along or not. Kakashi said calmly. This morning, he went to meet his 2 new teammates and the leading ninja. He didn't have any special feelings in his heart. Just hope they can complete the task. Hearing Kakashi's indifferent tone, Nohara Rin had already guessed that Kakashi might not be getting along well with his new companions. I have something else to do later, Kakashi said, and started walking forward. Wait a minute, Kakashi, are you researching how to change the properties of chakra? That is, how to change chakra into something like electricity. Nohara Rin tried to find a common topic with Kakashi. Although she did not complete this step that day, she was very meticulous and memorized all of Professor Ching's theoretical knowledge. Kakashi paused noticeably and looked back at Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin clasped her hands together in front of her stomach, her brown eyes also staring at Kakashi, with a worried look on her face. He looked a little haggard for no apparent reason. You also learned how to change chakra properties. Kakashi was quite surprised. These ninja schools hardly teach this, because only ninjas above the rank of Chunin would consider these things. It is too far away from them, the ninja trainees who are either genin or not even genin. Yeah, I learned a little. Lin told some of what Ching Si taught according to her memory. When Kakashi heard this, he realized that Lin really knew a lot. He was the only one who had been developing the lightning release ninjutsu, and he just lacked another person to discuss and verify his ideas. Lin, what do you think about activating the cells in my wrists and palms? Kakashi asked a question. Nohara Lin thought about it and expressed her guess. In fact, medical ninjutsu and lightning style are somewhat related, and both act on the human body. Medical ninjutsu, the study of cells, is unmatched by any other ninjutsu. Let's find a place to discuss this in detail. Kakashi became interested, as he hadn't expected some of Lin's insights. This ninjutsu is still in its infancy, and Kakashi has only set a rough direction. In order to complete this technique, a lot of things need to be filled in. Nohara Lin nodded softly and hurriedly followed Kakashi, who was leaving. My heart was filled with joy, and the worry on my face faded a little. If we get closer to Kakashi, we can lead him back. Nohara Lin prayed like this. Ninja school. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed, and Kingsy's life became peaceful again. Kingji listened to the Chunin instructor explaining the history of the ninja world in class. This world doesn't know much about the myths that existed thousands of years ago during the Warring States period. Even the most famous Six Paths sage was vague about it, and as for Kaguya, the ancestor of chakra, no one knew anything about it. The Uchiha clan is the one that records the most historical secrets. There is an ancestral Uchiha stone tablet in the secret room of Nanga Shrine. It's starting to slow down. While listening to the Chunin instructor's history lecture, Kingji was thinking about the Sharingan. The Sharingan's response is no longer as fast as it was at the beginning, gradually slowing down, feeding back in a more subtle way to synchronize Kingsy's physical and spiritual power. The Sharingan is the eye that reflects the mind. It is precisely because one's strength will be rapidly enhanced after opening the eyes that the Uchiha's strength is feared by many people. Before long, the bell rang, signaling the start of the break. Kurane was the first to come to Seiji again, asking him if he had understood the lesson. Kingsy responded to Yui Kurane's questions while reading a book. Most of the talking was done by Yui Kurane, with Kingsy occasionally replying with a sentence or two. He is now preparing to graduate early, compressing the knowledge that others would take several years to learn into a very short period of time. The Uchiha clan generally has good talents, and Kingsy is also very fast at memorizing knowledge, not to mention that he has 2 entries, reading absorption and basic memory. Hong went to see Kingsy again. It seems that Hong is really interested in illusion. Akimichi Domuro took out a bag of potato chips from his pocket and ate them. I've been doing special training in the tribe for several days recently, Sarutobi Asuma said confidently. His original illusion skills were just around the passing line, and even after several days of special training, his improvement wasn't that much. Is it difficult to deal with Seiji, an Uchiha who doesn't use the Sharingan? After all, the only thing that was known about the Uchiha clan was the Sharingan and the fire style. Without the Sharingan, the Uchiha is just like that. Sharp. Akimichi Domura said as he swallowed a potato chip. He feels happy as long as he can eat and drink every day. Asuma Sarutobi was speechless about Akimichi Domuro. If it weren't for the Sarutobi clan and the Inoshikacho clan, the relationship between the 3 clans would have always been good. He didn't even know how he got to have such a good relationship with Akimichi Domuro. Asuma Sarutobi glanced over and saw that Uchiha Seiji had said something that actually made Kurane Yui laugh. He immediately stood up and walked towards Kingsy. Hey, Uchiha Seiji, you promised to spar with me last time, don't forget. It just so happens that today is the beginning of the month. Sarutobi Asuma knocked on the table. He even lowered his voice deliberately in front of Yui Kurane, making his voice sound deep and manly. Rest assured? Kingsy nodded. Seeing Kingsy's agreement and Yui Kurane turning her head to look at him, Sarutobi Asuma returned to his seat with satisfaction. Will you win? Obito, who was sitting in front of Asuma Sarutobi, turned his head and said. He also wanted to see what expression Uchiha Seiji would have if he lost. Obito has been feeling a bit bored lately at school without Kakashi. Naturally, he would like to see Uchiha Seiji suffer a setback. Will do. Sarutobi Asuma nodded. He looked at Obito with a slightly sympathetic look. The last time Obito sparred with Seiji, he lost to him and lost face in front of Nohara Rin. This time, he would show Obito what a man is. Red, you don't mind that I beat Asuma, do you? Kiyoshi said to Yui Hong. Asuma Sarutobi is not as mature as he will be in the future. He is just a child who longs for attention and recognition just like Naruto. The son of a hero often has more pressure than other children, because people can't help but make comparisons. It would be good if Kingsy could defeat Asuma. It would help to temper his edge. Asuma is a bit too rebellious. Yui Hong nodded. I've been spending less time with Asuma Sarutobi lately, but the relationship between the two has always been good, and they can be considered childhood sweethearts. She knew a little about the father-son relationship between Asuma Sarutobi and the third Hokage. Chapter 41, Understanding Chakra Flow Fire Style. In the blink of an eye it was afternoon. This class is free time. Asuma Sarutobi approached Seiji. A lot of people gathered at this time. They were very curious about what other strengths this Uchiha, Seiji, had besides physical skills. In the past few months of sparring, Kingsy has always defeated his opponents with physical skills. Might Guy also regards Kingsy as his confidant, and every time he sees Kingsy, he wants him to burn his youth with him. Hong, are you confident in Kingsy? Nohara Lin opened her lips slightly and said, under the sunlight, every line of her lips was clearly visible, and it looked soft. I can't say anything about the other aspects, but when it comes to illusions, Kingsy definitely has an understanding beyond that of ordinary people. The sunset turns back. She still remembered a girl named Nohara Lin who went to see Kingsy not long ago even when it was almost evening. I don't know what to do. That's it. Nohara Lin nodded. The theories that Kingsy told her were indeed useful. They talked for a long time when they met Kauashi last time. She hadn't seen Kauashi so interested in something in a long time. Nohara Lin wanted to continue asking Kingsy for advice, but she was afraid of bothering Kingsy if she kept going. Because she only needs to teach Kingsy once, and Kingsy has to practice the rest on his own, and he will learn it in no time. But she had no confidence in learning Thunder Escape, and estimated that it would take a long time. Hong, do you know what Kingsy likes? Nohara Lin plans to cater to his interests. Why are you asking about this? Hong said in surprise. Before Nohara Lin could answer, the battle between Seiji and Sarutobi Asuma was about to begin. The two girls could only look over there first. Bring it on. Seiji spoke, looking at Sarutobi Asuma calmly. A panel flashed before him. Entry, Apprentice Illusion Ninja, White. Requirement, use a regular illusion. Progress, completed. Effect, your talent in illusion increases by 10% from the original level. Note, you can continue to advance later. This was the entry that Kingsy obtained a few nights ago. He mastered the Lightning Release, Fiery Flash and obtained an illusion type entry that could enhance his talent. Remember not to use your Sharingan. Asuma Sarutobi added one more sentence before the opening. Kingsy nodded. Asuma Sarutobi glanced at Kurane Yui who was watching them, and at some classmates who had gathered around because they felt there was something exciting to watch. He immediately refined his chakra, formed seals with his hands, and then looked suddenly into Kingsy's eyes. The most important thing about illusion is to strike first. Asuma Sarutobi noticed a flash of light in Seiji's palm, as if something was reflecting light. Kunao? Asuma Sarutobi was confused and didn't think about it too much. The most urgent task is to seize the opportunity as soon as possible and drag Uchiha Seiji into the influence of the illusion first, which will give us a huge advantage. Two thick branches spiraled out from the ground and grabbed Kingsy. It's done. Asuma Sarutobi was delighted. This illusion was taught to him by his uncle himself, and it was said to be an illusion he liked to use when he was young. A technique similar to the B-level illusion Magic Tree Binding Kill. It's just that the level is D. It's called Magic Branch Binding Kill. As he watched tree trunks continuously emerge from the ground, the rough bark tightly clinging to Seiji's body and binding his hands and feet, Sarutobi Asuma couldn't help but smile. My talent for illusion isn't bad either, don't you think, Hong? Asuma Sarutobi looked towards Kurane Yui with a smile on his face. Red. Sarutobi Asuma noticed that Kurane Yui was not moving. Upon closer inspection, everyone around was completely still, frozen in place like wooden stakes. How is this going? Asuma Sarutobi felt a little nervous for no reason. He began to look in other directions. The auspicious clouds in the sky stopped floating. The originally noisy training ground had become silent without him noticing, as if he was the only one in the world. Finally, when Asuma Sarutobi was about to lose patience and escape from the training ground, a familiar voice came to my ears. Sarutobi Asuma-kun, when did you develop the illusion of using genjutsu? Asuma Sarutobi's pupils shrank. This is Kingsy's voice? Click. There was a constant sound like glass breaking. A chill ran down Asuma Sarutobi's neck. Looking down, I saw a black kunao. I lost. Sarutobi Asuma said bitterly. To be honest, he didn't even know how he lost. Why did Sarutobi Asuma suddenly freeze in place? Uchiha Seiji slowly went to put the kunao around his neck. You fell asleep in class, didn't you? This is clearly an illusion. How can we see an illusion duel? Oh, it seems so. Uchiha Seiji is indeed a member of the Uchiha clan. Some students looked at Kingsy with respect. A few months ago, Seiji was just a foreigner, a half-blood Uchiha. By now, Seiji was extremely talented in taijutsu, ninjutsu, and illusion, almost on par with Kauashi who graduated early. The public opinion about Kingsy changed. No one wants to offend a future strong man. Mud can't hold up a wall. Obito was not upset and was very disappointed with Asuma Sarutobi. Kurane was still here, but she lost for no apparent reason. Even if he were to replace him, he wouldn't be killed instantly at the start. Can you ask me why I lost? Asuma Sarutobi's face was red and swollen, but he still endured it and did not leave immediately. He asked Kiyoshi why he lost. I want to know where I lost. You were caught in an illusion from the very beginning. Kingsy retracted the kunao. The prompt of the entry panel appeared in my mind. You have comprehended the entry chakra flow, fire style, white, dot. Entry, chakra flow, fire style, white. Requirement to achieve, defeat the young Sarutobi Asuma. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, your chakra flow learns to attach fire style to weapons. Note, you can continue to advance later. Kingsy narrowed his eyes slightly. In his opinion, the effect of this white entry is better than that of the green entry. The so-called chakra flow is to attach chakra to the surface of the body, such as hands, feet, hair, or even to weapons. The double lion fist in the soft fist method is actually a kind of chakra flow. To put it simply, it means enchantment. Add status to weapons. For example, the future Asuma Sarutobi condensed the refined chakra with wind-style properties onto his weapon for a long time, which is called chakra flow. Special metals simply make this process easier to conduct. Because you were so focused on my eyes, you ignored my hands. Having obtained a good entry, Kiyoshi patiently explained it to Asuma Sarutobi, the second ATM. He raised his hand, and there was light at his fingertips. Lightning release, fiery flash. Some say the pace is slow, and they are about to graduate. Chapter 42 Focus on Uchiha CG. The moment I started, I unleashed lightning release, fiery flash. In daylight, this technique is difficult to detect. You tried to seize the opportunity by casting an illusion on my eyes, but ended up being outmatched. The light from Kingsy's fingertips gradually became brighter, like a magnifying glass focusing the sun's rays. Looking at the flickering light in Kingsy's hand, Sarutobi Asuma felt a little dizzy. He quickly shook his head and came to his senses. Sarutobi Asuma-kun, you are very strong, but it's a pity that I'm an Uchiha. Kiyoshi stopped releasing illusions from his fingertips and spoke to Asuma Sarutobi. Asuma, why did you lose so soon? Obito shouted from behind. Sarutobi Asuma's already flushed face turned even redder, and he stammered. Is this what you call losing? If it were compared to others, I definitely wouldn't lose like this. Asuma Sarutobi was extremely regretful at this moment. In a fit of rage, he challenged the Uchiha's strengths in order to show off his prowess in front of Kurane Ui. If Bibi used fire release, he would definitely not be killed instantly upon meeting her. Now that they are competing in illusion techniques, his performance is even worse. Kingsy is so powerful without using the Sharingan. Once he uses the Sharingan, how powerful will his illusion ability be? The Sarutobi clan is a large clan, just like the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Asuma-san, but the Uchiha clan is more skilled in illusion. Kingsy patted Asuma Sarutobi on the shoulder, giving Asuma a way out. Yes, that's right. Asuma Sarutobi nodded. It's not that he is not good enough, it's that even if Uchiha CG doesn't use the Sharingan, his illusion techniques are still very powerful. Asuma, don't lose heart. Zahikurane comforted her softly. She understood Asuma Sarutobi's feelings, as she was also defeated by CG in one round. Fortunately, she was smart and paid Kingsy to tutor her. It has greatly improved my illusion skills. It is good. In response to Hong's comfort, Sarutobi Asuma could only nod silently. If I say anything more, wouldn't it make me look stingy? In the end, I took it all on my own. Asuma Sarutobi pretended nothing was wrong, stood up, and returned to the crowd. Do you have potato chips? Give me some. Asuma Sarutobi's tone was a little sad. Akimichi Domaro took out a packet from his pocket and gave it to Asuma Sarutobi. Uchiha CG, that's quite interesting. Shiranui Genma said while holding a toothpick in his mouth. Ebisu nodded in agreement, pushed the black round frame and said, I just wonder if Uchiha CG will graduate early. His progress is different from us civilians. I guess so. Shiranui Genma glanced at Obito. A ninja clan as large as the Uchiha clan would not lack ninjutsu and early education. It is estimated that Kingsy also received a lot of education in the Uchiha clan privately. Okay, everyone gather. Chunin instructor Kaino-lu blew the whistle and asked all students to come and gather. He watched the entire battle between CG and Asuma Sarutobi just now. Very impressive. Kaino-lu thought to himself. After just over half a month of special training, Sarutobi Asuma's illusion level has improved significantly. Should we say that he is worthy of being the son of the third generation? But the most surprising thing is Uchiha CG, who was able to suppress Sarutobi Asuma before he even opened his Sharingan. This was the most unexpected thing for Omino Roku. The Sharingan's fame is known to everyone in the ninja world. If you say that Kingsy won with the help of Sharingan, everyone would think it was natural. For example, the rumor that the Uchiha clan is an elite clan has been deeply rooted in people's minds, and some mission orders even specifically ask Uchiha ninjas to take them up. But Kingsy did not rely on the Sharingan, but on his own illusion ability. This shows that Kingsy has a strong learning ability. Whether it's physical or illusion, he's a genius. If he can learn the three-body technique in a short period of time, this kid will be a complete genius. Kaino-lu was secretly shocked. Even the newly graduated White Fang's son, Heitake Kakashi, he can't necessarily be called comprehensive. At least his illusion technique could never compare to that of CG, who was from the Uchiha clan. After all the students had gathered, Kaino-lu spoke briefly and asked everyone to disperse and return to the classroom for other classes. He took out a regular performance test sheet that had already been filled in with symbols and drew in on the illusion column. Uchiha CG, ninjutsu, taijutsu, genjutsu, class attitude, enthusiasm, sociability. The above represents excellent, represents average, and the worst is represented by times. Kaino-lu didn't know what CG's current level of ninjutsu was, so he marked it with a symbol based on his performance in learning the clone technique last month. He also filled in a lot of notes under Kingsy's form and wrote down the process of the illusion test. After giving the symbols to Kingsy, Kaino-lu continued to give the symbols to all the students in the class. The end of the semester is coming soon, and it is necessary to check your regular performance. It is also the control of the growth of ninjas. All information is confidential and is finally sealed in the file library of the Hokage building. When it is time to graduate, there will be another comprehensive test, and the results of the graduation test plus the ninja school's regular performance test sheet in recent years will be sealed as the final ninja graduation file. These files are all lifelong and cannot be changed. Hokage Building. Sarutobi Hiruzen finished processing a batch of documents in his hand and looked at the Umbu ninja who handed him a stack of documents wrapped in yellow paper. Hokage-sama, please take a look. The Umbu ninja said respectfully, then disappeared into the Hokage's office, guarding Sarutobi Hiruzen in secret. Sarutobi Hiruzen replaced a burnt-out cigarette wick with a good one and took a puff before slowly opening the document. Uchiha. Kiyoshi. Sarutobi Hiruzen found CG's regular performance test sheet. Did you defeat Asuma? Sarutobi Hiruzen knocked on his pipe, and some smoke popped out. No wonder this kid has been pestering some senior ninjas in the clan to practice illusion techniques recently. Sarutobi Hiruzen then pulled out the next regular performance check sheet and looked at it. He possesses the ninjutsu, telescope technique, which allows him to monitor specific people from a distance through a crystal ball. However, there are many restrictions, and you need to master the chakra characteristics of the character. This condition was rather troublesome, and it was impossible for him to monitor the vast Konoha by himself all the time. Therefore, Sarutobi Hiruzen rarely uses this technique on a daily basis. A storm is coming. After a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Uchiha CG's background is very clean, and after testing, he has not learned any ninjutsu. After finding Kingsy, he has been sending people to the Land of Thunder to inquire about news. There has not been a second case like Kingsy to date. Given the nature of the Land of Lightning, they would certainly not do such a stupid thing as sending Uchiha as an undercover agent. What worried Sarutobi Hiruzen the most was another thing. The ninja world is not peaceful today. Chapter 43, Can Hinata drop the entry? As a witness of the Second Shinobi World War, he has a keen sense of war. At this time, the importance of Uchiha became more and more apparent. Unlike other ninja clans, the Uchiha clan is likely to become stronger as the war goes on. After thinking for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen turned back to the page with Uchiha CG's regular performance test sheet. Taking out a pen, Sarutobi Hiruzen wrote the 4 words focus on. Originally, he wanted to find one among the Uchiha clan to serve as a button to ease relations with the Uchiha clan. Bring it to Minato to bring. Now it seems that perhaps another candidate can be added. Uchiha CG, who had just arrived, would probably be more easily influenced by the will of fire than other Uchiha. Evening. Asuma Sarutobi returned home in a depressed mood. When Asuma Sarutobi thought about losing face in front of Kurane Ui, he felt like the sky was falling. The tough guy image he had built up for so long was probably ruined. No, I have to prove myself in front of Hong. Asuma Sarutobi clenched his fists. He admitted that his illusion was not as good as Kingsy's. I was careless and underestimated Kingsy's strength. Even without using the Sharingan, his illusion was very strong. Next, he will use what he is best at. Asuma Sarutobi looked at his fist blade-shaped ninja tool in the room. It was made of half chakra metal and half ordinary metal. He also planned to replace them all with special chakra metal in the future and make them into his own ninja tools. Chakra flow, I won't lose to you at all. Sarutobi Asuma thought to himself. To be on the safe side, he plans to continue special training for a while. At the end, he wants to challenge Kingsy to a duel in physical skills. Konoha Street, 7 p.m. It rained again last night. Kingsy sighed. Yesterday was the last autumn rain, and today it is winter. On both sides of the street, the yellow leaves of the trees fluttered in the cold wind. Some time has passed since defeating Asuma Sarutobi and obtaining the entry. I want this and this. Kingsy pointed at the ingredients and the shop owner immediately packed them for Kingsy. Since he lives alone, Kingsy does all the shopping, cooking, washing and sweeping by himself. You're so useless. You can even buy the wrong dessert. A scolding voice came. There was also a crisp sound of slapping. It attracted the attention of passers-by around. Kingsy looked in the direction of the voice and saw that it was Hinata Xia, whom he had met once at the 3rd training ground. At this moment, she lowered her head honestly. The short dark green hair covered the white eyes, and the body trembled uncontrollably. Yes, Madame Yinhua. Hinata Xia responded respectfully to the noble lady in front of him. The noble lady's waving of her hands perfectly outlined the graceful curves of her figure even under the cover of her heavy robe. Remember to bring back what you bought, and also order some fresh squid sushi. Hinata Ginka gave the order in a haughty manner. The sushi restaurant with unique flavors recently is really good. Other sushi restaurants don't have new styles like this. As soon as she turned around, curious passers-by immediately avoided her gaze, not daring to look at her. This is the main family of the Hyuga clan. The Hyuga clan is one of the 2 major Ijutsu clans in Konoha, and the identities of its members are clearly divided. That is the main family and the branch family. There is no doubt that the one who got beaten was definitely the branch family. Passers-by tightened their collars and continued walking. These matters are Hinata's internal affairs, so it's better to leave first. Kiyoshi watched this scene intently. Will the gentle fist technique skill cause me to lose some attribute points? Kiyoshi secretly said. He was very envious of the Hyuga clan's abilities. Take the acquired chakra flow, fire style for example, this ability can be attached to weapons. As for attaching it to the body, that is far beyond Kingsy's control. Even a jonin cannot do what he wants and can only release chakra from his hands, feet, and other parts of his body. It would be particularly difficult to release chakra in other parts of the body, and it will release chakra for a long time, that is, maintain the chakra flow on the surface of the body, which will put a huge load on the chakra acupoints and make the ninja feel pain. Only the Hyuga clan can release chakra at any acupointment in the body, such as the soft fist technique Bagwazang Huishan. Squid sushi. Hinata Xia looked at the sky, and it was already getting dark. It will be night soon. But that sushi restaurant doesn't open at night. How is she going to explain to Hinata Ginka? Are you having any trouble? Hinata Xia-san. It's Seiji-kun. After Hinata Xia confirmed that Hinata Ginka had gone far away, she raised her eyes to see who was greeting her. The person who came was Kingsy, whom she was not very familiar with. Do you want to buy squid sushi? Kingsy asked. Although he didn't know why Uchiha Seiji came to see him, Hinata Xia still nodded. Let's go, I'll take you there. Kingsy waved and smiled. But that store should be closed. Hinata Xia sighed, with melancholy in her eyes. When I return to the tribe, I will probably be scolded again. Hinata Ginka hated it the most when they made excuses. I'm a regular customer of that store. Ching sighed and smiled. The people at that sushi restaurant would love for him to go there every day, and it would be best if they could go back to Union together. Let's go. Kingsy took a few steps forward and motioned for Hinata Xia to follow. Hinata Xia was stunned for a moment, then followed. Regardless of whether Kingsy is the old customer that the store said, he has to go and confirm whether the store is closed. The two walked together and soon arrived at the sushi restaurant. The person who was busy in the store was about to close the shop, but when he saw that there were still people coming, he planned to go out and let the customers come the next day. When he got closer, he found that it was Kingsy. He immediately changed his words and enthusiastically asked Kingsy and Hinata Xia what they wanted. Kingsy glanced at the receptionist. Not Samui. It was another person he had seen in the secret room, but he didn't recognize him. I want some squid sushi. Kingsy spoke. You are a regular customer, we will arrange it right away. The person who received them was Yuki Yasukawa, who took Seiji and Hinata Natsu to a private room. I like a little quiet. When Yasukawa Yukiya was about to leave, Kingsy added a sentence. The subtext is that now that he's here, he doesn't like being peeped at. Please rest assured, the sound insulation in our store is guaranteed. Yuki Yasukawa closed the door with a smile, then returned to the secret room to report to Samado. Then leave him alone. Hearing that Kingsy brought a girl in, Samado agreed to Kingsy's request. People of this age are just at the stage where they are ignorant about the opposite sex, and Samado understands Kiyoshi. This spy point was exposed to Kingsy, and Samado didn't want to risk his life to offend Kingsy. At least not here. Chapter 44, The Soft Persimmon Hinata Xia. By the way, Samui hasn't come back yet. Yasukawa Yukiya shook his head and said. She took Itsui out. It will probably be a while. Okay, tell her not to stay so late next time. Samado frowned slightly. There's still half an hour until closing time. I guess Samui came back on time again today just to let Azui get used to life in Konoha. Not long after Yuki Yasukawa left, Kingsy could feel the prying eyes gradually weakening. He doesn't like being peeped at. Last time no one was peeping because Samui was there, but this time Samui is not there. Excuse me, Seiji-kun. Hinata Xia sat down, her slender fingers gently lifted her hanging dark green short hair, and waited patiently for the fresh squid sushi. The squids in this store are cooked freshly, so you need to wait for a while. Kingsy also sat down and raised his eyes to look at the minor supporting character in front of him who only appeared briefly in the original work. Hinata Xia, I heard that the Hyuga clan has a system of main and branch families, right? Kingsy brought up the matter. The Hyuga clan is divided into the main family and the branch family. People in the main family do not need to plant the caged bird curse seal, but people in the branch family must plant the caged bird curse seal. Once this curse is planted, the life and death of all members of the branch family will depend on the main family's thoughts, and the main family can activate the curse at will to kill the branch family members. It can be said that as long as you are reborn into a branch of the Hyuga clan, you will have it in this life. Hinata Xia was slightly startled, then nodded. Yes. The voice was so calm that there was almost no fluctuation. The short dark green hair swayed, revealing the forehead tied with a silk ribbon. This matter is actually not a secret, and many people in the village know about it. So what if you just know? No one can change it. Thinking of this, Hinata Xia just hoped that the squid sushi in this store could be made faster, as she still had to buy other desserts later. If I go back earlier this way, maybe I won't be scolded. That's it. Kingsy nodded. The entire Naruto world seems to be based on anti-fatalism, but its core is completely fate. The son of a hero is still a hero, the son of a savior is still a savior, and so the son of a scapegoat is still a scapegoat. Just like what Naruto often talks about, hard work and following the way of ninja, he doesn't believe in fate or destiny. But Naruto is actually one of the biggest beneficiaries of fatalism, and he has never realized it. Until Niji's last words. The boomerang that Naruto threw during the Chunin exam hit himself hard at that moment. Even when Naruto came to power and became the 7th Hokage, the Hyuga clan's caged bird system still existed. Then can you Hinata Xia-san spar with me in lower taijutsu? Hinata Xia was stunned for a moment. She remembered that Kingsy had excellent grades in the class and had been among the top students not long after he arrived. much better than her talent. I've always been curious about soft boxing, so a sparring session should be no problem. CG smiled. The real reason is of course to see if there is any chance of getting an entry, and one has to pick the weak ones. Hinata's strength can only be described as average. Kingsy is not familiar with other members of the Hyuga clan. Besides, the end of the semester is coming soon, and there is no time to wait until the next round to be matched with someone from the Hyuga clan. He will apply for early graduation next month. There will be no growth if I continue to stay in the ninja school, and all the E-level ninjutsu that can be taught have been taught. In the first few years, the focus was on building a solid foundation. In the later years, one of the 3 skills was tested every semester, and a final assessment was conducted upon graduation. Kiyoshi doesn't need to stay there any longer, he can learn more ninjutsu by going on a mission. Well, okay, but it's a bit crowded here, let's go outside later. Hinata glanced here. If Kingsy wasn't a regular customer, he wouldn't be able to buy squid sushi today. It would be a bit too much for him to just leave like that. After hearing Hinata's reply, Kingsy also waited patiently. About 10 minutes later, Yukiya Yasukawa brought a gift box containing squid sushi. The two went out and found an open space. Perhaps because she had to go back later, Hinata walked very fast. The evening air was bitterly cold as CG and Hinata stood in the middle of the clearing. Then, I'm going to start. Hinata wanted to end the battle quickly. Kingsy nodded. The next moment, veins bulged out from the corners of Hinata's eyes, and chakra gathered into the meridian system in his eyes. A lot of chakra, and the Byakugan's penetrating power allowed Hinata to clearly see the meridian system in Kingsy's body, and electric currents that radiate faintly beneath the surface of the body. Hinata's pure white eyes stared at Kingsy, revealing his internal organs. Can you actually bind lightning under your skin and use it to train your body? Hinata was amazed inwardly. She instantly realized that this must be a special ninjutsu. Kingsy's control over lightning release chakra is surprisingly good to this extent. In all her time at the ninja school, she had never seen anyone who trained their body as well as CG. You know, lightning is a very dangerous thing. If you are not careful, your skin will be burned and even the meridian system that carries the chakra channels will be burned. Hinata thought of a physical skill freak, Might Guy. Even someone like Might Guy who loves physical skills uses very traditional methods. Kingsy's behavior really opened Hinata's eyes. Normally, the Hyuga clan rarely rolls their eyes at others, because this is considered extremely impolite and can be considered a provocation. If it weren't for the sparring with Kingsy, Hinata probably would never have known about this. Don't be distracted during the battle. Kingsy refined the chakra under his feet and suddenly rushed forward. Hinata quickly took a soft fist stance and started to dismantle Kingsy's attack. The most commonly used technique among all Hyuga clan members is soft fist technique, while other ninjutsu and illusion techniques are rarely used. Even the use of ninja tools is relatively rare. Therefore, systematic training in soft boxing will be carried out at an early age. Boom! Hinata used her arm to block Kingsy's straight punch, but before she could catch her breath, Kingsy elbowed her in return. Hinata immediately distanced herself, and chakra gushed out from the chakra points on her fingertips, forming a small circle of chakra lines. As it was waving, it seemed like there was a translucent film. Kingsy narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at his opponent who was giving his all, and felt a little relieved. Hinata can basically only passively defend. The soft fist method she used was just the most basic soft fist method. It turns out that the softest persimmons are the best to squeeze. I just don't know if there will be any explosion entries. If the opponent uses soft fist 8 trigrams 64 palms or 8 trigrams return to heaven, Kingsy will have a hard time dealing with it. Unfortunately, Hinata is from a branch family, and not only does she have mediocre talent, she can't even practice the advanced family soft boxing techniques. These secret techniques either rely on the genius's self-realization, or they can never be learned in a lifetime. Chapter 45, Hinata first encounter with Kushina, a keyword explosion. All we can say is that the branch family was cursed with the caged bird, but as a result, some advanced soft boxing techniques were still authorized by the main family, which is very abstract. When Hyuga Niji used the Bagwazang, Kaiten in the Chunin exam, Hyuga Hayashi in the audience marveled at Hyuga Niji's terrifying talent and suspected that he had the blood of the Hyuga Tenin. Boom! A muffled sound exploded in the field, and Hinata's palm hit the target heavily, but the next moment, white smoke spread out, revealing a piece of broken wood. Substitute technique. Hinata was stunned for a moment, his palm still maintaining the striking posture, his eyes looking around for Kingsy's figure. I won. Kingsy's voice came from beside Hinata, and he patted Hinata's shoulder with his hand. Sejiro-kun, you're much faster than me. Hinata dropped her soft fist stance. The so-called substitute technique is actually a disruptive technique in which a piece of wood is quickly found to replace the body, making the opponent think that the surprise attack was successful. Usually a cantrip, requiring the caster to be faster than the recipient. I used other tricks to break through your defense. Kingsy shook his head. Hinata's soft fist technique can currently only cover a fan-shaped area in front of the body. Although the back can be seen, it cannot be reached. And because of the limitations of the caged bird curse, there is a blind spot on the back. You have comprehended the entry, Dark Walker, white, dot. Entry, Dark Walker, white. Requirement to complete, defeat the young Hinata Natsu. Progress, completed. Effect, your eyes can see more details than ordinary people in the dark and respond to changes in surrounding objects. Note, you can continue to advance later. The sound of the entry panel made Kingsy feel slightly happy. It seems that even if you are looking for someone who is not your friend, it will be counted in the entry. It's a pity that he doesn't know many people at the moment, and if he rashly goes to challenge them, it would be a provocation to others. After the entry prompts ended, Kingsy felt a sense of refreshment in his eyes. The evening, which was originally dark, became much brighter in his eyes. Kingsy was quite satisfied with this entry. It is estimated that after the Sharingan is opened, there will be further improvement because the insight will increase. The Sharingan has many functions, but it does not have the ability to see at night. With Dark Walker, White, Kingsy will have a home advantage at night. Then I'll leave first. Hinata went to pick up the gift box and said goodbye to Kingsy. As he was leaving, Ching Si suddenly spoke. A trapped bird, is it really willing to stay in the cage forever and be a caged bird? This is to protect the Hyuga clan and everyone in the clan. Hinata subconsciously touched the left cheek that was hit by Hinata Ginka, and lowered her eyebrows slightly. The moment she said this, she reached out and gently touched her left cheek. Her delicate skin still retained the burning sensation from being beaten. Hinata Ginko's grip wasn't too strong, but the chakra that inadvertently seeped in made the pain particularly clear. After practicing the soft fist method more, the chakra points on the hands will adapt to the chakra and it will be easier to gush out. Most of the people in the main family are easy to talk to, but there are still some people like Hinata Ginka. She never concealed her contempt for the branch family, nor did she shy away from using methods that implied a scolding. Kingsy did not respond immediately. He raised his head and looked at the darkening sky in the distance. The cold wind gently brushed through the tips of his hair. I see. If I were that bird, I'd probably still yearn to fly freely in the sky again and try to peck open the cage door with my beak. After he finished speaking, he shook his head slightly, as if he had just said it casually, or as if he hadn't expected her response at all. If Kiyoshi had been born into the Hyuga clan, he would definitely have tried every means to remove the caged bird seal, as he would not want to be born into a branch family where he is inherently inferior. Soaring through the air again, Hinata was stunned. She turned her head and looked at Kingsy. Kingsy Uchiha's long robe makes his figure look very slender, and the well-defined muscles on his chest can be vaguely seen. Her loose black hair fell to her waist, swaying slightly in the wind, and she looked much taller than her peers. Maybe because of the exercise, his face has become a little bigger and looks very tough. This kind of Kingsy makes Hinata feel that he is much more mature than his peers. He is neither like those skinny peers, nor like the pure rough man of the Thunder Country as imagined. Soaring through the air again, Hinata repeated it in a low voice, with a barely perceptible fluctuation in her lowered gaze. It was a scene she had never dared to imagine, it was too far away and too extravagant. She tried to purse her lips, adjusted the position of the gift box, and finally said lightly, "What CG-san said is very interesting." After saying that, she bowed politely, turned and walked away. Kingsy watched her leave, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips. The bird in the cage may not dare to spread its wings for a while, but once the seeds are planted, they will always sprout. The Hyuga branch family has never shown any resignation to their fate. It's just that the caged bird curse forced many people to restrain their thoughts and show respect. Attitude is the mask of the heart. At the moment, Kingsy just wants to plant a seed in Hinata's heart, but he doesn't want to win her over now. Ching Si now doesn't know how to remove the curse, so he can't do it even if he draws a pie in the sky. The future Hinata looks good and can be considered an early investment. Thinking of this, Kingsy turned around and started walking home. If he continues to acquire entries like this, his Sharingan will be very powerful even if it does not evolve. One day, there might even be an entry that ignores the side effects of Kaleidoscope. This way, Kingsy wouldn't have to transplant Hashirama's cells or clone a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan for himself. That's too far-fetched to think about. Kingsy turned his thoughts to another thing. That is, after graduating early, he will be assigned to a 3-person team, or directly join the Uchiha police department and take up the glorious post as a village security guard. Or a medical ninja from Konoha Hospital. Why hasn't the street light that broke yesterday been fixed yet? A mumbling sound came from the dim alley. This is a narrow street. Hey, can you see the road? Why are you walking so fast? The red-haired woman used the faint light to look at Kingsy under the dark moonlight. This is the light coming from a fully functioning street lamp in the distance. Visible. Kingsy looked back, feeling surprised. I saw a hairpin in the red-haired woman's hair. The upper body is a white coat with a swirling family emblem on the shoulders, and the lower body is a pair of shorter chainmail-like shorts, revealing smooth thighs, which is paired with calf-length boots to create a unique flavor. She looks very youthful and beautiful. Chapter 46, The Gradual Erosion of Kushina. Is your eyesight so good? Uzumaki Kushina muttered. She could barely see the road. If you're scared, just follow me. CG asked Kushina to follow behind him. Konoha is technologically advanced, with refrigerators, display screens and other modern equipment. But it's normal for street lights to be broken. Kingsy hasn't seen any renovations here, and many of the buildings are old. It is good. Kushina agreed to CG's suggestion and followed behind. Well, it's different from the usual scenery. The street lights were broken, which was a rare experience for Kushina. She looked towards a certain direction in the darkness, her eyes dimming slightly. Kingsy happened to turn around and saw the change in Kushina's eyes out of the corner of his eye. In the world of Naruto, no matter which ninja village, they will be extremely resistant to the power of sacrifice. The power of sacrifice is the so-called Jinchuriki, who uses the sacrifice of his own existence to seal the tailed beasts and coexist with them. Unfortunately, few people buy into this heroic dedication. In the vast village of Kumagakur, the only place where Kushina can move around is in the circular ceiling barrier centered on the Uzumaki clan's ancestral hall. What this means is that she can't even walk through Konoha. She can only see the same scenery every day, drowning in the whirlpool of the current era and unable to escape, over and over again. And there will be two Umbu watching at all times. My name is Uchiha Seiji, what's your name? After walking a few steps, Kingsy pretended to be curious. Kushina glanced at Seiji who was walking in front of her, and seemed to be hesitating whether to tell her his name. Suddenly I felt that this name looked familiar, as if I had heard it somewhere. Kushina thought about it carefully and finally had a clue. I've heard about you from Minato. Are you from the land of lightning? Kushina's rosy little mouth opened slightly. Yes, I just came to Konoha a few months ago. I've become much more familiar with the place, but unfortunately, there are still many places that are unfamiliar to me. Kingsy's tone was filled with loneliness. The art of speaking, white, can make his words more sincere. However, the greater the other party's status is than Kingsy, the weaker the effect. Me too. My name is Uzumaki Kushina. Kushina, who was behind, patted her chest excitedly, causing people's hearts to tremble slightly. I'm from outside too, but I came here a few years earlier than you. This was the first time Kushina met someone who had experienced something similar to her. After the Whirlpool country was destroyed, she was the only one who came here as the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan. The other surviving members of the clan are also scattered throughout the ninja world, hiding their identities and no longer using Uzumaki as their surname. Excited, Kushina began to ask Seiji about his feelings about coming to Konoha. Seiji stopped to chat with Kushina. Kushina's bright red hair and delicate face were reflected in the black eyes. The power of the pupils has fluctuated. I have to say that as Naruto's mother, Kushina is quite charming. Kingsy suppressed this slight hesitation, as the Umbu were still watching him. It's enough to get in touch with Kushina today. The subsequent development can be done slowly, step by step. In this way, Seiji's eye power will be improved, and Kushina will probably not suffer the tragic fate in the original work. Everyone has a bright future. After a while, the two gradually walked out of the alley. The light from the street lamp in the distance grew brighter and shone on them. The shadow on Kingsy's face became even deeper under the changes in light and shadow. Konoha streets. Hinata Xia waited in line for a long time before buying dessert, and then quickly rushed towards the Hyuga clan. You're back so late. Hinata Ginka, who went out for a walk, met Hinata Natsu who was coming back. Madam Yinhua, we were delayed on the way. Hinata Xia lowered her head and recounted what happened on the road. Uchiha. A thoughtful look flashed in Hyuga Ginka's eyes. It seemed that a new Uchiha had arrived in the village, and the clan head had instructed all the Hyuga clan members not to let the Byakugan be revealed. He also checked the caged bird seal on the heads of the branch family members. The Uchiha clan is inherently evil, so have less contact with them. Hinata Ginka spoke. Yes. Since it was Hinata Ginka's order, Hinata Xia couldn't refute it. Although she didn't know why she said Uchiha was innately evil. The two left the street and walked away. These people really like to judge others with prejudice. Kushina and Seiji emerged from the alleyway and heard something about the naturally evil Uchiha. She had been bullied before because of her red hair, so she felt a strong sense of solidarity with the other people. It's okay. Kingsy shook his head. Uchiha is born evil. His unique way of opening his eyes destined him to not become a kind Uchiha. Whether it is Kushina, Hinata Natsu, or the main family, they will all become resources for him to become stronger. Well, see you next time. Kingsy waved goodbye. Kushina responded in kind. After Seiji left, a blonde man approached Kushina. Sorry, I went out on a mission today and came back late. The man had a gentle expression and smiled apologetically. Don't do this again, Minato. Kushina forgave Minato Namikaze for being late this time. As she was about to leave, she suddenly thought of Uchiha Seiji, who had a similar experience as her. He didn't seem to show any strangeness towards her red hair. What happened? Minato Namikaze took a breath and calmed down his strength from running. I thought Kushina was sulking inside even though she said she was fine. Fine. Kushina shook her head. Minato Namikaze scratched his head, confused. A month later, Kingsy finally memorized the basic theoretical knowledge. The school will distribute books and reissue all the previous books. In fact, these are not many, because those who go to ninja school are just children. The 6-year system was adopted because children's memory and concentration need to be taken into consideration. He has the soul of an adult and learns quickly. Later, the Uchiha clan also gave Kingsy some information, which was the early education that ordinary Uchiha ninjas would receive. So Kingsy mastered all of these by himself. Hey, Kingsy, you're graduating early. Zihai, who had just gotten used to taking extra classes with Kingsy, felt like the sky was falling when she heard the news. Even her father, Yui Shinko, taught her illusion techniques and knew more than Seiji. But communicating with peers is obviously easier than facing a strict father. Well, I submitted my application yesterday. Kingsy spoke. Then I want to graduate early too. Zhikurune thought for a moment and said. Many of the things she learned in the ninja school were actually taught to her by her father at home. Only those real civilians need to study step by step. Before this, many students whose families are from the ninja clan and have resources can graduate early. Of course, there are different levels of early graduation. Kakashi's results are at the highest level. You sure? Kingsy looked at the sunset red. Zihong's face has some baby fat and looks soft. At this moment, her face is tense and she looks very serious. Yui Hong nodded. Chapter 47 Graduating Early, Uchiha Seiji is a genius. Before she could say anything else, Asuma Sarutobi from the class immediately rushed over. Hong, are you really going to graduate early? Asuma Sarutobi looked very sad and could not accept Kurane Yui's early graduation. Then won't he rarely see blood in the future? Asuma Sarutobi could not accept this result no matter what. Zihikurune nodded again and said, Asuma, do you want to come too? If Hong graduates, then I'll graduate too. Asuma Sarutobi spoke. It has been 45 years in Konoha now. According to the original schedule, they will all graduate next year. Now it's just a few months ahead of time. It was Uchiha Seiji who graduated so early. Hong, are you sure Kingsy isn't just trying to show off? Asuma Sarutobi said to Yui Kurane. Before, everyone in the class learned the art of clone together, and Kingsy's performance was only average. Could it be possible that he could master the 3 body techniques by practicing in private? I believe in Seiji. Hong removed the suffix of classmate. After spending some time together, she and Kingsy have become quite familiar with each other. Alright. Seeing that the goddess had spoken like this, Sarutobi Asuma had no choice but to obey. Anyway, if Uchiha Seiji is not capable, he will be the first one to jump out and say that if you can't do it, then don't pretend. The next day, Kingsy entered the examination room alone. Kurane Yui and Asuma Sarutobi were waiting outside. I don't know where the news leaked out, but Nohara Rin, Obito, and others also found out. How long has it been since Kingsy graduated? Nohara Lin was surprised. She still remembered that Kingsy asked her to teach him Konoha's ninjutsu. In the blink of an eye, Kingsy was about to graduate early. They will have to wait until next year to graduate. Luck, definitely luck. Obito said unwillingly. How come they are all so talented? Kakashi in the past and Uchiha Seiji in the present. When I open my eyes, I will be that powerful too. Obito adjusted his goggles. He was very protective of his eyes. Obito, you have a point. Asuma Sarutobi felt that Obito was a rare person who could speak correctly. If Seiji could actually graduate, wouldn't that mean he was also very strong in ninjutsu? The examiner was still Sarutobi Hiruzen. He received Kingsy's application for early graduation, so he put down his work and came to check on the matter. Accompanying them were Orikimura and several ninja school instructors who served as examiners. Kingsy continued to refine chakra as usual and then formed hand seals. The ninja graduation exam involves randomly drawing one of the basic ninjutsu, and the one he drew was substitution technique. Some time ago, when Kingsy was sparring with Hinata Xia, he used the substitution technique, and now he can do it effortlessly. Bang! Kingsy turned into smoke, leaving only a wooden stake in its place. I stood 3 meters away from the wooden stake. Kingsy, you passed the test. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Uchiha Seiji's talent is better than he imagined, and almost none of his ninja body geniuses are shortcomings. In this case, Uchiha Seiji is more suitable to be the button to ease the relationship within the Uchiha clan. It only took more than half a year to master the 3-body technique. Orikimura licked the corner of his mouth, and his golden vertical pupils flickered. This gust of wind blows farther. With this qualification, I was probably no more than that back then. Uchiha Kiyoshi, congratulations on becoming a ninja. Hiruzen Sarutobi spoke, handing Kiyoshi the ninja headband. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Kingsy took the ninja forehead protector with an excited look on his face and put it on his head. The silver-gray metal surface of the ninja forehead guard marked with the Konoha symbol was slightly reflective. Sarutobi Hiruzen then asked Seiji some questions, mostly asking what he thought of the will of fire. Hokage-sama, I was very depressed in the land of lightning. It was only after coming to Konoha that I realized there was such a spirit as the will of fire. Seiji first belittled his old boss, then praised Konoha. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly when he heard this. The will of fire is indeed Konoha's unique spirit and represents Konoha's endless vitality. Everyone here is very kind to me. They all treat me as a member of Konoha. I think this kind of care is the true meaning of the will of fire, the meaning of protection. Next, Kingsy began to say that Konoha was better than the land of lightning, more advanced than the land of lightning, and that everyone in the village was harmonious and friendly. In a nutshell, Konoha wins miserably. Several examiners in the room heard Kingsy, an Uchiha who had lived in the land of lightning, praising the great Konoha in this way. I can't help but feel proud. This is their Konoha, their home. You have comprehended the entry, graduate early, white, dot. Entry, early graduation, white. Requirement, graduate from ninja school early. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, your learning ability increases by 5% from the original level. Note, you can continue to advance later. Advanced Route 1, incorporating muscle memory, white, will advance you to hardworking academic master, white, dot. Advanced Route 2, integrate reading absorption, white, and basic memory, white, to advance to Genius Academic Master, green. Kingsy closed the translucent entry panel. Now was not the right time to look at the entry. Very good. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled with relief. Uchiha Seji's awakening reminded him of someone, his former teammate and also a member of the Uchiha clan, named Uchiha Kagami. Even Mr. Tobirama was full of praise when he looked in the mirror. It is the Konoha faction within the Uchiha clan. If Kingsy is trained, he may become the second Uchiha Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen exchanged a few pleasantries and asked Seiji to go back. Kingsy pushed open the door, and Sarutobi Asuma stared at the ninja forehead protector on his head with wide eyes. I want to take the test too. Asuma Sarutobi rushed in hastily. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. He found out yesterday afternoon about his son's application to graduate early. Asuma, I originally wanted Sarutobi Asuma to stay in school, but then I changed my mind and said, come on, let me see how you're doing in your studies. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and lit it. Uchiha Seiji happened to graduate early and needed to be assigned to a team. Why not let Asuma be in the same team with him? This would also show the Hokage's tolerance towards the Uchiha. Asuma Sarutobi nodded, then stepped forward to draw the jutsu he was about to be tested on. Click. The door closed again. Hong, just stare at me? Asuma Sarutobi thought to himself and glanced back. Hong must be worried about herself right now. Asuma Sarutobi thought to himself. It's the clone technique. The examiner's words brought Asuma Sarutobi back to his senses. After taking a deep breath, he began the assessment. Kingsy, you are amazing. Ui Kurene's eyes were fixed on Kingsy who came out, looking at the ninja forehead protector on his forehead. I feel the pace is a bit slow, let's get into the formal. Chapter 48, Academic Master Entry? Shira Hong was not being polite, but was thinking this from the bottom of her heart. Although Kingsy is about the same age as them, he has received much less education. Red, you can do it too. Kiyoshi smiled lightly. The extra weight on his forehead made Kingsy feel a little uncomfortable. No wonder some ninjas don't tie the ninja forehead guard on their foreheads, but on their arms, waist and other parts of their bodies. I hope I can succeed too. Zihai Hong nodded with a little melancholy. In fact, she had never thought about graduating early before. But there is really no point in staying here any longer, as there is nothing left to teach in the ninja school. The two chatted for a while, and Kingsy also went to say hello to Nohara Lin. No one knew where Obito had gone. I heard from Nohara Lin that she went for training. Seiji didn't care where Obito went and continued chatting with the two girls. Not long after, Sarutobi Asuma came out with an excited look on his face. He pointed to the ninja forehead protector on his forehead and said to Ui Kurene, Hong, graduating early is just like that. Although Asuma Sarutobi tried to sound calm, his excited expression betrayed him. He was obviously very happy to graduate early. As the saying goes, there is no harm without contrast. Kurene Ui feels that Asuma Sarutobi is too unstable compared to Seiji. Red. Asuma Sarutobi saw that Kurene Ui looked a little disappointed. I suddenly didn't know what I had done to anger Zahi Kurene. He wanted to ask, but Shiri Hong had already walked forward and entered the examination. Seeing this, Sarutobi Asuma had no choice but to give up. Where's Obito? Asuma Sarutobi still wanted to show off in front of Obito, but he looked around and found no trace of Obito. Gone. Nohara Lin said softly. She had some thoughts of graduating early, but Nohara Lin had no confidence. Her family did not allow her to receive any prior training, so she just listened carefully and learned in the ninja school. Going so fast, Asuma Sarutobi's plan failed, so he had to follow Seiji and wait for Kurene Ui. Kingsy took advantage of the free time to open the entry panel. Looking at the advanced route 2 under early graduation, white, I chose OK. You have mastered the new entry Genius Academic Master, green, dot. Entry, Genius Academic Master, green. Requirements, graduate early and meet the minimum academic requirements. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, you will be more focused than others in everything you do, learn faster, and your learning ability will increase by 20%. Dot. Note, you can continue to advance later. A 20% increase. Kingsy only felt that his brain seemed to be much clearer and the speed of his thinking had increased. Some of the confusions I had about ninjutsu now have some answers. Inspiration and ideas flowed forth. Kingsy closed his eyes and began to think about some of his past doubts. About 10 minutes passed. Kurene Ui also came out with a smile on her face, with a ninja forehead protector on her forehead. Hihi, Sarutobi-sensei, there are so many people graduating early this year. Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen walked out together. These are Konoha's new leaves. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw his son talking with Seiji and Kurene Ui and nodded slightly. If we put them in a small team like this, there probably won't be any conflicts. Asuma, remember to get along well with Kiyoshi and the others. I see. Asuma Sarutobi waved impatiently. Sarutobi Hiruzen was also used to Sarutobi Asuma's attitude and followed Orochimaru away. Orochimaru had something important to discuss with him and just happened to come here. Are you still coming to my house today? Kingsy glanced at Shiri Hong. Go. Ui Hong nodded. Hong, are you going to Kingsy's house? Asuma Sarutobi was stunned. How could he not know this? It turns out that Hong Hui disappeared after school during this period. Was it because she went to Kingsy's place? Well, learn illusion from him. Sunset Red Road. She quickly caught up with Kingsy who had already turned to leave. Only Asuma Sarutobi and Rin Nohara were left. Nohara Lin looked at Seiji and Yui Kurane who had already walked away, and felt secretly envious. If only her relationship with Kakashi could be like this. Unfortunately, Kakashi has been out on a mission recently. Every time he comes back, Nohara Lin can smell the strong smell of blood on Kakashi. This is the smell of someone who has killed someone. Nohara Lin turned back with sadness in her heart. It seems that I can only ask Kingsy about the lightning escape technique next time, and Nohara Lin doesn't want to disturb Yui Kurane. After Kurane Yui left, only Asuma Sarutobi remained there. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left in the place that was bustling just now. When Asuma Sarutobi heard Kurane Yui say that she was going to Seiji's house, he wanted to say that he would go with her. But if you think about it carefully, he and Kingsy are not familiar with each other at all. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if Kingsy said that his family did not welcome him? Damn it, how come everything has changed since this Uchiha Seiji came here? After Uchiha Seiji came here, Sarutobi Asuma felt that everything was going wrong. He held a stick in his mouth in a scoundrel-like manner, thinking about how to find a good reason to get close to Hong. He was obviously the one who came first. A few hours later, after seeing off Yui Kurane, Kingsy looked at the sky and walked out. He is now considered a ninja, and he just needs to wait for his superiors to arrange his future direction. After becoming a Chunin, Uchiha usually joins the Konoha police department and is assigned to the first squad. Before that, you can also apply to study in advance at the Konoha police department. Or you can go through normal channels and become a member of a 3-person team. But very few people choose this path. While thinking, Kingsy arrived at a place. Konoha Hospital. Kingsy went to the first floor and asked the medical staff there about the location of Pharmacist Nono. Pharmacist Nono is the captain of the medical team and is almost known to everyone in the hospital. He found Pharmacist Nono very easily. Hey, Kingsy, how did you find yourself here? Yakushi Nono was slightly stunned. She remembered that she and Seiji had agreed to graduate as ninjas. Then, she saw the ninja forehead protector on Kingsy's head and understood. I've graduated, Nono-sama. Kingsy pointed to his forehead. You have great talent. Yakushi Nono spoke, pushing up her round-framed glasses, adding a touch of maturity to her pretty face. Seeing this, Kingsy quickly shifted his gaze. As the saying goes, people who wear glasses will see contrast. Especially Nono, who has a sad and virginal expression, but has such a plump body. Just thinking about it can make Kingsy's eyes ripple. But it was just a thought. Kingsy didn't dare to show any extra expression on his face. Yakushi Nono is the top sister of the root intelligence team. However, if you want to learn medical ninjutsu, you need to see if you have the Yang attribute. Yakushi Nono said softly. Chapter 49, Yakushi Nono's shock. If other medical staff saw Yakushi Nono speaking to Seiji in such a coaxing tone, they would be extremely surprised. Yakushi Nono seems gentle and good-tempered, but he is ruthless in his actions, just like those ruthless ninjas in the Umbu. Then Yakushi Nono asked Seiji to follow him to a place for a test. Kingsy readily agreed to go, and after a series of tests, Yakushi Nono finally confirmed that Kingsy had the Yang attribute. Then you will learn medical ninjutsu from me in the future. Pharmacist Nono Udo. Since I have said those words to Kingsy, I should abide by them. And before leaving, it would be nice to take in a pure and innocent child. In the eyes of Yakushi Nono, every child is a blank piece of paper, untainted by the filth of the world. Yakushi Nono, who has worked for the root for a long time and carried out a large number of tasks, has seen too many filthy things. Moreover, Yakushi Nono also knew that the Uchiha were suppressed and hidden in Konoha. Especially her immediate superior, the root leader Danzo Shimura, whose dislike for the Uchiha had reached the point of discrimination. He kept muttering the criticism of the Uchiha people made by his mentor, Tobirama Senju, during his lifetime. Many children like Kingji seem to be born with original sin because of their Uchiha surname. But Pharmacist Nono had no control over these things and there was nothing he could do. All she could do was stay away from Konoha and open an orphanage in the outside world to spend the rest of her life. Okay, Nono-sensei. Kingsy immediately called the teacher. Then he looked at Pharmacist Nono with eager eyes. At this moment, Pharmacist Nono was wearing a white coat, with a human heart bulging high on his chest. Compared to the black nun uniform in the original work, the current Yakushi Nono is more like a compassionate doctor who saves the world. Pharmacist Nono shook his head and laughed, saying, Don't worry, I will teach you medical ninjutsu. I'll find you a D-rank medical ninjutsu to learn first. Yakushi Nono took Seiji to her office and searched inside. Not long after, he took out a pale white scroll and gave it to Kingsy. This is manual healing, which can heal some minor wounds on the skin. Kingsy opened it and found that there was quite a lot of text inside. When performing medical ninjutsu, subtle chakra manipulation is essential, and the ability to maintain chakra for extended periods of time is also essential. It's a skill that requires painstaking effort to master. Yes, Mr. Nono, I will study hard and repay you in the future. Kingsy's words made Yakushi Nono smile. Xiao Kingsy, who had just become a genin, actually said that he would repay her. As expected of someone from the land of thunder, Yakushi Nono felt his simplicity and innocence. Of course, if an adult said this, Yakushi Nono would only think that the other person was greasy. It's good that you have this heart. Pharmacist Nono immediately found a transparent glass, poured the coffee and milk together, and gently stirred them into a mixed color like earth. If you want to be a medical ninja, this is your first lesson. Use chakra to separate the two liquids. Children's interests come and go quickly. She wanted to see how much interest Kingsy had in this area and what his talent was. Upon hearing this, Kiyoshi placed his hands on the glass and began to refine his chakra, gathering it in the meridian system of his hands, attempting to use the chakra to pass through the glass and control the mixture inside. Seeing Kiyoshi's serious expression, Yakushi Nono reminded him. Although they are both liquids, coffee and milk have different specific gravities and can be separated. This is the fundamental basis of medical ninjutsu and the core principle of detoxification. If you can't master this step, becoming a medical ninja won't be easy, Yakushi Nono explained while observing Ciji's reaction. She was prepared to give Kingsy a long instruction. After all, this exercise was quite difficult. Usually, a genin would have to try for at least a few hours before he could even reach the threshold. If one has poor qualifications, it may take days or even months. Detoxification can also be used to separate toxins from the body. It can come in handy if you are poisoned by the enemy during a mission, or if your companion is bitten by a poisonous snake. If you can't learn this trick, it will be difficult to become a medical ninja. Being born with the yang attribute simply means that learning medical ninjutsu will be much easier than without it, and there is no need to spend a lot of time to master this attribute. However, if you want to use medical ninjutsu well, it all comes down to your ability to control chakra in a subtle way. This is also why medical ninjutsu is far more difficult than other ninjutsu, and the number of medical ninjas is less than that of ordinary ninjas. Kingsy listened to the explanation of pharmacist Nono and concentrated on using chakra to separate the mixed liquid. The genius academic master, green, entry increased Kingsy's learning speed by 1/5 from the original basis. Moreover, the entry of solid basic skills, green, not only increases Kingsy's chakra amount, but also recognizes his three-body technique, tree climbing, and water treading. After dozens of seconds, before pharmacist Nono had finished explaining, Ciji's hands trembled slightly, and the liquid in the glass began to change. The earthy-colored coffee and the tangled white milk in the cup began to separate, and the two different colors gradually separated. The earthy color gradually became clearer, with the coffee floating to the top and the white milk settling to the bottom, the two clearly separated. How can it be? She blinked, almost suspecting that she had seen it wrong. Pharmacist Nono bent down unconsciously, and the white coat on his chest was slightly tightened. She has personally guided many students in this exercise. Even those children who possessed the talent of medical ninjas would often fail on their first attempt, or only be able to distinguish a vague line. And this kid in front of him, who had just been promoted to a genin, actually completed a nearly perfect separation in just a few tens of seconds. The corners of her mouth moved slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but she couldn't speak for a moment. Many thoughts flashed through his mind quickly, and for a moment he even wondered if Kingsy had secretly practiced similar manipulation techniques a long time ago. But looking at his serious yet slightly immature look, it was obvious that this was his first time to such training. And if you pretend, you can't hide it from her. Kingsy looked up at her and said, "Teacher Nono, I succeeded." Ah. Yakushi Nono nodded slightly. Suddenly I had the idea of cultivating Kingsy. Maybe I can leave a little trace in Konoha before leaving. You have to know that every medical ninja is a rare talent. It's not easy to cultivate someone who can think of things. Otherwise, each team of 3 would have been assigned a medical ninja. Chapter 50, Methods to continue to enhance pupil power. You have learned a new entry, Trainee Medical Ninja, White. A translucent panel appeared in front of Kingsy. Entry, Trainee Medical Ninja, White. Requirement, use a basic medical ninjutsu. Progress, completed. Effect, your medical ninjutsu training speed increases by 10% on the original basis. Note, you can continue to advance later. Kingsy closed the pop-up entry panel. Simply separating the coffee and milk is considered a detoxification technique. No wonder it is called the foundation of the basics. The difficulty level is estimated to be above E level, but not quite at the middle level of D level. I'll read more of these books when I get back. Yakushi Nono gave Ciji a pile of books. In addition to the ability to finely control chakra, sufficient knowledge is also essential for medical ninjas. Kingsy put all the books away carefully. This knowledge is indeed necessary, and it also means that he and pharmacist Nono have established a connection. Only in this way can we continue to develop, whether it is medical ninjutsu or other improvements. Afterwards, pharmacist Nono explained some basic knowledge of medical ninjutsu to Ciji and let Ciji go back first. It is good. Kingsy nodded. He went downstairs and returned to the first floor of Konoha Hospital. There is a constant stream of people here, with people leaving or coming in every moment. On the first floor, Kingsy also met an acquaintance. "Yayu, I'm really sorry to bother you this time. I will pay you back the money you paid for me soon." Deo Yamada, with a plaster bandage on his arm, spoke to a beautiful woman in front of him. "Deo, be more careful next time." Uchiha Yayo waved his hand, indicating that it was nothing. The cost of Konoha Hospital is indeed expensive, but she is also a ninja and has some income. Kingsy narrowed his eyes and watched the scene from a distance. In Itaka's true biography, Uchiha Hajiki gave birth to Uchiha Izumi after marrying a foreigner. In the end, the outsider died in the Ninetales Rebellion, and Izumi followed Yayu back to the Uchiha clan. The Uchiha clan's attitude towards intermarriage with outsiders is neither supportive nor opposed. Yayu. Kingsy looked at her meaningfully, then blended into the crowd with the book in his arms. Maybe it's time for him to collect some interest. After all, it had been quite a while since she had last treated him maliciously. What's wrong, Hajiki? Dai Yamada asked. Uchiha Yayu looked around. The tear mole under the corner of his eye moved with his face, but he did not notice the source of the gaze just now. She was a Chunin, and although her strength wasn't that strong, she always felt like someone was watching her. Forget it, it's time to go to the window to get the medicine. The sooner you take the medicine, the better. Uchiha Yayu held a pile of white sheets in his hand, thinking that he might be too nervous. Yamada Daio nodded, and a warm feeling flashed through his heart. If the other person wasn't an Uchiha, he would have proposed long ago. After all, he was just a civilian ninja. What are you doing standing still? After walking a few steps, Uchiha Yayu turned her head and asked. Under the green ninja vest was a black chain mail, which made her proud curves look even more fuller. Coming. Yamada Daio followed Uchiha Hajiki. He secretly vowed to make a name for himself so that he could marry a virtuous woman like Hajiki. After training for a few hours at home, Kingsy received an invitation. I'm Uchiha Inahim. Lord Fugaku sent me to inform you to attend the gathering tonight at the Nanga Shrine. Uchiha Inahideki. His hair color is different from the black hair inherited from the Uchiha lineage, but is more brown. Understood. Kingsy was slightly surprised by the speed. I just passed the assessment and got the ninja's forehead protection, and tomorrow I have to take a photo and register for my graduation certificate. As it turned out, the Uchiha clan already knew about his graduation and asked him to attend a secret gathering that only ninjas in the Uchiha clan could attend. After Uchiha Inaori finished his announcement, he said a few polite words of congratulations to Kingsy and then left. Kingshi's home is on the edge of the Uchiha settlement, and most Uchiha residences are not here. Kingsy watched Uchiha Inahiri leave. Uchiha Inabi is a member of the Konoha police force. In the original work, after Shisui's death, he was responsible for keeping an eye on Itake, whose actions were becoming increasingly suspicious. He, along with Uchiha Yashiro and Uchiha Tetsuka, went to Itake's house to question him about Shisui's death. After thinking for a moment, Kingsy closed the door. He took off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles, and started exercising. Crack! The electric current of lightning release, iron block continued to spread under his skin, and the toughness of his epidermis continued to increase. At first, only extremely tiny electric currents were tempered along the limbs, torso, and neck. Now Kingsy can temper places that were previously inaccessible and direct the current there. That's the face and scalp. The original lightning release, iron block did not include this part, because the creator of this ninjutsu positioned it as a D-level ninjutsu. What we need to consider then is the ability of the genin level to control and bind chakra. On the contrary, when it comes to the meridian system in the brain, you must be extremely careful. However, Kingsy has an entry panel and his own good talent, so he can try to train this part of his body. If the eyelids were not too thin, it would be easy for the electric current to penetrate and paralyze the eyeballs, and Kingsy would also exercise this area. Because the eye muscles are the fastest moving muscles in the body, blinking only takes 100 to 150 milliseconds. If someone attacks your eyeballs, you can use your eyelids to defend yourself directly. After all, the evolution of the Sharingan does not improve the defense of the eyeball. Even a member of the Otsutsuki clan like Otsutsuki Momoshiki can be blinded by the Rinnegan. Almost. Kingsy murmured. Eye power can make him stronger the fastest, allowing his physical fitness to quickly synchronize with the power of his mind, and comprehensively improve the amount of chakra, control over chakra, and so on. This will make it easier to obtain more entries, which in turn will accelerate Kingsy's growth, creating a virtuous cycle. The fastest way to enhance your eyesight is to taste beautiful things. The last time, Nohara Rin stimulated her eye power, causing her right eye to activate the Sharingan. So this time it is. As night fell, Kingsy headed towards Nanga Shrine. The shrine was located behind the rows of houses of the Uchiha clan. The vermilion gate was mottled in the moonlight, and the wood inside had faded. The tribesmen gathered one after another and arrived at the Nanhi Shrine. In the eyes of outsiders, this is just a place where the Uchiha clan worships gods, but in fact there is a lot more hidden underneath. By the time Kingsy arrived, most people had already arrived. Some of the tribesmen were staring at Kingsy. They had already guessed that Kingsy had become a ninja. Kingsy followed the tribesmen into the secret passage. At the end of the secret passage was a spacious underground secret room with a layer of tatami mats underneath. Chapter 51 Uchiha Yayu is restless. The brazier in the middle was lit, and the orange-red flames illuminated the entire space, with swaying light and shadows dancing on the stone walls. Uchiha Yashiro stood by the door. Seeing that most people had arrived, he slowly walked to the stone door and closed the heavy stone door with force. With a muffled boom, the secret room was suddenly isolated from the outside world. The fire became the only light source, casting a shadow on everyone's face. Seiji, who had just become a genin, sat at the back and could feel the constant gazes directed at him. These gazes were different. Some were filled with curiosity, some were filled with disdain, and some were mixed with a hint of appreciation and expectation. Among them, the scarlet Sharingan is particularly eye-catching in the dim light, emitting a cold luster. Of course, there are also surprises. Uchiha Hajiki is a Chunin, positioned a little further back in the middle. Her eyes widened, obviously not realizing that Kingsy, who had gone to receive ninjutsu some time ago, had graduated now. Uchiha Yayu was thinking about whether to strike up a conversation with Kingsy to ease the relationship. After all, her attitude towards Kingsy last time was not good. It would be troublesome if Kingsy said that everything was fine but he was holding a grudge in private. Uchiha Yayu doesn't think that such geniuses are limited to genin. Congratulations, CG, on becoming a ninja. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Yayu stood up and wanted to walk towards Kingsy. Unexpectedly, Kingsy just nodded lightly, which was completely different from the honest smile he showed that day. Kingsy's attitude was beyond Uchiha Yayu's expectations. Kingsy, you. She was just about to ask Kingsy if he was still bothered by what happened last time. Hajiki, Fugaku is about to speak. As a jonin, Mikato, who was at the front, turned around and said to Hajiki who had stood up, "It is good." Uchiha Yayu had no choice but to sit down first. She wondered in her heart whether Kingsy's previous behavior was just a pretense to deceive her. The tribesman reacted differently. Uchiha Fugaku, who was sitting opposite all the clan members, crossed his arms, and the Uchiha family crest on his shoulders shone brightly in the firelight. A light cough broke the whispers and discussions in the secret room. "Today, we Uchiha welcome a new ninja, Uchiha CG." As soon as he finished speaking, some of the clansmen who had not yet opened their Sharingan, and scarlet spots of light lit up in the secret room like sparks. The opening of the Sharingan is a unique ceremony of the Uchiha clan. It is both a congratulations to new members and a silent scrutiny. Kingsy stood up. The firelight flickered in the secret room, illuminating Kingsy's upright figure with exceptional clarity. He glanced around without showing any sign of fear. Fugaku couldn't help but nod secretly. "I remember that on the first day, the child was able to perform well under my Sharingan. We Uchiha are not a clan that cares about the blood of other clans. As long as the Uchiha come, we are all united clan members." Fugaku spoke. "It doesn't matter whose blood Kingsy has, as long as he is loyal to the Uchiha clan." "Yes, Lord Fugaku." Kingsy nodded. Everyone can say nice words about solidarity. As to whether Fugaku himself can do it, the conclusion has already been made in the original work. "What are your plans next?" Fugaku looked at CG. He received a hint from Sarutobi Hiruzen that CG carried the will of fire. This sentence clearly shows that he is optimistic about Kingsy. So Fugaku, who had originally planned to directly insert Kiyoshi into the Konoha police department, changed his mind. "I want to carry out missions like other ninjas. Once I've gained enough experience, I'll join the Konoha police department and work with everyone." Kingsy's expression was filled with longing. He paused and said, "Also, Mr. Nono is willing to teach me some medical ninjutsu. I also want to train myself more in this area. Once I have the ability, I can better help the tribe members." Yakushi Nono. Fugaku wondered. The other tribesmen were equally puzzled. "Isn't that a ninja with great medical skills? It's said that besides Tsunade, she's the best medical ninja in Konoha. Ah, now I remember, she once treated me. Her medical ninjutsu is really powerful. Does Uchiha CG actually have a yang attribute?" The tribesmen whispered to each other. Not only was she shocked that Yakushi Nono was attracted to CG, she was also surprised that CG had a yang attribute. Most Uchiha clan members have yin attributes, and only a small number of clan members have yang attributes. Upon hearing this, Uchiha Yayu became more and more restless. She couldn't have really offended Kingsy. Kingsy knew his own talent, so he acted fearless and came to settle the score later. At this moment, Uchiha Yayu was only disappointed with Kingsy's acting that day. "How old is this child?" "It's an agreement between CG and Yakushi Nono." Seeing that the other tribe members were confused, Mikato stepped forward and explained the whole story. "As long as CG graduates from the ninja school and has the qualifications of a medical ninja, pharmacist Nono is willing to teach CG. She was also present when Yakushi Nono said this. "I didn't expect you to have such a talent." Fugaku nodded. The fact that Kingsy is favored by the captain of the medical team shows that he has great talent in medicine. The only pity is that CG only has one Sharingan, and it is questionable whether it can evolve in the future. It's not uncommon for Uchiha to be of mixed blood, but Uchiha with only one eye is quite rare, with only a few records of them in the surviving historical materials from the Warring States period. "Well, you should follow the village's subsequent arrangements first." Fugaku makes plans about CG's whereabouts. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen is optimistic about CG, he can use CG to ease the relationship between the village and the Uchiha. Ever since Uchiha took charge of the Konoha police department, he has offended many people. Many ninja clans had a lukewarm attitude towards the Uchiha clan, which resulted in the Uchiha clan being somewhat isolated and helpless in the vast Konoha. "Is there anything you would like?" Since CG is such a genius, Fugaku decides to increase his investment to strengthen the bond between CG and the Uchiha. "I'm missing a ninja sword." Kingsy spoke the truth. He was still worried about where to make money to buy a sword. If Uchiha could allocate some, that would be great. "No problem, Mikato. You can help CG learn the fire style, great fireball technique later, and then take him out of the village to buy a sword that suits him from the Ninja Cat clan." Fugaku said to Mikato. Mikato always completes Fugaku's tasks with high efficiency, and Fugaku secretly regards her as a good wife who will not be married to him yet. It is good. Mikato nodded. At the end of this matter, Fugaku asked Seiji to sit down and began to talk about some other trivial matters about Uchiha. Only Uchiha Yayu felt very uncomfortable, and looked in the direction of Kingsy from time to time. Kingsy noticed something strange about Uchiha Yayu and a wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Isn't this the best candidate to improve pupil power right now? Chapter 52 The Uchiha Clan's Cage. Next, congratulations to Uchiha Taro and Uchiha Jiro, who are joining the Konoha Police Department starting today. In the dim secret room, Yayu's fidgeting and Chingxi's smile seemed inconspicuous. Uchiha Fugaku began to congratulate his clan members who had joined the Konoha Police Department. The tribesmen whose names were called stood up immediately, their faces filled with excitement. Seeing his clan members excited about joining the Konoha Police Department, Seiji's smile grew more playful. After all, Uchiha is a member of Konoha, and was inevitably affected by Konoha's will of fire. Even Fugaku proposed a bloodless revolution. But unfortunately, the Konoha Police Department is a cage from beginning to end. In the name of monitoring criminals, the police department and the prison were set up in the same place, blatantly driving the Uchiha to the corner of the village. Moreover, the position of the law enforcer often makes it easy to offend others and arouse resentment. In the anime Kakashi Umbu arc, Uchiha only arrested the drunk troublemakers, but the passers-by around them turned around and said that Uchiha was too harsh. No one cares what the consequences will be if the drunk troublemaker continues to act crazy. Even so, the Uchiha people still regard this place as an honor. I am responsible for maintaining public security every day, dealing with trivial matters such as children scribbling on the ground here and villagers making trouble and quarreling there. If they waste their energy on these things, the Uchiha clan's extraordinary talents will only be wasted. Congratulations. Haha, thank you all for your support. Several clan members who had recently joined the Konoha Police Department were all smiling. The Uchiha clan is thriving. Fugaku sighed. There were many talented people in the clan recently, including a genius in medical ninjutsu like Seiji. Why worry about the Uchiha not prospering? As he was thinking, Fugaku cast his gaze in Seiji's direction. Seeing Kingsy's bright smile, he couldn't help but nod. It seems that this child has a strong sense of collective honor and would be happy to have a member of his tribe join the police department. The next day, Kingsy went to apply for a replacement diploma. His team leader Jonin hadn't made arrangements yet, and said he would meet up with the team members in a few days. So Kingsy followed Mikato to the clan to obtain the Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique is the signature ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan, and most Uchiha ninjas can use it. This time, Uchiha Yaishin's attitude was obviously much better. The Uchiha clan is a clan that values strength above all else. In the past, Kingsy was just a new member of the tribe and only had one Sharingan. Now he has transformed himself into a young achiever who graduated early, has no weaknesses, and is valued by the captain of the medical team, Pharmacist Nono. No one wants to offend such a genius. That's it. It seems we Uchiha have a genius. Uchiha Yaishin found a scroll, took it out, dusted it off, and turned to look at the two people behind him. The scars on his face overlapped, making his smile look very ugly. Yes. Mikato nodded. Her black hair was simply tied into a bun with a white hairband and draped behind her waist. 2 strands of hair fell on her delicate and flawless face, making her look more capable than when she was a young woman. She was also quite surprised that Kingsy was able to graduate in such a short time. You have to know that Kingsy has not received any advanced training. Before many Uchiha clan members start school, their families will take their children hunting, practice ninjutsu in advance, etc. Kingsy had nothing. You flatter me. Ching Saiden smiled and took the orange scroll in his hand. Being arrogant at first and respectful later, this attitude is really laughable. Mikato-san, where is the Ninja Cat clan? After obtaining the scroll, Kiyoshi wanted to get his own ninja sword as soon as possible. I'll take you there. It looks dilapidated, but it's actually quite different inside. The two came out from here and walked out of the Uchiha settlement. As they walked, Mikato introduced to Seiji what the Ninja Cat clan was. The Ninja Cat clan is called a clan, but in fact they are a group of psychic ninja beasts raised by the Cat Lady. And Granny Cat is the owner of this weapons shop. The scale of this store is second to none even among the 5 major countries. Not long after, at night, Mikato and Seiji arrived at a place full of ruins. As long as you have a pass and state your intention to leave, you can get out of the village. The village itself doesn't keep a close eye on ninjas. Almost all of the Uchiha clan's ninja tools were purchased from Granny Cat's shop. Therefore, the relationship between the Ninja clan and the Uchiha clan is very close. They treat the Uchiha clan as guests of honor and even provide the Uchiha clan with a lot of information. They are one of the Uchiha clan's sources of intelligence. It's really desolate. Kingsy looked here. You can see that this place was once very prosperous. For unknown reasons, it fell into decline and became the ruins it is today. Compared with the prosperous Konoha, this place can be said to be deserted. Mikato nodded in agreement. She had the same feeling as Kingsy when she first came. Then she led Kingsy to continue forward, occasionally seeing broken walls and rats appearing from nowhere. After walking for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a rather grand place. There is an old plaque on it, and the words air zone can be vaguely made out. This is it. Once you walk in, you'll see a dazzling array of underground passages. However, it was obvious that Mikato had been here many times. She took Kingsy around left and right in a familiar manner, and soon they saw two ninja cats wearing clothes. It's Mikato. Is the guy behind you the new Uchiha you guys always talk about? Looks no different from the other Uchiha, Naya. One of the ninja cats took a closer look at CG and found him to be a bit more robust than the average Uchiha. Take us to see Granny Cat. Mikato stood in front and communicated with the two ninja cats for a few words, gave them a few boxes of Mokidan Ryokan drinks, and the two ninja cats began to lead the way. This drink is Shinobi's favorite. Soon they arrived at an open and tidy place. The walls are covered with pottery jars and ninja tools. Mikato went up to talk to an old woman who was smoking a pipe and wearing dark grey cat ears. That was the cat lady. Kingsy didn't see any trace of the little girl near the cat lady. I guess her granddaughter Xiaohuan hasn't been born yet. Xiaohuan is also good looking. In Naruto, Kiba Inuzuka became her lover. However, they have been in love for more than 10 years but have not gotten married. What kind of ninja sword do you want? Granny Cat turned around and asked Kingsy while smoking her pipe. Her nose was brown and black, I couldn't tell if it was paint or something else. It's best to use a metal that conducts chakra better and has good hardness. The shape isn't too critical, just a bit of length will do. Kingsy began to state his request. Anyway, the money is paid by the Uchiha, so Kingsy can do whatever he wants. The book is written by an old author. The book is the same as the title. The quality is guaranteed. If you like it, you can go and have a look. Chapter 53 Pua Uchiha Yayu. After hearing the request, the cat lady asked Kingsy and Mikato to wait here for a while, and then sent the ninja cat to get the ninja sword that met Kingsy's requirements. I'm going to get some supplies too. Mikato took out a sealing scroll and asked Kingsy to stay here while she went to buy some ninja tools. The losses of ninjas while on missions are huge. Senior ninjas like Mikato, in addition to maintaining order in the Konoha police department, also have to work hard. You also need to perform some difficult tasks for the village, because jonin are a scarce resource. Kingsy walked around here and found a deserted place. He continued to concentrate on refining chakra and running lightning release, iron block. Mikato had taken out the sealing scrolls, so it was probably a large batch of goods coming in. Kingsy is idle anyway, so he might as well continue practicing to improve his strength. Threads of electric current are spreading. Even in his spare time, Kingsy is constantly transforming and becoming stronger. What a coincidence. Not long after it started running, Kingsy heard footsteps. He looked outside and saw Uchiha Yayu and the man he had met in the hospital that day walking in. The Uchiha clan is just treated as guests of honor by the cat lady, but it does not mean that she only serves the Uchiha clan. Is this one of your people? Yamada Daio caught a glimpse of the flaming fan on CG Uchiha's robe. Well, he is. Uchiha CG. Uchiha Yayu nodded. After the secret meeting last night, Kingsy left directly. She herself didn't expect to meet Uchiha CG here. Then you two can chat first. I'll go buy some shurikens. Yamada Daio smiled, his white teeth showing from the corners of his mouth, looking very honest. Seeing that it was Yayu's tribesman, he didn't think much about it, scratched his head and walked in. It is good. Uchiha Yayu nodded slightly. She has a good relationship with Daio Yamada, and her only wish at the moment is that the relationship can remain stable. At this moment, only Kingsy and Uchiha Yayu are here. Kingji, you also come to buy ninja tools. Uchiha Yayu came over and said. Ching Si nodded indifferently. Uchiha Yayu could sense the coldness in Kingsy's words and felt a little embarrassed. He was already vaguely certain that Kingsy was just pretending to be honest that day in order not to offend him. If I had known this earlier, I would have been more polite. Uchiha Yayu sighed softly. Who could have known that CG was so different from the stereotype of the land of lightning, and that he just looked like an Uchiha who developed a little too fast? Sister Yayu, are you here to buy ninja tools as well? CG inquired. I'm here with Dayo to buy it. Is that so? Are you guys boyfriend and girlfriend? Not yet, not yet. Uchiha Yayu quickly waved his hands embarrassedly. How could a woman like her say this? What a blessing. Kingsy said this with a sigh. Just when Uchiha Yayu thought it was Kingsy's blessing, Kingsy changed the subject and said, don't I, an outsider, have the right to happiness? The ninjutsu that should have been given to me has been delayed for a month. I know that Sister Yayu is still discriminating against me in her heart. Kingsy stared at Uchiha Yayu. The Uchiha clan is a clan of love. It sounds funny, but in fact, the Uchiha clan possesses far more love than the Senju clan, the Uzumaki clan, and even all the ninja clans in the ninja world. There's so much love that we need to seal it away. In reality, it was because the Uchiha clan had excessively strong emotions that their personalities and methods of doing things became too extreme and self-centered, or in other words, they had a diode mentality. Itaku was so extreme that he wiped out his entire clan, Sasuke was so extreme that he wanted to destroy Konoha, and Fugaku was so extreme that he sacrificed his life for his son. In order to realize his ideals, Madara planned the Moon Eye project to the extreme. Not to mention Obito, who was crazy about love and turned the ninja world upside down. Even when Sarada opened her eyes, she found that everyone had the opposite opinion from her. The first thing she suspected was not that she was wrong, but she stubbornly believed that everyone else, the world, was wrong. Therefore, the Uchiha people are arrogant and selfish in their bones. The same is true for Uchiha Yayu. His attitude that day was actually a subconscious illusion. She is arrogant and thinks that the Land of Thunder is an inferior existence and a group of black and rough people. No, that day I just... Uchiha Yayu was stunned and wanted to explain the matter clearly. And I couldn't even choose the jutsu I wanted to learn that day. Kingsy mentioned another thing. This was because Uchiha Yayu wanted to save trouble and didn't even let him choose which lightning release ninjutsu. Fugaku-sama didn't specify which one you should learn, he just said it's D rank. Uchiha Yayu said immediately. But Lord Fugaku didn't say we can't choose, right? Besides, didn't Lord Fugaku say we should unite with each other? Pulling tiger skin? Who wouldn't? CG also directly moved Fugaku out. To be honest, there is no doubt that Uchiha Yayu is slacking off. It took Kingsy a month to get the ninjutsu. Of course, this matter can be evaded. For example, it is to help him adapt to the ninja school. But Kingsy did not give Uchiha Yayu time to think, and continued. Tell me, if Lord Fugaku knew you treated me like this, he would be very disappointed. As he spoke, a scarlet hue appeared in Kingsy's dark eyes. There is a black megatama in each eye that keeps rotating, giving off a weird feeling. Uchiha Hajiki was so shocked that he also opened his Sharingan. Two pairs of scarlet Sharingan stared at each other silently. Uchiha CG actually has no disadvantages of being a mixed blood, and both of his eyes can be opened normally. Uchiha Yayu frowned and pursed her lower lip, the lines on her plump lips clearly visible. Broken. I always thought Uchiha CG was a genius, and now his eyes have awakened the Sharingan, perfectly inheriting the Uchiha bloodline limit. How many people of this age in the Uchiha clan have opened their eyes? If you ask yourself honestly, except during the Ninja World War, Uchiha Yayu has never seen anyone open their eyes so quickly in peacetime. Kingsy is just a newly graduated genin? Sister Yayu, it seems that you have only changed your opinion of my talent, but I am a human being. Kingsy sighed. What do you want? Uchiha Yayu asked the same question as Zhang and Samui. I want to repair the camaraderie among our tribe. Kingsy looked at her equally scarlet Sharingan, a smile forming on his lips. The Uchiha clan will subconsciously activate their Sharingan whenever they are emotionally excited. How do I fix it? The inexplicable sense of uneasiness in Uchiha Yayu's heart began to intensify. She didn't think that what the brat Kingsy said was literal. Kingsy approached Uchiha Yayu step by step. As a chinin, Uchiha Hajiki began to retreat until he was forced into a corner. It's not that she's afraid of Kingsy's strength. Instead, he was worried about what punishment he would receive if he reported the matter to Fugaku. Given CG's talent and unique identity, Fugaku is likely to deal with this matter seriously. What would happen to her relationship with Yamada Daioh if she was transferred to the border as punishment? Chapter 54. It depends on whether Sister Yayu considers me a member of the tribe or an outsider. Mikato-san brought me here to get a ninja sword. I'm still in need of a better chainmail. Uchiha Yayu was taller than Kingsy, and after Kingsy had forced her into a corner with no way out, he still kept getting closer. At such a close distance, Kingsy could even smell the fragrance on her body. Not too many, just prepare 3 sets for me. Kingsy put his hands on the wall and looked up at Uchiha Hajiki. Under his high-collared coat was a simple white lining. After graduating from the ninja school, you will only be given basic equipment such as a ninja forehead protector, a ninja tool bag, a shuriken holster, gloves, and ankle straps. The scroll storage bag must be prepared by the ninja himself. Unless you are promoted to chinin, you will be given a green ninja vest with a storage bag that can hold 6 scrolls. As for the chainmail, I naturally prepared it myself. The more expensive it is, the better the quality is, and it can protect the ninja from a lot of damage. This is also the reason why even in the later stages of Naruto Shippuden, everyone still has a chainmail. Listening to the brat Kingsy blackmailing him, a trace of anger appeared on Uchiha Yayu's face. She stared at Kingsy's relatively decent face. I never thought this guy had such a despicable heart. It turns out that he is from the Land of Thunder. Uchiha Yayu took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. 5 sets. Before Uchiha Yayu could speak, Ching Si suddenly spoke again. Didn't you say 3 sets? Uchiha Yayu gritted his teeth in anger. You are still hesitant and calculative among yourselves. Is this your sincerity? Kingsy grabbed Uchiha Yayu's wrist tightly. That was a strength that Kingsy shouldn't have at his age. He pinched Uchiha Yayu's white wrist so suddenly that it turned red. She refined the chakra to the area near her wrists and only then did she feel better. What a strength. Uchiha Yayu said secretly. She was obviously taller than Kingsy and was looking down at him. But at this moment, she felt that Kingsy was taller and stronger than her. Moreover, there was a constant feeling of electric current coming from the wrist. It was still spreading to her. The current is very weak. It's not enough to hurt, but wherever I crawl over, I feel a tingling sensation. This made Uchiha Yayu's heart sink again. Kingsy is also quite talented in changing the nature of lightning chakra. As long as the attributeless chakra can be transformed into the form of electric current, water flow, rock, tornado, etc., it can be called property change. Neither of them spoke after that, only their 2 pairs of Sharinans were looking at each other. Yayu, let's go. During the stalemate between the two, a faint sound was heard in the distance. It was the voice of Dairo Yamada. Uchiha Yayu's expression changed slightly, biting his lower lip and said, 5 sets, that's 5 sets. She just wants to spend money to avoid disaster. By then, I will have nothing to do with Kingsy anymore. Haha, it seems Sister Yayu still treats me as an outsider. She has no sincerity at all. If you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me. Kingsy put down his hand, looked regretful, and turned to leave. So how many sets do you want? Uchiha Yayu called out to Kingsy. That depends on whether Sister Yayu considers me a member of the clan or an outsider. I think Lord Fugaku is also concerned about this issue. Kingsy turned his head and saw Uchiha Yayu's furrowed brow. She seemed to be thinking about how much to give Kingsy and looked very conflicted. There was a warm current swirling in Kingsy's eyes. That's the style? He looked unwilling, yet helpless. However, Kingsy did not stay any longer and left directly. In the lonely underground passage, only Uchiha Yayu was left. How many sets should I give this guy? 10 sets? That's a considerable expense. And even if we send it over, it might be too late considering how quickly he changes his mind. Uchiha Yayu secretly groaned in his heart. It would be fine if this guy was just an ordinary kid, but he has such great talent. Maybe he will be an important figure in the clan in the future. Yayu. Daiyu Yamada walked over, the white plaster still tied to his arm. He had just met Yayu's clansman and felt that he was a very honest child, without the arrogant attitude of other Uchiha. Just as he wanted to know the man's name, he planned to ask Uchiha Yayu. But Uchiha Yayu just stood there in a daze, and acted as if he didn't hear anything even after being called out several times. You have something on your mind? Daiyu Yamada asked. I was lost in thought just now. Let's go. Uchiha Yayu came back to his senses and forced a smile. She took 2 steps forward, but found her feet were going weak. It is the influence of the current just now. The feeling of weakness in the solace of his feet was very slight, but Uchiha Yayu didn't pay much attention to it. But when she was about to reach the exit, she realized that her body seemed to have a sticky feeling. If we run too far, we'll get lost. Mikato saw that CG took a while to come back and didn't know where he went. She waited here for a moment, putting the ceiling scroll away and placing it in the scroll storage bag on the front of her green ninja vest while asking Kingsy to pay attention. Got it, Mikato-san. CG's dark eyes reflected Mikato's movements of packing her things. Even now, there is still residual warmth from the heat flow. In his eyes, the scene was vaguely clearer than before, and he could see Mikato's pink nails buttoning the bag. His pupil power has increased recently. If a Megatama Sharingan is a cup, then a lot of water has just been poured into it. I estimate that if it is poured in 1 or 2 more times, the cup will overflow. Once the pupil power reaches its limit, a second Megatama will emerge, becoming the 2 Megatama Sharingan. The ability of the Sharingan will also be comprehensively amplified. Faster and stronger than the 1 Megatama Sharingan. Come on, go get your ninja sword. Uchiha Mikato didn't think much about it, and waved her slender fingers lightly, signaling Kingsy to follow. Kingsy nodded and walked forward quickly. Ui Kurane is still in the process of being cultivated, and Samui is still waiting for him to continue to take advantage of her. Miss Yayu, who had a bad attitude, has now been punished. I'm afraid she's still trying to figure out what she wants in order to turn the page on this matter. Everything is promising, waiting for Kingsy's next step. But Kingsy was not in a hurry. He wants to do it bit by bit. Given his current physical condition, he needs to wait until he grows up. Kingsy will not do anything that will affect his physical development. Besides, to taste something good is to witness it slide from its peak. Getting in touch is just the first step, and what follows is a gradual decline. Only in this way can Kingsy be happy. The reason why beauty is attractive is not in itself, but in the contrast when it is destroyed. The more beautiful things are, the more dazzling they become when they are polluted. In short, good days are yet to come. In the dimly lit passage, Kingsy's shadow was winding and twisted, as if a demon was being conceived. Chapter 55, Ninja Sword in Hand, Team Members. Here's your knife. A ninja cat stood up like an anthropomorphic being and opened the ceiling scroll. With a bang, white smoke filled the air. When the smoke cleared, a very long ninja sword was revealed. The shape of this ninja sword is very similar to Sasuke's Kusanagi sword in the future. The handle and scabbard are all white, and are embroidered with the Uchiha flame fan. The blade is black. Is this my ninja sword? Kingsy excitedly picked up the knife and pulled it out of the sheath. If his behavior is not consistent with that of a child, people will think that he is gloomy and scheming. So CG tries his best to maintain his innocent side in front of Mikato. However, Kingsy was indeed a little excited that he could get the knife. It's just not as exaggerated as it appears. Okay, let's try it. Mikato's voice was clear and gentle. Kingsy swung it a few times and found that it was more than twice as heavy as the second-hand small sword he had used before. Just based on the weight, Kingsy estimated that it weighed 10 kilograms. I don't know what metal the knife is made of. It feels good, Mikato-san. Kingsy put the knife back into the sheath. This knife is about 1.5 meters long, which is considered long. Grandma Cat, can you please send the ceiling scroll along with the other one? Mikato said with a smile. You kid, take it. Granny Cat waved her hand. Mikato just spent a lot of money here. It's just a small ceiling scroll, so I'll just give it to her as a gift. Thank you, Grandma Cat. Kingsy, quickly put the ninja sword into the ceiling scroll so that it will be more convenient in the future. It is good. CG nodded and took the ceiling scroll from the ninja cat. I have to say that Mikato has some talent in being a good housewife. This bargaining ability. Bang. There is a black circle on the white paper of the sealing scroll, and the area around the circle is filled with sealing techniques. After the ninja sword is sealed in, a capital letter seal appears. Ninja schools teach students how to use sealing scrolls, which is also the easiest type of space-time ninjutsu to access. Seal the things into the space inside the sealing scroll, and then channel them out. In the end, CG and Mikato stayed here for one night and rushed back to Konoha the next day. As soon as Kingsy returned home, he began to practice. Pulling the sword out of its sheath, Kingsy held the hilt with one hand. The dark black blade has a metallic luster. Although the shape is very similar to the Kusanagi sword, Kingsy doesn't think that he will be equipped with such a good weapon right away. Kusanagi sword is not a specific sword, but a general term for a type of sword of excellent quality. For example, Orochimaru's Kusanagi sword is a double-edged sword, while Sasuke's Kusanagi sword is a single-edged sword. Boom! A flame ignited at the handle of Kingsy's sword, and the flame flowed from Kingsy's palm through the handle and onto the blade like water. At first glance, it looked like Kingsy was holding a burning torch. The temperature is a bit high, Kiyoshi secretly said. Streams of heat hit Kingsy's body, illuminating it with a fiery red light. Kingsy swung in a circle, leaving a circular trail of flames in the air. As time slowly passes, the entry for chakra flow fire style, white, allowed CG to easily attach fire style chakra to the ninja sword. If I use cloud hidden style, bird, it will probably be quite powerful. Kingsy stopped injecting chakra, and the reddish-black blade cooled down rapidly. After a while, it was the same temperature as an ordinary knife. Chakra conductivity is also good. After getting a basic understanding of his newly acquired ninja sword, Kiyoshi picked up the scroll of fire release, great fireball technique. Based on the deduction, once he enters the sect, he should also obtain the entry for fire release ninja. You also need to learn the ability to attach chakra flow to your body. Kingsy flipped through the fire release scroll, thinking about another thing. The so-called lightning chakra mode is actually to attach lightning chakra to the whole body. In theory, any kind of chakra can be attached to the body. For example, the melting chakra mode of the Four Tails Jinchuriki, Laoshi, of the Hidden Rock Village, is a mode in which high-temperature lava armor is wrapped around the entire body, and anything it touches will melt in an instant. The molten release armor has both high lethality and defensive capabilities, and even Naruto's Raise-Non finds it difficult to penetrate it. Kingsy can also do the same and create a fire-style chakra mode, or even attach all the medical chakra of medical ninjutsu to his body and create a medical chakra mode. Tsunade's ninjutsu, creation and regeneration is very similar to this technique. We need to find other fire-style ninjas to fight in single combat. Ching Si pondered. If I remember correctly, the Chunin exam will be held soon. The Wind Nation and the Fire Nation are allies, and they will also send people to this Chunin exam. Maybe Yakeng from Kumagakur will come too. She possesses the Kekkei Genkai Scorch release. If you defeat her, you might get related entries. After thinking for a while, Kingsy continued to flip through the scroll. Tomorrow is the day to meet the team members. Take on more missions so that you can take part in the Chunin exam when the time comes. The next morning, Kingsy got up and went to the agreed location. CG. An unexpectedly pleasant voice was heard. Maybe because of the cold, Yuhiko's little face was flushed, and she waved to Kingsy. It's red. Kingsy nodded. The teammates arranged by Konoha for him are probably all ninjas who are not from the Uchiha clan. Actually, I was wondering if it was Kingsy, and luckily I guessed it right. Yui Kurane smiled, her red eyes narrowed into crescents. Is that so? Kingsy said calmly. Is she Ri Kurane too enthusiastic towards herself? Kingsy thought so. However, Kingsy was still more interested in her future appearance. With big wavy hair, bright red lips, and purple eyeshadow, she exuded a mature charm. But the upbringing is not bad. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Kingsy's mouth. It was a good experience to freely paint a piece of white paper with his own color, red. CG and Kurane Yui chatted for a while, and Asuma Sarutobi and a man came from a distance. Great, we're all on the same team. Sarutobi Asuma said excitedly. If this isn't fate, then what is? God wants them to continue their fate in the ninja school. The man behind Asuma Sarutobi looked to be in his 30s, and the forehead protector on his head was tied very tightly, making people worry that it might be too tight to be uncomfortable. I am Mizuno Yuki. From now on, the three of you will carry out missions under me as genin. Mizuno Yuaki spoke. Mr. Mizuno, I, Asuma Sarutobi, will definitely complete the task easily. Asuma Sarutobi patted his chest. Asuma, then I look forward to your performance. Mizuno Yuki smiled with his thick lips. After all, not everyone has a Hokage father. Kingsy stopped talking to Yui Kurane and looked over here. Mizuno Yuaki is not a good person in Itaka Shinden. Chapter 56 Kushina Explosion Entry. Mizuno Yuaki was jealous of Itaka's talent, so he kept blocking Itaka from getting promoted to Chunin and pretended to be Itaka's good side. If you want to participate in the Chunin exam, the team leader must recommend the team to participate in his or her own name, and then the team members need to sign the application form. If the leading Jonin wants to stop the genin, there is nothing they can do. In the end, Itaka was killed because Danzo wanted to turn Itaka into his pawn, so he sent people to investigate Itaka's team leader, and found that he was a narrow-minded guy. Immediately afterwards, Danzo proposed to Sarutobi Hiruzen that Itaka be promoted as an exception without going through the old process. You must be Uchiha CG, right? I hope you won't be like the other Uchiha and disobey discipline. Mizuno Yuaki glanced at CG and clearly had a bad impression of the Uchiha. Kingsy nodded slightly and said nothing. Seeing this, Mizuno Yuki asked a few people to briefly explain the situation, and then took CG and others to accept the mission. Genin can only take on D rank and C rank missions, and usually start from D rank. D level missions do not require combat and are usually just odd jobs. The task that Mizuno Yuaki accepted was to help look after the store. CG and the other two were responsible for cleaning and buying things, while Mizuno Yuaki went to repair the leaking roof. This is the mission. Asuma Sarutobi went from being excited at the beginning to being bored now. It definitely won't be a mission that requires fighting ninjas at the beginning. Shi Rihong looked at the books on the bookshelf. Occasionally, when she saw something that interested her, she would take it out and read a few pages. This is a bookstore that sells some best-selling youth books. A visitor is coming, Kiyoshi said. In his opinion, this task is much better than finding lost pets or helping to look after children. When you have nothing to do, you can sit and read the ninjutsu scrolls. Hey, it's you? The person facing me was a red-haired girl with a hairpin in her red hair. Kushina. CG put down the fire release scroll and greeted Kushina. This shop is located in a relatively central location in the village, right within the ceiling barrier that binds Kushina. You work here. A familiar figure was walking towards me, her red hair gleaming slightly in the sunlight, a hairpin tucked into her hair, and a hint of fatigue in her eyes. No, I'm on a mission. Kingsy pointed to the ninja forehead protector on his forehead and said, I'm already a ninja, and now I'm here to carry out a mission. Kingsy, I didn't realize you were such a genius. Kushina clenched her fists and waved them in the air, as if to express her power. Kushina, are you here to buy some books? Kingsy chuckled and walked to the door. Well, I've been a bit bored lately, so I came to see if there's anything interesting. Kushina stopped waving her fists, and disappointment was visibly reflected on her beautiful face. Every day she could only move within the scope of the sealed barrier, which made her feel a little breathless. Especially recently, Minato has been very busy and has less and less time to spend with her. She always feels that she has been forgotten in the corner. Come in and choose. CG took Kushina to the column where new books were published for Kushina to choose from. Kushina frowned, holding her chin with her hand, looking conflicted. This is a good one. Kingsy pulled out a book with both pictures and text from the shelf. The cover had colorful illustrations, which looked very attractive. In the original novel, Kushina doesn't seem to have much interest in reading. Naruto's personality is completely inherited from Kushina, and Naruto doesn't like reading. CG didn't notice that his eyes were wandering, and it was very likely that Kushina, who was looking for something to do to pass the time on a whim, would like to read. So many paintings. Kushina opened it and found that it was something like a picture book. There was very little text on it, and most of the information was expressed through illustrations. Then I'll take this. She looked up and shook the book in her hand. It is good. Kiyoshi nodded and packed the books into a bag. When handing the bag to Kushina, a prompt came from the entry panel. You have obtained a new entry, Legendary Nine-Tailed Fox, White, dot. Entry, Legendary Nine-Tailed Fox, White. Requirement to complete, make initial physical contact with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Progress, 10%. Dot. Effect, enhances the vitality of body cells and increases chakra's ability to recover from injuries by 5%. Dot. Note, you can advance later. Does a finger touch count? Looking at Kushina who was holding the bag in front of him, Kingsy seemed to be thinking about something. Just now, my fingers accidentally touched Kushina's hand, and the entry panel reacted. Kushina, this is my first successful business deal. Thank you. CG suddenly held Kushina's hands with both of his own, looking very happy. Ah, is that so? Kushina didn't think much of it. It's just that Kingsy's handshake took too long. Just when Kushina was about to ask if she should let go, CG lowered his hand. Who is that person? Asuma Sarutobi turned his head and watched CG shaking hands and talking with a red-haired woman. He always felt that the other person's red hair looked familiar, as if he had heard his father mention it. Do not know. Yui Hong shook her head. The Uchiha clan all have black hair, which means this woman is not from the Uchiha clan. Thank you, that was a great help. The shop owner, who had been out for almost a whole day, finally returned to the store, and Mizuno Yuaki also repaired the leaking roof. In that case, mission accomplished, let's go back. Mizuno Yuaki wiped the wet parts of his body and saw CG and Kushina. Uchiha Kiyoshi. Mizuno Yuki frowned slightly. He remembered that the woman's name was Uzumaki Kushina, the last descendant of the Uzumaki clan who had fled. She seemed to have little contact with outsiders. He had only seen Minato Namikaze look for Uzumaki Kushina. But this woman's appearance does meet his aesthetic standards. Are Uchiha really that popular? A feeling of jealousy rose in Mizuno Yuaki's heart. Uchiha CG, we should go back and hand over the mission. Don't waste time. Mizuno Yuaki tidied up his messy hair that was wet by the water, and walked over with a smile that he thought was handsome. Hello, I'm Mizuno Yuki. Oh, hello. Kushina nodded, feeling it was very strange that this man had a nice name but his appearance was really not that great. Kingsy, aren't you guys going to hand over the mission? I'll be leaving first. Kushina doesn't want to have too much contact with outsiders, and the Konoha high-level officials don't allow it. She only contacted Kingsy because he had the same experience as her, otherwise she wouldn't have so much free time. Kushina said, quickly paying the bill and leaving with the bag of books. She also carried out missions. But that was before he became the Ninetails Jinchuriki. After becoming the Ninetails Jinchuriki, not only could she not go out at will, but she also had to worry about the Ninetails' temptation in her body at all times. Mizuno Yuaki's expression was somewhat uncertain. He looked at Kingsy, opened and closed his lips, but said nothing. He really didn't dare to openly oppose the Uchiha. It seems that the effect of developing it separately will be better. There is another chapter in the afternoon. Chapter 57 Blue Entry. Finally, I can get my first payment. Asuma Sarutobi's enthusiasm, which had been extinguished due to boredom, returned. Yui Hong nodded slightly. These rewards need to be distributed among the team. She looked at CG who was walking over with the leading jonin. I thought to myself that Kingsy shouldn't be so short of money now. To be honest, Kingsy asked her to advance 3 months' tuition fees, but it almost emptied her small treasury. Several people said goodbye to the shop owner and went to the mission building to hand over the mission. Here's your reward. The person in charge of the work in the building quickly counted the remuneration and distributed it to several people. Completing tasks is equivalent to daily settlement. As long as you complete it, you can get paid on the same day. There is no such thing as arrears. A little over 1,200 taels. Kingsy put the money in his pocket. It just so happens that today I'm helping someone look after a store. There's not much work to do and the income is good. Unfortunately, there aren't tasks to do every day. I guess there will be no tasks to do for several days. The reward for an ordinary D-level mission is between 5,000 and 50,000 taels. The salary for helping to look after the store is exactly 5,000 taels, and this money needs to be divided equally among everyone. Otherwise, each person would need 5,000 ryo, and a team of 3 plus the leading ninja would need 20,000 ryo. This does not include the commission taken by the ninja village, as some platform fees will be charged. D-level tasks are just small jobs like losing pets, taking care of children, or even helping farmers harvest crops in the fields. Who would be willing to spend so much money? 5,000 taels at a time is already a very high cost. Hong, let's go to the barbecue. No, it's my treat. Asuma Sarutobi ran over to Kurane, wanting to hold a celebration party for their first mission. Keiji, what about you? Yui Kurane turned to look at Kingsy. I'm not going. Kingsy shook his head. Going to barbecue costs at least 200 or 300 taels, and that's just for one meal. For a hard-working genin, such as Rock Lee, the official book records the amount of tasks he completed in his first year as a genin. He completed 20 D-level missions and 11 C-level missions in a year, earning approximately taels. Not only living expenses are included here, but also the ninja's daily expenses must be paid from here. Kingsy will naturally save as much as possible, as there are still many areas where he is short of money. There were only 2 kunao, 3 shurikens, and a ninja sword in the ceiling scroll in his ninja tool bag. Apart from that, there were no food pills or smoke bombs, let alone other ninja tools. Then I won't go either. Hong shook her head. Why? Asuma Sarutobi scratched his head. What does it have to do with Shirahong if Ching Si doesn't go? Is it too cold today? More than 10 days passed, during which Kingsy carried out another D-level mission. The rest of the time I practice at home. Finally got started. Kingsy refined the chakra to his chest, transformed it into fire chakra, and then poured it out from his throat. Boom! An oval fireball about 2 meters long, emitting billowing heat waves, spewed out of Kingsy's mouth. Now I can take part in the Chunin exams. Kiyoshi secretly said. Entry, Apprentice Fire Ninja, White. Requirement met, successfully use a fire release ninjutsu once. Progress, completed. Effect, your fire style ability's nature change ability increases by 10%. Note, you can continue to advance later. Advanced Route 1, integrate chakra flow, fire style, white, and strengthened body, white, to advance to fire style genin, green. This entry appeared shortly after he started practicing fire escape. It was the previous fire style, great fireball technique. At that time, the progress was still 1%, but after practicing for a period of time, Kingsy has made it completed. The completion pattern of the entry panel is very random. Sometimes a new entry is given directly, and sometimes you need to keep working hard to meet the requirements and get the entry. Kingsy deduced that most abstract things would directly meet the conditions. For things like exercise and cultivation, the conditions are more difficult to meet, so there will be a progress bar. The only clear way to obtain the amplification entry for the corresponding escape technique is to get it as long as you get started. As well as the progress of completing a certain entry, an advanced route will appear if the conditions or most of the conditions are met. However, the judgment conditions are a bit strange, and it seems that the judgment is based on the overall completion level. For example, when completing reading absorption and basic memorization, it is not shown that the term early graduation is required to advance to the genius type of academic master. But at that time, when it came to the entry for the apprentice lightning release ninja, Kingsy directly presented the subsequent advancement route, which was to incorporate an entry for a strong physique. Advanced route 1 has been met. Do you want to advance? A mechanically synthesized female voice sounded without any emotion. Advanced. Kingsy immediately chose to advance. The apprenticeship level is obviously not enough now. The white entries don't increase much, only the green entries are okay. After the upgrade, the white entry is still there, but it has turned gray, as if it is locked, but the amplification effect is still there. Almost instantly, the entry was upgraded. You have learned a new entry Fire Style Genin, green, dot. Entry, Fire Style Genin, green. Requirement, achieve Genin level Fire Style Chakra control ability. Progress, completed, dot. Effect, your meridian system will become more adaptable to fire, increasing by 20% from the original base. Note, you can continue to advance later. Advanced Route 1, by integrating Lightning Release Genin, green, Illusion Genin, green, and Medical Genin, green, you can advance to Chakra Nature Transformation Master, blue, dot. The first blue entry. Kingsy's eyes flickered. There are some ideas for the two green entries. You just need to upgrade the two existing white entries to green entries. The conditions for their advancement are likely to be related to yin and yang. There's no problem with medical ninjutsu, but this illusion. Kingsy frowned slightly. Since Yakushi Nono accepted him as his apprentice, he would definitely prepare a complete teaching process. Sharingan illusions also need to be learned, and only basic illusions such as Sharingan illusion only require instinct. The more advanced magic Jaghang Jutsu, magic mirror heaven and earth, Izanagi, Izanami, etc., although they are exclusive illusions of the Sharingan, they still need to be learned. These are the inheritances. If Kingsy were to think about them and learn them on his own, who knows how long it would take. The fact that Suzuki can only use the basic functions of the Sharingan shows how difficult it would be for him to have no one to guide him because of the lack of inheritance. From beginning to end, he only knew the basic Sharingan illusion. But if you learn Izanagi first, it's hard to say whether you can end the battle between Tani and Naruto. Chapter 58 Kakashi is disliked. If you want to learn these techniques, you need to apply to the Uchiha clan. Many skills require experience. Although you can definitely learn them, it takes a lot of time to accumulate experience. The Ninja World War is about to begin and there is no time left. Even if restrictions were lifted during the war, Kingsy would not have the time to learn. Never mind. Kingsy shook his head. It would be the same if you could learn some common illusions to upgrade the attributes. Maybe if you learn a few more, you can even get an entry that allows you to master multiple illusions. He came to the dilapidated courtyard, simply cleared the weeds that had grown again, and returned to the house to practice. Thanks to Uchiha Hazuki's blessing, after his pupil power increased, Kingshi's lightning release, iron block made rapid progress. If before I could only barely control the chakra within a safe range to exercise my scalp. Kingsy is now much more proficient, and he can even exercise his eyelids. It can be said that the entire body is covered by the electric current, making the skin tougher. You're kidding, that bastard. Nobuo Sakai put his hands in his pockets and spat on the ground. Who can bear to be on a mission with that kind of person? Don't be angry, Kakashi is a genius after all, and the leading jonin can't stand him and is facing resignation. Mizuno Shinya comforted his friend. Something went wrong with their mission this time, making the C-level mission as difficult as a B-level mission. In order to complete the mission, Kakashi continued to move forward and abandoned his injured companions. Are they talking about Kakashi? Obito was holding a green cloth bag. His final exams were finished and he needed to take all his books back. Next to him is Nohara Rin. Excuse me, may I ask, the Kakashi you two are talking about, is it Haytake Kakashi? Nohara Rin hesitated for a moment and asked the two ninjas in front. Obito turned his head. He was also curious about this question. Who are you? Nobuo Sakai looked down at Rin Nohara and Obito. I'm Kakashi's classmate at the ninja school. Then you must be annoying Kakashi. It's impossible to carry out a mission in the same class with someone like that. Nobuo Sakai's tone was very serious, and it sounded like he had a bad impression of Kakashi. Did something happen? Nohara Lin's heart tightened and she asked quickly. That guy, even if his teammates are injured or surrounded by enemies, he will ignore them and prioritize the mission. That's right, who would want to go on a mission with someone like him? Mizuno Shinya nodded, agreeing with his friend. I also want to remind you that if you team up with him in the future, you must be careful. After saying this, Nobuo Sakai took his friend and left. Kakashi has become like this, Obito said in surprise. In the past, Kakashi always put his friend's words on his lips, even when they played kick the can together. Is Kakashi so affected by what happened to his father? Nohara Lin muttered to herself. Lin, do you know something? Obito asked. He always felt as if he was the only one who was kept in the dark and that everyone else knew some information. I know a little. Nohara Lin shook her head. Can you tell me? Obito said. I have something else to do, and these are Kakashi's privacy. I don't want to talk about others behind their backs. Goodbye, Obito, see you tomorrow. Seeing the fork in the road, Rin said goodbye to Obito. Their home is no longer on the way here. After hearing this, Obito had no choice but to give up. He walked down another road, intending to buy some things before going back. His grandmother asked him to buy some vegetables. The two remained in their respective places. Nohara Lin walked for about a quarter of an hour, hesitated for a while, and then walked towards Kingsy's house. She wanted to go see Kakashi, but the two no longer have a common language. I can only continue to ask Kingsy about lightning escape techniques so that I can find topics to talk about in front of Kakashi. But, why can't I learn it? Nohara Lin spread out her white and tender palms. When it comes to theoretical matters, Lin can speak very clearly and logically. I'm just at a loss when it comes to actual practice. She went to Konoha Hospital yesterday to take an advanced test. The medical ninja there said that she had good talent, yang attribute, and good chakra control ability. After graduation, you can come directly to Konoha Hospital to receive medical ninja training, become a professional medical ninja, and be incorporated into the system. However, Lin rejected the proposal at that time. She could be a medical ninja, but she didn't want to be a medical ninja who stayed in the hospital every day and entered the system. Nohara Lin walked into the Uchiha settlement with a lot on her mind. Is that Lin? Obito was carrying vegetables when he saw a familiar figure in the distance. He squinted his eyes, trying to see more clearly. It's linear. Obito was stunned. And that direction is Keiji's home. Obito felt heavy in his heart. Just now, Lin said goodbye and walked towards her home. How did I get here in the blink of an eye? If Lin went to Kingsy's house, it should be on her way, because the place where he bought groceries was in the Uchiha settlement. But why did Lin say that? Obito didn't know whether Rin acted on impulse or was deceiving him. I just felt suffocated and panicked. The last time he saw Lin at Kingsy's house, she looked like she was about to be taken advantage of. He came out to save the beauty, but not only did he not get Lin's praise, Lin was also very resentful. Is Uchiha CG really that good? Obito gripped the bag in his hand so tightly that the blood vessels on his wrist protruded. Here we go again, linear. Kingsy stopped practicing and made a cup of tea for Nohara Lin.